The moment our protagonist opened his eyes, he found himself lying on the ground. A group of girls in wild-looking outfits were standing around a bonfire looking like they were having a party in the forest, and the guy immediately got the wrong idea. Thinking he'd stumbled upon some big camping party, he enthusiastically rushed over, even calling out cheerfully, as if he already knew them well. Whoops! Before he could even join the party, thud! He face-planted right into the ground. When he came to his senses, he realized he was tied up as tight as a drum. Before he could even finish panicking, a strange interface suddenly appeared before his eyes, confusing him even more. While he was still trying to figure out what was going on, two burly guys approached him. He thought he was still dreaming. He looked around, muttering, trying to find those girls from before. Seeing the two hulks standing in front of him, our protagonist immediately switched to being as docile as a puppy. He politely greeted them, but in response, he only got two threateningly raised hands. Just then, his memories started flashing back. Only 12 hours ago, he was still on the beach partying hard. At night, he even went to a hotel with a girl, fell asleep, and woke up to find himself washed up in this godforsaken place. He even wondered if he was being punished by the heavens for living such a messed-up life. While he was lost in thought, a group of people dressed like nothing less than primitives appeared around him. He thought they were just cosplaying, but before he could even laugh, a wooden spear came flying straight at him. It was only then that he realized this was no joke. He turned and ran, still trash-talking, thinking he was so cool for dodging it, but he didn't get to be smug for long. Another spear grazed his stomach, sending a cold sweat down his back. It was clear this group was playing for real. In that critical moment, the system interface appeared again, announcing a survival mission. He ran completely bewildered. What the hell was happening? Could this be the legendary system? But life isn't a fairy tale. A spear thrown from behind hit its mark, and soon enough he was captured and tossed into a corner like prey waiting to be dealt with. But just as he was at his most desperate, the system notified him that he had survived for a full 12 hours and was being rewarded with attribute points. His eyes immediately lit up. There was still a way to survive. Then the system continued to open a newbie gift package. He received the ability to understand the local language, a map, and a mountain-cleaving axe. Step by step, he began to understand that he hadn't just been transported to another world. He had fallen into a primitive era, and his goal, it seemed, was to become the enlightener of civilization. Just the thought of himself in a suit commanding a horde of primitives made his ambition to be the boss surge through him. Without hesitation, he poured his points into strength, took out the axe, and with a surge of power, snapped the ropes binding him. The moment he stood up, he clenched his fists. He could clearly feel the increase in his power. Just 1 point made an insane difference. The primitives turned to look at him, their eyes full of vigilance while he casually held his axe. He strode forward like a conqueror. The masked leader shouted, ordering his men to capture him, even planning to kill and eat him. But the protagonist just gave a cold smile, raised his axe, and made a powerful declaration. "You fools, you dare disrespect a god!" No one understood what a god was, but the power in his voice was clearly no joke. He quickly realized that the masked man was the leader and the target he needed to make an example of. He bluntly declared that he was sent by the heavens to rule over them, then coldly pronounced his sentence of punishment. Immediately after, the leader roared and charged forward, swinging his bone weapon, and the battle officially began. Shigu tightened his grip on the bone weapon, roared, then leaped, charging straight at Chen-Li. At that very moment, a cold system notification panel suddenly appeared before his eyes. The main quest was activated. The objective was crystal clear: intimidate and subdue the primitives and become their leader. The reward was tempting, but the penalty sent a chill down his spine: lose the mountain-cleaving axe. Reading the last line, his expression immediately darkened. Only one thought remained in his mind. He absolutely could not lose. Without this axe, he was nothing but prey waiting to be killed in this brutal world. Without hesitation, Chen-Li tightened his grip on the axe handle, mustering all his strength to meet the incoming attack. He yelled out loud to steel his own nerves, forcing himself not to take a single step back. The moment the two weapons clashed in midair, a terrifying pressure exploded. The shockwave from the impact cracked the ground beneath his feet, sending rubble flying everywhere. The cracks spread out around him like a spider web. Chen-Li gritted his teeth, holding the axe with both hands, the veins popping on his other arm. He couldn't believe Shigu's strength was this terrifying. The two men roared, facing off their eyes, looking like they wanted to tear each other apart. Neither was willing to yield an inch. But then the advantage slowly began to shift to Chen-Li. The sharp blade of the mountain-cleaving axe pressed deeper into the bone weapon, until a loud crack rang out. Shigu's entire weapon was split in two, right in midair. Following the momentum, Chen-Li yelled and swung with all his might. The broken end of the weapon flew off into the distance and stabbed into the ground. The broken end was even smoking from the intense friction. Both of them froze for a moment. Chen Li tilted his head to look at the weapon fragment on the ground while Shigu was completely stunned. His eyes darkened as he realized his weapon had been destroyed. Around them, the primitives also stood frozen, none daring to make a sound. The atmosphere became terrifyingly tense. Chen Li swallowed hard, a bad feeling suddenly rising in his heart. And just as he expected, Shigu growled through clenched teeth, his eyes red with rage. Then he suddenly threw his head back and roared. He ordered his entire tribe to charge forward and tear the man before them limb from limb. In an instant, the whole mob of primitives, weapons in hand, charged like a pack of hunting beasts. Chen Li immediately turned and fled. He ran cursing loudly for being ganged up on not forgetting to complain to the heavens. "I thought we were having a solo duel. Now you're bringing the whole gang to mob me. This is seriously unfair." He ran for his life, feeling a whole horde of bloodthirsty savages hot on his heels. Just then, a guy from behind swung a club trying to sneak attack him, but it was as if Chen Li had a sixth sense. Without even looking back, he swung his axe behind him with pinpoint accuracy, shattering his opponent's weapon. The guy immediately collapsed. He was babbling some meaningless sounds. Seeing this just made Chen Li even more frustrated. It felt like there was no end to these guys. He tightened his grip on the axe and turned around, his eyes turning ice cold. His voice carried a clear threat, warning them not to push him too far. If he was cornered, he was ready to risk it all. The threat echoed with intimidating force, and surprisingly, the primitives actually hesitated. One by one, they stopped in their tracks, not daring to advance another step. But only Chen Li knew that for all his tough posturing, he was panicking on the inside. If he really got surrounded, his little life was as good as over. He was racking his brain trying to think of a way to intimidate them further, when suddenly the primitives' expressions completely changed. Their eyes filled with panic, their bodies trembled, and then without a word they turned and fled in a chaotic scatter. Some were screaming, others were shouting. In the blink of an eye, they had all retreated. Chen Li stood there completely bewildered, having no idea what was going on. He actually thought for a second that his own aura had really scared them off, but the reality was completely different. Behind him, a giant creature with cold, sharp eyes and a body covered in fur was silently appearing, and he was completely unaware. He was still wondering just how intimidating he was. Just then, the system's side quest panel appeared. The objective: drive away the saber-toothed tiger. The reward: an increase in attribute points and favor. Before he could even process it all, the quest was automatically accepted. It couldn't be refused. Tranlap read it in confusion, and before he could even react, instinct made him look up. Right in front of him was a giant tiger taller than he was. With a pair of fangs as long and sharp as blades, it was poised to pounce. His heart seemed to stop for a moment. Then he immediately turned and ran for his life. Behind him, the tiger roared, chasing him closely with every swipe of its claws. It tore up the surrounding terrain. Tranlap screamed curses as he ran his mind in complete chaos. He couldn't believe he was actually facing this kind of monster. While the tiger grew more and more ferocious, destroying everything in its path, all he could do was run for his life, holding an axe in one hand to shield his front, trying to survive this life-threatening situation. As Tranlap ran for his life, he couldn't help but curse his rotten luck. Humans wanted to kill him, and beasts wanted to eat him. Before he could even catch his breath, he leaped down a stone ledge in front of him. Behind him, the saber-toothed tiger had nearly demolished the entire area as it closed in, step by step. He glanced back at it with only one thought in his mind: if this keeps up, I'm definitely a goner. Just then, the tiger leaped onto a large log, blocking the path. Its cold eyes locked onto its prey while Tranlap gritted his teeth and silently cursed the system's damn quest. What do they mean, drive away the saber-toothed tiger? That sounds ridiculous. Just one bite from that thing would take off half my body. But before he could finish the thought, the tiger lunged forward, its claws swinging straight at his back. A searing pain shot straight to his brain, making him scream as he fell flat on the ground. The tiger approached slowly, as if savoring the moment of the hunt. Tranlap gritted his teeth and pushed himself up. He stared intently at it, cursing inwardly that he'd have to endure this pain a few more times. Maybe I should just stop running and lie down right here. My luck has really hit rock bottom today. The tiger lowered its body, preparing to finish off its prey. Tranlap sprang to his feet and held out his axe. His expression turned grim. He couldn't run anymore. I have to think of another way. Being reckless will only get me killed. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. His eyes darted around, searching for a chance to survive, and then, in the distance, a faint wisp of smoke caught his eye. A spark of an idea flashed in his mind. That's right. Wild animals are afraid of fire. This could be his only chance. He looked back at the tiger preparing to lunge and told himself, I've only got one shot at this. If this doesn't work, I'm finished. Tran Lap tightened his grip on the axe, let out a loud, provoking yell, and charged straight at it. The tiger roared in response, and the two shot towards each other like arrows. Tran Lap lowered his body, intending to slide past it like a slide tackle. But life isn't like the movies. The tiger's two hind legs kicked him right in the stomach, and the pain was so intense he almost passed out. Luckily, he still managed to roll away and escape. Clutching his stomach as he ran, he cursed non-stop, swearing he'd never trust those dodging moves from the movies again. Behind him, the tiger was still in hot pursuit, not giving him a second to rest. Tranlap narrowed his eyes to get his bearings, recalling the instincts of felines they often like to play with their prey. Ahead was a patch of dense undergrowth, and he immediately dove into it, hoping to buy some time. As long as I can get to that fire from earlier, I still have a chance to live. He weaved through the trees, running while dodging the swipes of its claws that tore apart the space behind him where the tiger passed. The earth, rocks, and trees were all flattened. The roar from behind grew closer and closer, making his heart pound furiously until the primitive people's meat-roasting fire appeared up ahead. He almost wanted to cry with relief. My savior is here. But just then the tiger swiped again, causing him to lose his balance. His whole body pitched forward, and he rolled to a stop right next to the fire. He immediately pushed himself back up. Without a moment's hesitation, he grabbed a burning log, spun around, and swung it straight at the approaching tiger. The flame seared across its eye, leaving a painful burn. The tiger roared in agony. Its body froze and it staggered, taking a few steps back. It raised a paw to cover its eye, its gaze filled with ferocity, but now mixed with a hint of fear. Seeing this, Tranlap breathed a sigh of relief. He was overjoyed inside. He had finally found its weak point. He held the torch high, pointing it straight at the beast, both as a defense and a provocation, hoping it would get scared and retreat. I don't have to risk my life anymore. But at the most tense moment, a deep, heavy sound echoed from deep within the forest. It came in beats, getting clearer and clearer, making the very air seem to vibrate. Tranlap froze his eyes, immediately becoming alert. A guess that sent a chill down his spine formed in his mind. But before he could even finish the thought, a giant footprint was imprinted on the ground before him. It had sharp claws far larger than the tiger's in front of him. And at that moment he understood. The thing that was approaching was many times more terrifying. Amidst the silent night, a strange sound echoed from deep within the forest. At first it was faint, but it grew clearer and more urgent, like heavy rhythmic beats that made the surrounding air feel suffocating. A flock of crows in the trees panicked and scattered in all directions. Tranlap and the saber-toothed tiger turned their heads towards the source of the sound at almost the exact same time. The beast, which had been so ferocious, now began to growl uneasily, as if it sensed something even more terrifying than itself. Then suddenly it let out a panicked roar. It turned and fled without a second's hesitation, leaving Tranlap standing there stunned. He subconsciously called after it, but then immediately frowned in annoyance. A moment ago it was so aggressive, and now it just runs off. So what am I supposed to do now? Don't tell me I have to face that other thing alone. Just as his mind was a tangled mess, the system appeared with a notification: side quest completed. Side quest. Reason. The saber-toothed tiger has fled. The reward was granted immediately. 2 attribute points and favor from the primitive people. Tranlap's eyes lit up hearing that, but before he could enjoy the moment, that terrifying sound drew closer and closer. He immediately snapped back to reality, glancing towards the deep forest with only one thought in mind. Time to run. With the axe in one hand and the torch in the other, he took off. As he ran, he quickly distributed his attribute points, adding 1 to strength and 1 to agility. His body immediately felt like it had been upgraded, and each footstep became lighter and more agile. He dashed down a slope, leaped over logs, blocking his path, and landed cleanly without staggering like before. As he ran, he muttered, "My speed really is completely different now." It felt as if his entire body had been transformed. When he landed in an open clearing, he discovered a shallow pit up ahead. Below, the group of primitive people were huddled together, hiding. Tranlap stopped, caught his breath, and called down to them. Thak Kot immediately looked up his face, a mask of utter astonishment at seeing him still alive. The question that blurted out of his mouth was filled with disbelief. "Why weren't you eaten by the saber-toothed tiger?" Tranlap just gave a faint smile and raised his axe, his tone full of confidence, as if what just happened was mere child's play, saying that in his eyes that tiger was nothing more than a big cat. A few moves were enough to scare it into running for its life. Of course, that wasn't exactly the truth, but since no one had witnessed it, he got more and more carried away with his story, secretly hoping these people would hurry up and kneel before him. However contrary to his imagination, They all fell strangely silent. This made him suspicious, and while he was wondering what was going on, a primitive girl with dark blonde hair walked closer. Her eyes filled with emotion were fixed on him. Tranlap, on the other hand, felt a bit awkward being approached so closely. Before he could even react, the girl suddenly knelt down, hugged his leg, and while rubbing against it, cried out, calling him their benefactor, saying that he was the one who had saved all of them. Immediately after that, the others also fell to their knees in unison. A flood of thanks erupted as they begged him to stay and become their leader to protect them from the saber-toothed tiger. Tranlap just stood there, stunned. Then he suddenly remembered the favorability reward from the system. Turns out its effect was this powerful. An indescribable feeling of satisfaction welled up inside him. Trying to maintain his composure, he gave a slight cough, told everyone to stand up, and then going with the flow accepted their request. Immediately, the whole group of primitive people burst into joyous cheers. The acclamations echoed endlessly while he just stood there. He felt as if he had just reached the pinnacle of power. He even imagined himself as a king ruling over the entire tribe. Tranlap smiled, raised his axe high, and declared his new status. And right at that moment, the system displayed a notification confirming he had completed the mission to officially join the tribe. The rewards continued with more attribute points and 3 hemostatic potions. He didn't hesitate to put the points into his stamina, feeling his body being strengthened once again. After that, he opened his inventory to check clearly, seeing 2 items sitting neatly in their slots, the mountain-cleaving axe and the blue hemostatic potions. Reading the information, he discovered this type of medicine was only effective for 1 day, which made him feel a bit let down. But he quickly realized that once you take something out, you have to use it right away. It couldn't be kept for long, so he decided to try it immediately. A pill appeared in his hand and quickly dispersed into small droplets that flew towards the wound on his back, the spot where the tiger had clawed him. The liquid droplets touched his skin and immediately seeped inside, bringing a cooling sensation that spread throughout his body. The wound, which had been throbbing with pain, gradually subsided. It felt as if it was being healed bit by bit, making Tranlap let out a sigh of relief. He became even more certain that in this world, only by getting stronger and utilizing the system could he survive in the long run. The wound on his back began to close at a visible rate. The skin that had been torn open before was now almost completely restored, making even Tranlap's eyes widen in amazement. Meanwhile, the group of primitive people stood around watching with unconcealed shock. He slowly turned his body, feeling the pain disappear, replaced only by a sense of relief spreading through him. The corners of his mouth lifted in satisfaction. This really is good stuff. In a life-or-death situation like this, having this is like having an extra life, thinking this. Ciao. He didn't hesitate to take out the medicine and give it to Thatkot, telling him to share it with the injured. This generous act made Thatkot freeze for a moment, then he immediately became excited and started shouting praises. But Tranlap just casually raised a finger as if to say it was nothing. His gaze swept over the people before him, his voice carrying the authority of a leader. "Since you're my people, the first thing is to get to know each and every one of you," he said, then pointed directly at Thatkot, demanding that they start with him and introduce their names and abilities one by one. Thatkot immediately tensed his muscles, showing off his strength. He claimed to have been the strongest in the tribe. Next was a young boy wearing a wolfskin and holding a hunting club who confidently said he was good at hunting animals. Then came a muscular guy with dark skin, who introduced that he could roar loudly to scare away wild beasts. Following him was Huang Tuk, with his brawny physique asserting that his strength was superior. But before he could finish, a hand landed on his shoulder. A blonde girl with a ponytail cut in, smiling as she introduced herself. Her frame was small, but her muscles were ripped, making Tranlap instinctively size her up. He thought to himself, now this is the hidden boss. After her was a skinny girl who specialized in climbing trees to pick fruit, which finally made him sigh in relief at seeing someone normal. But before he could relax, something soft bumped into the back of his head. He turned around and saw a tall blonde girl with blue eyes. Her figure was so outstanding that it made him stammer out a greeting. He was even more surprised when she pointed to 2 children behind her and said they were hers. He nearly choked, and a few indecent thoughts flashed through his mind before he quickly pushed them away. Before he could recover, another skinny boy appeared beside him. He introduced himself as a hunter with no special powers but with excellent hearing and eyesight. He was always on scouting duty. Hearing this, Tranlap nodded immediately, assigning him the role of a future scout in his mind. After listening to everyone, he finally introduced himself. He said his name was Tranlap and that they could call him whatever they wanted. Then he declared he was a civilized person who had come to change their lives. The primitive people just listened, looking bewildered and confused. He had to simplify it. "Just follow me and you'll have meat to eat every day." The moment he finished speaking, the whole group erupted, their eyes shining brightly as they cheered endlessly. Tranlup couldn't help but laugh at the scene. Just as the atmosphere was getting lively, the system appeared again. A cold voice rang out, signaling that a new mission had been activated. This time, it was a main quest called Settlement. The requirements were no longer simple. He had to help the tribe build an official settlement, form a proper tribe, and at the same time expand their numbers from 11 people to 50 within 18 days. The rewards were proportional to the difficulty: attribute points, a large supply drop, and an inheritance template. After reading it, Tranlap's expression gradually became serious. This was no longer a personal survival game, but the beginning of the path to building an entire civilization. A series of notifications from the system appeared. Before Tranlap's eyes, the main quest Settlement was officially activated. The content was far from simple. He had to help the group of primitive people build a settlement and establish a complete tribe. At the same time, he had to increase their numbers to 50 people within 18 days. The rewards were extremely tempting, but the pressure was suffocating. He let out a soft sigh. His eyes swept over the group in front of him. Including the children, there were just over 10 of them. Reaching the number 50 in such a short time was almost impossible, unless there was some kind of breakthrough. Thinking this, he frowned. The only plan quickly formed in his mind: he had to merge with other tribes, but that meant he would have to face a conflict, even combat. He told himself that the next 18 days would definitely not be peaceful. If he wanted to survive and develop, the only way was to give it his all. His gaze became more resolute. Looking again at the novel rewards like the large supply drop and the inheritance template, he couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation, hoping his efforts would not be in vain. Night slowly began to fall. The entire forest was silent. The primitive people were scattered under the trees, fast asleep, but Chen Li tossed and turned, unable to rest. The dry grass pricked at his body, making him so uncomfortable that he finally sat up. Rubbing his back, he grumbled, "Sleeping like this is pure torture." Not to mention the gnawing hunger in his stomach, which only made him more irritable. Looking around, he saw the others licking bones and could only let out a sigh. In this state, how could he even think about conquering the world? The most pressing matter was still finding something to eat. As his eyes scanned the area, he suddenly remembered the leftover roasted meat. Back at the place where they had fought earlier. Two conflicting thoughts immediately surfaced in his mind. One side warned him about the giant monster that might still be lurking around. The other side urged him on. "If you don't risk it, you'll starve to death." Finally, he slapped his face, deciding to take the gamble. He picked up his axe and quietly slipped away into the night, moving through the pitch-black bushes. Every little sound put him on high alert. When he finally saw the meat still smoking, he let out a sigh of relief. He quickly gathered a few more small animals that were lying nearby. "As a king, I can't just look out for myself," he thought. He tied everything up to bring back and share with everyone. But as he was heading back, the scenery around him suddenly became unfamiliar. Before he could figure out what was happening, he lost his footing and fell straight into a deep pit. His belongings scattered everywhere. Just as he stood up to curse, a giant shadow fell over him, sending a chill down his spine. To see such a clear shadow in a dense forest, it could only be cast by something incredibly enormous standing right above him. He slowly raised his head to look up. All around, trees were broken and the ground was covered in deep, giant footprints. Every single step had left a terrifying mark. He swallowed hard. At first, his mind was racing with random thoughts, but then the memory of the saber-toothed tiger made him realize this wasn't just the primitive era. It was also a world of ancient creatures that should have been extinct long ago. The thought sent a cold shiver through him, and he didn't dare stay a second longer. He immediately grabbed his things and ran for his life. His mind focused on a single goal: find a safe place to settle down as soon as possible. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the forest. The primitive people were fighting over every piece of meat like a pack of starving animals. Chen Li stood watching, unable to keep from frowning. He shouted loudly, demanding they stop, as a realization quickly dawned on him. These people didn't just lack food, they lacked any sense of order. From how to start a fire to the concept of sharing everything had to be taught from scratch. He took a deep breath, stepped into the middle of the crowd, and announced his plan. "Today's food will be prioritized for the hunting party. Anyone who wants to come should follow me." The moment he finished speaking, the whole group immediately grew excited, eager to join in. The atmosphere became much more lively, but his eyes were drawn to a corner. A young boy was huddled there, clutching a bone clearly still shaken from what happened yesterday. Chen Li sighed to himself, resolving to win the boy over to his side in the future. But for now, he agreed to let everyone come along. It was also a good opportunity to find a new location to build a settlement. When she heard the word home, a naive girl asked what it was. Chen Li smiled, placed his hand on the trunk of a large tree beside them, and slowly explained. A home isn't just a place to live. It's a place that connects us, a place that protects and nurtures people, just like the roots of this very tree. The words were simple, yet they made the entire group of primitive people fall silent and listen as if they were encountering a completely new concept for the first time. As for Chen Li, he knew very well that from this moment on, the journey of truly building a tribe had just begun. A strange image appeared in Chen Li's mind. Underneath that tree, each root represented a person in the tribe, and he was the biggest, deepest root supporting them all. A flash of pride crossed his face while the primitive people stared at him with wide eyes. They were filled with admiration, as if they had just heard a great, profound truth. Dada immediately stepped forward, her eyes shining. Without a word, she threw her arms around him, her tall frame. Tap almost completely engulfed Chen Li. His head was pressed firmly against her chest, making him look like a tiny person being held by a giant. She then innocently asked if she could live with him. The question made Chen Li's face turn bright red, and he felt like he was about to get a nosebleed. He hurriedly pushed her away in a fluster, stammering that in the future they would all be one family. Of course we'll all live together. Who would have thought Dada would turn around and shout it to the whole group, completely misunderstanding his meaning? This made Chen Li even more flustered, and he quickly tried to explain himself, but nobody was listening. Just then, Stonebone came forward and asked about building the home. Chen Li quickly changed the subject. He called everyone over to sit down and, using a stick to draw on the ground, began to explain like a prehistoric architect. First, we need a large flat area of land, preferably with a mountain to the north and a river to the south. That gives us a convenient water source and makes it easy to defend. He explained as he drew even, adding a forest on the other side of the river for hunting and gathering resources. Then we need to find seeds and wood to prepare for farming and construction. Finally, he even dreamed bigger of being near the sea to develop maritime skills. A complete blueprint gradually took shape. The primitive people stared at the ground with bewildered expressions, clearly not understanding much, but they still listened intently. It was as if this was something incredibly profound. Just then, the young boy Tam unexpectedly spoke up, saying he knew a place exactly like the one described. Chen Li's eyes instantly lit up. He spun around and grabbed the boy's shoulders in excitement. If they could really find a place like that, it would be absolutely perfect. But Tam looked worried, mentioning that there was a very dangerous herd of cattle in the eastern region that wasn't easy to deal with. At the mention of cattle, not only was Chen Li not afraid, he became even more excited. His mind immediately filled with all the benefits, meat hides, pulling power, and even the first step toward animal husbandry. His eyes shone as if he had just discovered a treasure. He cracked his knuckles and grinned confidently. That entire herd of cattle will become our tribe's first hunt. Then he raised his axe high and shouted for everyone to gather his fighting spirit soaring. The objective was clear, head east, toward the new land that would become the foundation for their entire tribe's future. From a distance, two towering mountain ranges could be seen embracing the whole region. Lush green trees covered the landscape like a natural curtain. Beneath the dense canopy, faint chatter could be heard. The scene seemed peaceful. Little Tam, wearing a chicken head he had found, peeked out to scout, then turned back to report that the area was currently safe. They just needed to wait a little longer before they could move forward. Chen Li, sitting behind him, hesitated for a moment, but then stood up and gave a reassuring smile. He told them not to be so tense, adding that if they delayed any longer, it would be dark. Trying to appear confident, he even reminded them of the time he scared off a saber-toothed tiger, which seemed to put the group at ease. Tam pointed toward the mountain peak and said that if they climbed it, they would be able to see where the herd of cattle gathered. Hearing this, Chen Li immediately urged everyone to get moving, the sooner the better. The group began to climb along the slope. As they neared the summit, Tam suddenly gave a signal to stop. Hiding behind a large rock, he lowered his voice and warned everyone to crouch down and move carefully. At first, Chen Li thought he was overreacting, but then a suspicion began to form in his mind. Could there be more than just a herd of cattle here? Unable to contain his curiosity, he stepped out to look down. The scene before him made him freeze in his tracks. In the distance was a wide open area surrounded by mountains on three sides, with the last side opening up to the sea. The wind, carrying its characteristic salty scent, blew towards him, making him shout with joy. He immediately told the system to open the map. When he saw the terrain clearly, his eyes lit up. This was the perfect place to build their first base. It was both secluded and convenient. While he was still lost in his excitement, the kid named Tam pulled him back. He frantically warned him not to make a sound or they would attract that herd of cattle. Tranlap had no choice but to nod and start being more careful. At that moment, the system automatically scanned the surroundings, continuously displaying information about the flora and fauna. From plants that could be used as medicine to poisonous plants to centuries-old precious wood and even gray squirrels and venomous bees, everything was recorded in his survival handbook. He nodded along as he looked. He felt that this place was truly a treasure trove of living resources, but the most important thing was still the herd of cattle that Tam had mentioned. He turned and asked the kid, who pointed towards the area behind the forest in front of them. He said they had to go a bit further to see it clearly. The group continued moving, and half an hour later they neared the target area. The sunlight was now harsh and the air had grown tense. Then the kid Tam stopped under the shade of a tree and said, "This is as far as we go. Any further and we'll be spotted." Tranlap looked around and found it excessively quiet, which made him suspicious. He thought maybe the kid remembered wrong. Just as he was about to speak, he saw that Tam's face was deathly pale. His hand trembling, he pointed upwards. Tranlap reflexively looked up, and in that instant his entire body froze. Above them wasn't a black tree as he had thought, but a giant creature with a pitch-black body. It was interspersed with glowing blue veins, and it was so large that it blocked out a whole section of the sky. His heart felt like it stopped beating while the kid Tam was trembling uncontrollably, stammering that was the cattle. The monster. It let out a roar that made the air tremble, then continued to bellow even more fiercely as if it was about to go berserk. The system immediately displayed information confirming this was an iron-horned black bull, a species with an extremely strong territorial instinct. After hearing that, Tranlap just wanted to curse. Calling this thing cattle was a serious understatement. Thakkot, standing behind him also, silently wondered if they really had to hunt it. Tranlap froze for a second but still gave a stiff nod, maintaining his dignity as the king. He ordered everyone to stay behind and set up an ambush while he went ahead to scout. He turned and walked away with a confident air, but inside he was crying without tears. It was obvious he was sending himself to his death. He stealthily moved closer, hiding behind the foliage to observe. Looking at the bull's arm, no, its leg, which was bigger than his entire body, he swallowed hard. He started thinking of a safer plan, like maybe finding a smaller one to practice on first. But when the bull opened its mouth and let out a low, guttural sound, his whole body flinched in fear. Watching it chew leaves, he imagined it was chewing on him. The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became, and his resolve began to waver violently. Bothering it while it was eating might be even more dangerous. So he slowly retreated, shifting his target to another one, hoping to find a more manageable opponent in this herd of monsters. He targeted one that seemed to be the gentlest of the herd. Tranlap reassured himself, "This one's just standing there playing with butterflies. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't seem like a ferocious monster. At least it looks that way." He took a deep breath and decided to try diplomacy first. Who knows, it might save his life. So he stood up straight, waved a friendly hand, and put on a bright smile. He struck up a conversation like he was meeting a neighbor, asking if the grass was tasty. The bull just stood there stiffly looking at him as if it couldn't comprehend what this creature was doing. As for Tranlap, he laughed at his own words, but inside he started to tremble with a bad feeling. Something wasn't right. And just as he suspected a second later, the bull's demeanor changed instantly. Its eyes turned red and it let out a thunderous roar that made the entire area shake. From a distance, the other bulls heard it and charged over like a storm. Terrified, Tranlap didn't even have time to understand what was happening before he saw the whole herd charging aggressively towards him. He ran while shouting explanations as if they could understand human language. But the more he talked, the more fiercely they chased him. There was no other way. He sprinted for his life, diving into the river and swimming like a madman. As he swam, he mumbled prayers, hoping they would give up. He made it to the other bank thinking he had escaped, but to his dismay, they were still hot on his tail. All he could do was run while crying out to the heavens. Up on the mountain, the primitive people watched the scene with eyes full of worship. In their eyes, their king truly had the courage of a god, daring to provoke an entire herd of monsters by himself. They thought he had some grand strategy, even guessing he was luring them into a trap, while in reality, Tranlap had screamed for his life until his throat was hoarse. He ran to a dead end. In front of him was only a sheer cliff face with no way back. He gritted his teeth, jumped, and clung to the cliff, climbing like a lizard, trembling as he went. Suddenly, his hand slipped and his heart nearly leaped out of his chest. Luckily, he managed to grab on again, left dangling in midair. Below, the crazed bulls crashed headfirst into the cliff, unable to stop in time. One by one, they tumbled over, dazed. The scene was both dangerous and comical. Tranlap managed to climb into a crevice and, looking down, couldn't help but let out a sarcastic laugh. He even threw in a few more taunts to ease his fear. Seeing they couldn't climb up, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, his life saved for the time being. But in his heart, he silently marked down this debt. He told himself he would come back to settle the score sooner or later. Next time, he wouldn't be so foolish as to charge in like that. He would have to prepare weapons and train the tribe properly. With that thought, he began to calm down. He looked around the cliff where he was standing and suddenly realized a new problem. How was he going to get down? The herd of bulls was still waiting below. Left with no choice, he had to keep climbing higher to find another way around, taking the opportunity to survey the terrain. The higher he climbed, the more the landscape opened up. When he placed his hand on the top of the cliff and looked out ahead, he froze. Before his eyes was a vast land with a crystal-clear lake, and in the distance layers upon layers of mountains. The magnificent scenery was like a whole new world. The corners of his mouth slowly curved into a smile, his eyes shining brightly. All the fear from before seemed to vanish, replaced by a fiercely burning ambition. He stood on the high peak looking down at his future land, and his voice rang out with confidence. This place will be our starting point, the foundation for our tribe, for a city, and beyond that for an entire empire. In that moment, Tranlap was no longer a fugitive but had begun to take on the air of a conqueror, and in his mind there was only one thought: this game has only just begun. From a distance, they saw the herd of black bulls turn and retreat. The primitive people began to stir. Someone asked worriedly, "Where's the king?" "Don't tell me he got trampled flat." Thakkot looked over at the kid Tam, who was staring intently. Dark thoughts began to creep into his own mind. He even considered climbing a tree to find a way to retrieve Tranlap's axe. But just as he lifted his foot to start climbing, an arrow whizzed through the air and embedded itself in the ground right next to his waist, missing him by just a few centimeters. It made him break out in a cold sweat before he could even process what happened. Just then, a familiar voice rang out from behind. Tranlap strolled out laughing as he teased, "Were you all hoping I'd croaked or something?" The whole group turned around, and seeing him, they came back to life, cheering wildly. Thakkot's attitude changed in an instant. He ran over, sucking up with a grin, and asked about the herd of cattle. Tranlap scoffed lightly, pointed into the distance, and stated plainly that their goal was the beef to build up their strength. He asked if they wanted to eat. Nyotam and Thakkot immediately flinched, saying they couldn't win. This made his face darken, and he snapped, demanding they give him a clear answer. Faced with his intensity, the group could only nod furiously. Seeing this, he was finally satisfied. He turned, drew his axe, and declared that from this day on, he would teach them how to craft weapons and hunting skills. In 3 days, they would return to deal with the herd of cattle. His decisive words made the group erupt in excited cheers. Right after that, Tranlap got to work. With a single swing of his axe, he felled a massive ancient tree. The sight left everyone with their mouths agape. Thakkot wondered aloud why he was chopping down a tree. He calmly explained that this was the material for making weapons, then gave a direct demonstration. He chose a long piece of wood and sharpened one end into a spear. At that very moment, a system notification appeared. He had invented a new tool, and his science and technology points increased. Tranlap also realized that this type of point was easier to earn than other attributes. Though he wasn't sure of its use yet, he made a mental note. He then held up the spear, explained its function, and with a test throw sent it plunging so deep into a tree trunk that it smoked. The group stared in awe and immediately surrounded him, begging to try. Tranlap wasn't stingy. He handed out spears and began the training. The atmosphere quickly became lively. Some practiced thrusting, others practiced throwing, but after a short while he noticed they were still fighting on instinct, relying on brute force rather than technique. So he gave a direct combat demonstration. He easily took down 2 people at once, stunning everyone. From there, he began to clearly explain the principles of using a spear, emphasizing the need to utilize its sharp point and distance. After that, he set up targets for throwing practice, promising a reward for anyone who hit the mark. One by one, they tried their hand, but no one hit the center, until Akon unexpectedly threw one right into the bullseye, astonishing everyone. Tranlap happily rewarded him with an extra spear. Just as the mood was getting high, Dai shouted an alarm from a distance. A wild beast was approaching. Tranlap's expression immediately turned serious. He ordered everyone to prepare for battle. The formation quickly assembled, their eyes fixed on the deep forest where a dark shadow was charging towards them at incredible speed, its body covered in reddish-orange fur. 2 large, menacing horns stood out. Lap tightened his grip on his weapon, his gaze sharpening. A thought flashed through his mind. This was the perfect opportunity to turn this training session into a real battle. He raised his hand to signal, his voice low but filled with resolve. "Everyone follow my command, and this time, we must take down the prey before us." The wild boar that had just appeared charged straight at them like an out-of-control tank. Lap instantly dodged to the side. At the same time, he roared an order for everyone to surround it, but not to attack recklessly. They were to wait for his signal. After saying this, he himself took the initiative and charged forward to face it head-on. The two collided with such force that the ground seemed to shake. He was pushed back a few steps but braced himself and held his ground, noticing that the beast's breathing was becoming erratic. He immediately seized the opportunity, shouting for Akon and Langkot to attack its weak points. The two didn't hesitate, hurling their spears. The spearhead sank into the wild boar's body, causing it to squeal in pain and whip its head in another direction. Lap instantly saw that the spears had broken, but it was enough to drain more of the beast's stamina. The group quickly tightened their encirclement. Akon unleashed another precise throw, and this time, the spearhead plunged straight into its eye, driving the beast berserk. Lap couldn't help but praise him, but he also knew the situation had just become more dangerous. The wild boar roared and charged towards him again. He shouted for Thakkat and the others to join the fight. A volley of spears embedded themselves in its back. The pain made it even more frenzied, but it was at that exact moment that Lap decided to end the fight. He summoned his axe, dodged to the side, and swung hard at its leg, making it lose its balance. Then he signaled for Notam to charge in. The brave kid jumped down and plunged his spear into the beast's head. A shriek of agony rang out as the massive body thrashed violently. The system warned that it had entered a berserk state. The situation instantly became extremely dangerous. Notam clung to the spear, screaming in panic. At that moment, Lap didn't hesitate any longer. He ignored the danger and charged straight forward despite everyone behind him shouting for him to stop. He leaped high into the air, pouring all his strength into one decisive blow. The axe blade tore through the air, coming straight down. A single clean strike split the beast's body in two. Everything was shrouded in dust and silence. Then, before anyone could even process what had happened, Lap's figure appeared standing on the boar's carcass. His calm voice rang out as if nothing had happened. The whole group erupted in cheers. He let out a sigh of relief, then praised everyone's teamwork, declaring that tonight they would feast. The atmosphere immediately exploded with cheers echoing all around. Notam was still trembling, but when he offered a hand to pull him up and praised him, the kid was so moved he was on the verge of tears. Akon was also called out and received well-deserved praise. He was named the one who contributed the most and was even promised a custom-made weapon, which made him jump for joy. The entire tribe was immersed in an unprecedented level of excitement. They began to talk, worshipping Lap like a god while he just stood there with a slight smile. But when he saw them casually eating the meat raw, he immediately realized a bigger problem. They had absolutely no idea how to maintain a fire. They even saw fire as just something that appeared by chance. He instantly understood that if he wanted to develop this tribe, he had to start with the most basic foundation fire. He called everyone over, and using a broken piece of a spear began to teach them how to create fire through friction, patiently rotating it with tinder and dry wood, until the first wisp of smoke rose, followed by a small spark. The group, as if witnessing a miracle, cheered in unison, calling him the fire god. This made him just cough lightly and remind them to stay calm. At the same time, he ordered that from now on, no one was to eat raw meat. Just then, the system displayed a notification the skill fire-making had been invented. His science and technology points skyrocketed. Lap immediately realized the value of these points. And upon checking, he discovered they could be used to appraise inheritance molds. Just as he was pondering this, Notam brought new information he found while butchering the meat. He had discovered signs that the wild boar had been nursing young, suspected there was a litter of piglets nearby, and sure enough had found them. At that moment, the system activated a new quest: domesticate the wild boars and turn them into livestock. The reward was extremely enticing. Lap looked at the notification panel, his eyes gradually lighting up. Clearly, this wasn't just a simple quest, but a turning point to bring the tribe closer to a true civilization. Lap looked at the primitive people and smirked slightly, his eyes holding a wisdom beyond their time that they couldn't possibly comprehend. He propped his axe on the ground, his voice slow but firm. Eat it once and it's gone. But if you raise it, you can eat for a lifetime. Behind him, Notam was standing next to the pig pen. Watching the piglets huddle together, he asked in a low voice, "King, what do we feed them?" He asked him in return, "What if we had plenty of meat to eat without ever having to hunt? Are you happy?" The boy quickly replied, "Yes, sir, I am." He nodded and explained, "Only by raising them and letting them have lots of piglets can we live the good life I just described." Then he added, "It's okay if you don't understand, just follow my lead from now on." At that moment, the system immediately displayed Quest Complete. Tame a wild beast. Quest Reward. 1 small supply cache. 1. Beginner's Cookbook. 1. Blueprint. Pigsty. Technology points +1. Stamina 2. Strength 3. Agility 2. Prestige 0. Current technology 12. Territory none. He quickly gave the command to open the system reward. The system immediately opened it, and at the same time prompted, "You have received 1 bag of salt from the small supply treasure chest. You have learned stir-fried eggplant with roasted peanuts, fried egg, roasted lamb, shank, and stir-fried clams with lemongrass and chili." Each food recipe appeared before his eyes, making him unable to help but mock himself. Salt and a cookbook. Am I becoming a chef before I've even developed any technology? The system continued to prompt completing recipes can unlock special rewards. Hearing this, he thought to himself that he must pay attention to collecting ingredients and spices from now on. As night fell, the boy Tam sat on guard duty with him for everyone. He suddenly called out to Tam and continued, "You were injured during the day and you still have to stand guard at night. You've worked hard today." The boy replied, "Before I let the king get captured by the rock bones. You almost lost your life. A little hardship now is worth it." He laughed and put his arm around the boy's shoulder. "You think I'm getting revenge on you? I'm not the type to hold a grudge." Then his expression became more serious. "I have a few things I want to ask you. Are there any other tribes like us around here?" The boy thought for a moment, then replied, "I've met some, but they weren't friendly, and they look very different from us." He immediately asked, "Who are they? How many people? Where do they live?" The boy began to explain, "There are 3 tribes nearby the Forest Tribe, the Bay Tribe, and the Rock Tribe. Although I say they're nearby, it's still a full day and night's journey to reach them." He nodded and said, "Tell me about each of them in detail." The boy continued, "The Forest Tribe is the closest. They live to the east, not far from the black cattle herd. There are about 30 to 40 people. They don't like to fight, are good at long-distance travel, and their leader is a woman who's very tough to deal with. The Bay Tribe also has about 30 to 40 people. They live by the sea to the south. Everyone there is fierce and fights break out easily. The Rock Tribe is the strongest and has the most people. They live on the mountain to the southwest. I heard their leader can kill a tiger with his bare hands." After hearing this, Chen Li fell into thought. If the information is accurate, the Forest Tribe is the most suitable target. He looked at everyone and said to himself, "Relying on force alone will definitely not work. I have to use peaceful means to conquer them." Just then he suddenly felt something behind him. Shiver, why did it suddenly get so cold? Dai approached her face, blushing, and asked softly, "Is the king not asleep yet? Do you want to do something stimulating?" He was instantly startled and cried out in panic, "Oh God, I'm petrified, seeing the huge Dai acting so cute." She said in a coquettish voice, "Meow, meow. King, do I look like a cat?" Hearing this, Chen Li was suffering internally, but still had to force a smile. "You look just like a saber-toothed tiger. You get a like from me." As he spoke, he pulled Tam, who was leaning back on the cliff. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly pulled the boy and ran off. "Tam, you need to use the bathroom, right?" "I'll go with you." Dai stood there, teary-eyed, with an incredibly pitiful expression. The two of them didn't run far before climbing up a high tree branch to observe what was below. Tam looked at the figures running and screaming, "Don't run, stop." Then he reported, "King, they're here." Chen Li squinted down his pupils, shifting slightly. Below was a dewbird running in a panic. Behind it, 2 monsters holding weapons were chasing it. "I'll kill you," one of them yelled, swinging his blade down. "All right, we caught it." Chen Li squatted on the tree branch, his gaze focused. Sitting here all night. Finally, they've shown up. They are the Bay Tribe. Below, the 2 men had grabbed the dewbird. It clucked in terror, but then they immediately turned and started arguing with each other. The one with the blade growled, "Give it to me, if you don't, I'll kill you." The other one wasn't scared at all and hissed back, "Get lost." Watching this scene, Chen Li smirked. Simple-minded indeed. They only know how to use their fists. Then he continued his analysis. "According to you, they have about 30 people. If we can absorb them, we'll not only increase our numbers, but also gain resources like these dewbirds." Tam heard this, but was still worried. But King, our people are less than half their number. We can't win a fight right now. Below, the two men were about to come to blows. Chen Li said calmly, "Numbers are indeed a problem, but it's a different story if we have advanced enough weapons." He calculated silently in his head. Right now, our strength is only half of our opponents. Before we can conquer them, we have to deal with that herd of black cattle first. Then we can use the resources to create stronger weapons. He turned to Tam. "Let's go back. There's still a lot to do." The boy nodded. "Mm-hmm." Under the bright sunlight, Shugu sat alone in a daze. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he jumped up and shouted, "The king is back! The king is back!" The whole tribe was instantly abuzz, running out to greet them. Shigu was so emotional he almost cried. "We've been looking for you for so long. We thought you had abandoned us." The others chimed in as well. Chen Li smiled a little awkwardly. "Sorry for making you all worry. Dismissed, get back to your work." Then he looked at Shugu. "You and the combat team continue practicing with the wooden spears." He immediately stood straight. "Yes, King." Next he assigned a task to Akun. "You teach them javelin throwing skills. Improve as much as possible in 1 day." Akun replied enthusiastically, "No problem." Watching the two leave, Chen Li sighed. "Time is so tight." Suddenly a voice startled him. "King?" He turned to see Dai Dai holding a large leaf, smiling brightly. "This kind of leaf is very comfortable to use when you go to the bathroom." Chen Li was speechless for a few seconds, then said, "Thank you, but now I need you to gather the women to help me with something." He continued, "First I need a group to sharpen wooden fences and gather stones. I will teach you all how to make stone axes." Dada nodded cheerfully. "I know, King." In the clear blue sky, Dada and two others came running with a large stone. "King, look, will this one do?" Chen Li looked and nodded. "Very good. We can use it as a whetstone." He began to instruct, "First, take a rectangular stone and sharpen one end on this stone. Then tie it to a wooden handle with a straw rope. And just like that, we have a stone axe." Everyone cheered, their eyes filled with adoration. The king is a god. The king is amazing. The system immediately displayed a notification, invented the skill of crafting stone tools using a whetstone. Science and technology points +1. Stamina 2, Strength 3, Agility 2, Fame 0, Science and Technology 13, Territory none. Chen Li's face twisted. Making fire got me 10 points, but this only gets 1. The difference is too great. He sighed and waved his hand. "Just do as I said. When you're done, bring them over for me to see." The atmosphere in the tribe that day suddenly became much more lively when Dada excitedly ran over to call the king, holding the finished product in her hands. She held up the axe with an expectant look in her eyes. When he took it, what appeared before him was a rather exquisitely crafted double-bladed axe, which couldn't help but surprise him. The moment the praise left his lips, Dada's face flushed bright red as she quietly explained that she was just trying to copy the shape of the legendary axe the king once had. Just at that moment, the system's notification panel suddenly appeared. A series of messages popped up, making him freeze. The tribe had officially moved into a new era from the old Stone Age to the new Stone Age. Not only that, but another condition had also been met. Someone in the group had revealed their unique talent. Immediately after, a hidden function called Talent Discovery was activated. He stood silently for a few seconds, then his eyes gradually lit up as he looked back at the axe in his hand. If the system can help identify each person's abilities, then it's very likely this crafting ability is Dada's talent. Thinking of this, he unconsciously stared at her a little longer, making her flustered and unsure of what to do. Not letting the awkward atmosphere linger, he quickly moved on to the main task, ordering everyone to use this axe as a model to craft more, while also continuing to make wooden spears. The group immediately responded, everyone enthusiastically getting to work. The sound of carving echoed continuously, the steady rhythm of the axes ringing through the air as the count steadily increased. As the sun began to set behind the cliffs, Dada excitedly announced that they had completed the 30th one. Looking at the pile of finished products, he didn't hold back his praise. More than half of them were made by her own hand. Hearing this, Dada, both happy and nervous, asked, "Are the new ones any better?" His firm yes made her even more shy. But then he noticed the wounds on her hands. His voice suddenly softened as he asked about them. Dada just shook her head slightly. Tucking her hair behind her ear, she said that as long as she could help him, a little hardship was nothing. That scene immediately made Ayu and Cho-Cho refuse to stand by quietly, both crying foul that their hands were hurt too. The king could only force a smile and try to soothe them, but the other two took advantage of the situation. They even demanded he blow on their hands to make the pain go away. Seeing this, Dada pouted in annoyance while he took the chance to find an excuse and slip away quickly. Leaving the crafting area, he let out a sigh of relief as he walked. Unexpectedly, a loud shout rang out, making him jump. Right in front of him, a large log was hurtling straight towards him. He instinctively dodged to one side, his heart nearly leaping out of his chest. Looking back, he saw that the other group was practicing with moving targets, playing for keeps by using a giant log. In the distance, Akon was observing the training match between Huangxi's team and Lang. Gucci's team had just won. As they prepared for the next round, he saw the king arrive and immediately reported the day's results. Most of the members had improved significantly. Hitting a moving target was no longer too difficult. However, while Heiju Zhao had great strength, he still hadn't grasped the right timing. In contrast, his ability was only truly unleashed when paired with Shigu. Another person who made a strong impression was Lu Tang. Though quiet, he was the most diligent in his training and the fastest to master the skill. However, what surprised Akon the most was still the coordination between Huangxi and Lang Guqi. Individually, they were nothing special, but when they teamed up, they could take turns throwing 4 consecutive spears in an extremely short amount of time, hitting the target with maximum points every time. After listening, the king nodded, satisfied with their progress. Tomorrow's plan seemed to be within reach. Dealing with the Black Bulls would no longer be an impossible task. Akon, still a little doubtful, asked again if he was absolutely sure. He smiled faintly, the scene of taking down the giant beast already flashing in his mind. He confirmed that he was but to be safe, they still needed to bring a secret weapon. Hearing this, Akon couldn't help but be taken aback. A secret weapon? Under the cold, bright moonlight, 2 birds perched on a branch tilted their heads, observing, then suddenly swooped down, gliding through the silent air. Below, the king was still working diligently. Each swing of the hammer was decisive, striking down powerfully until he let out a long breath, sighing in relief. After a whole night of hard work, it was finally done. He briefly recalled Akon's surprised expression when he asked about the secret weapon, and his answer at the time, which was both a warning and full of hidden meaning: you have to choose the right kind of black-pointed leaves, and absolutely do not let the liquid touch any open wounds on your hands. Those very leaves were now resting in his hands, and according to the system's analysis, they were a type of natural anesthetic, enough to be the key to turning the tables. Just then, Dada approached with a pile of wooden spears, her face still curious as she looked at the small hole carved into the stone slab. He just replied softly that it was a stone mortar, then quickly ordered everyone to crush the green leaves, extract the juice, and apply it to the spearheads. The group immediately got to work. The atmosphere became tense but filled with excitement. Heiju Zhao, unable to contain his excitement, asked what they should do next, but he just calmly told them to eat and rest, because the great battle was still ahead. That sentence was like lighting a fire, causing the whole group to cheer with soaring spirits. As the sun had just peeked out from behind the mountains, he sat on a large tree branch, slowly enjoying a roasted meat skewer, idly thinking that it would taste much better with salt. Below, Dada had already prepared everything. She jumped up and tossed a spear up to him. He easily caught it with one hand. His voice immediately turned serious. "The time has come." He quickly assigned tasks. "The women will stay behind to protect the tribe. The rest of you grab your weapons and follow me up the mountain." A cheer erupted, their fighting spirit surging as he raised his axe high as if making a declaration. From this moment on, the ones who should be trembling in fear are those monsters. Dark clouds gradually gathered, obscuring the moonlight. His comrades hid on the cliff face, observing in silence. Huang Thak couldn't help but worry, seeing the king act as bait himself. But Thak Kot was full of confidence, telling everyone to keep their eyes wide open. Up above, Tam quickly coordinated, reminding them to supply spears in a timely manner, especially to Akon, because this battle allowed for no mistakes whatsoever. At the foot of the mountain, he hid in the thicket, observing the herd of monsters loitering near the river bend. Based on his previous experience, he believed he could retreat safely if needed, but to be sure, he decided to lure a small one out for a test first. His agile body moved through the bushes. He silently prayed that he wouldn't trip over anything, otherwise everything would be ruined. A surprise throw, then a provocative shout rang out, immediately attracting the monster's attention. But instead of one, all 3 of them charged forward. He couldn't help but curse his bad luck. The situation was beyond his expectations, but there was no way back. He turned and fled, dodging and shouting loudly to signal those above. Immediately, Thak took command, ordering a concentrated attack. Huang Thak and the others prepared in unison, waiting only for the signal. And when the sound of thrown spears echoed, a barrage of wooden spears tore through the air, plunging straight into the monsters' bodies. Roars of pain echoed across the cliffs. During the chaos, he took the opportunity to climb up the cliff face. Akon also quickly provided support with a precise throw. The spearhead embedded itself right in the monster's neck, causing it to scream and then collapse. But the aftershock from the impact caused the cliff to shake violently. The two remaining monsters rammed their heads into the rock, making the situation even more dangerous. In the midst of it all, a hand reached out and pulled him back. Thak had managed to grab him just in time, saving him from danger. As soon as he was pulled up, he immediately ordered them not to stop the attack. They had to seize the opportunity while the monsters were in disarray. Up above, Dai still couldn't help but worry about him, but he quickly reassured her before focusing on observing the situation. His gaze fell on Thak, who was coordinating the battle with incredible rhythm. Just then the system displayed a notification about a commanding talent, and he suddenly understood everything. In his heart, his estimation of this man instantly skyrocketed. This was someone who could absolutely be nurtured into a future pillar of the group. But then Thak suddenly reported that something was wrong. He looked down to see the three monsters had begun to tremble. Their bodies staggered, and then they collapsed to the ground. A smile immediately appeared on his face. The anesthetic had taken effect faster than expected. No matter how ferocious they were, they couldn't stand up now. Before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, Tam shouted from above that the other black cattle were charging over. Dozens of them were approaching at once, causing his expression to darken. Everything was happening faster than he'd anticipated. They were most likely attracted by the roars from earlier. But instead of panicking, he immediately calmed everyone down, his voice as steady as ever. Everything was still within his plan. For now, they had to focus all their efforts on dealing with the three below. They absolutely could not let them escape, because they were the key to this entire battle. The monster roared in pain. The sound echoed between the cliffs, making the atmosphere even more tense. He quickly observed the situation and then gave an order. The anesthetic had begun to take effect, slowing their movements. Focus on their hind legs. Don't let them escape. As soon as he finished speaking, Thachkat Akon and the others immediately threw their spears in unison. The sharp points pierced through the monsters' bodies. It caused the beasts to collapse in agony. But just as everyone was preparing to finish them off, he suddenly yelled, "Stop!" The three monsters lay motionless on the ground. Ankot, not understanding, spoke up. "This is no time to be soft-hearted. There are many more coming from the distance. If we don't deal with this quickly, the whole herd of black cattle will be upon us." He didn't rush to argue back. Instead, he just asked how many wooden spears were left. Dai quickly reported back, "Including the ones in everyone's hands, we only have 28 left." He looked up and called to Tam to observe the situation. The answer put even more pressure on everyone. Nearly 20 of them are approaching. His eyes grew cold as he looked at the three cattle below. This was precisely why he couldn't let them be killed, because the remaining spears weren't enough to deal with all of them. Akan still didn't get it, thinking that if they let these go, all their previous effort would be wasted. He repeated the word wasted, as if in thought, then looked at the paralyzed cow and said that this was all just part of the plan. His eyes turned towards the giant shadow behind the herd. His voice deepened. "From the very beginning, I never intended to fight the entire herd head-on. The real target has always been the alpha. As long as we take it down, the whole pack will scatter on its own. The remaining cattle will panic and flee in chaos. This plan is like fishing. Those three cows are the bait, and the final prize is the strongest one of them all. To lure it out, the bait naturally has to be tempting enough. That's why I kept them alive and didn't let them escape. It's just that initially one would have been enough. Having to hold down three has cost us far too many wooden spears." Just then Tam yelled from above, "There's movement in the forest! The Alpha has appeared!" All eyes immediately shot forward. A colossal figure slowly stepped out. The pressure it radiated made everyone involuntarily back away. The monster roared to assert its dominance, and the ground shook violently. Tam immediately warned, "The whole herd is charging up." Dozens of black cattle madly rammed into the cliff face, stunning everyone who couldn't understand what was happening. He quickly realized the problem. The Alpha had no intention of fighting directly. It was controlling the herd to attack from a distance. A loud explosion rang out as the rock face began to crack. The fissures spread, causing everyone to panic. He immediately yelled, "Fall back!" But it was too late. The ground beneath their feet collapsed and he fell straight down. Dai screamed in horror. A moment later, the slab of rock under her feet also shattered, pulling her down with it. His expression changed instantly as he hurriedly ordered, "Save her," Huang Thak and the others rushed down to help. They quickly got her out of danger. Looking at Dai Dai's dust-covered face, he told her to rest. The others were to immediately get into battle positions. The atmosphere became extremely tense. Langkot just couldn't hold back. He asked if they should risk it all and charge forward. But Huang Tak remained calm, demanding that everyone follow orders. He stood up, his eyes sharp as blades, realizing this was the enemy's counterattack. The Alpha had seen through his plan. It even used the terrain to strike back. Its intelligence was far beyond his predictions. From above, Thak Kot was about to send more people down to help, but he immediately stopped him. They were ordered to hold the high ground and focus their fire on the charging monsters. Down below, only a few people were left to face the giant beasts head-on. The pressure was crushing, mounting with every second, and then the assault began. Luke Dong charged forward to block, while a precise spear throw gravely wounded the monster. He immediately seized the opportunity. Wielding his axe, he charged in and swung directly at its neck. The monster thrashed about wildly, forcing Luke Dang to pull him clear of the counterattack. On another front, Huang Tak faced a monster all on his own. He blocked it with a spear, then grabbed its horns directly, creating an opening for Lang Ko Trai to rush in and deliver the decisive blow. From above, Thak Kot continuously commanded them to focus their throws. Spears rained down, piercing the monster's eye and causing it to collapse in agony. Even though one was down, no one dared to let their guard down. The atmosphere remained as tense as a bowstring. But then, unexpectedly, the remaining monsters began to hesitate. They exchanged glances as if on a signal and then retreated in unison. He watched them, instantly understanding what was happening. The Alpha had finally decided to step in itself. The sky began to darken as raindrops started to spatter against the ground. He looked up at the final opponent standing before him, his heart sinking. The Bull King. It still wasn't over. Before he could think, the monster in front of him began to gather energy. The air around it swirled violently. A sense of immense danger washed over him, and he immediately screamed for everyone to get back. A moment later, a blast of energy shot straight towards him, but he managed to dodge in time. But the shockwave rushed towards Thak Kot. When it hit, everyone froze in horror. That thing wasn't just pure power, it carried a concussive pressure like a sonic boom. It was like a bull's roar that disoriented everyone. In an instant, he gave an order he would hold it off. The rest were to take Dai Dai and retreat to the north. They all quickly obeyed while he stood his ground, his eyes fixed provocatively on the giant monster, declaring that he was its opponent. The Bull King roared and charged. He put all his strength into blocking the blow with his axe, but the difference in power was too great. He was forced into the ground and then thrown back. Before he could even steady himself, it stomped its foot and leaped after him. He had no choice but to run. In that critical moment, his eyes caught a detail in the spot that had just been destroyed by its attack. He immediately changed direction and rushed towards it. The monster landed behind him. A single stomp made the earth explode, kicking up a cloud of dust and debris. From a distance, the others called his name in terror. Dai Dai's voice was nearly a choke. As they watched in horror, the Demon King turned back towards them, preparing to attack again. Panicked screams erupted. Someone clenched their teeth and declared they would fight to the death. "Fight to the death," Huang Thak roared. Just then, an axe flew out from the rubble and embedded itself straight into the monster's eye, making it pause. It turned its head towards the source. He stepped out from a crevice in the rocks, his voice laced with mockery. The very cracks it had created were what saved him in that life-or-death moment. The axe returned to his hand, but he knew he was badly injured. Everyone cheered with relief seeing him alive. He immediately called for Thak Kot to get ready to coordinate, then charged straight for the Bull King without hesitation. The battle had entered its most brutal phase. Huang Tak and Lang Ko Tri followed close behind. Huang Tak leaped up to attack its head, but was immediately countered. From below, Ko Tri threw a spear into its hand, creating an opening. Luke Dang rushed in to stab its leg, but was caught by the monster. The situation was critical. From above, Huang Thak shouted as he flew in, landing a powerful kick on its face. But it didn't even flinch and continued gathering energy in its mouth. It was preparing to launch a new attack. He dodged it, but the energy beam was heading for Dai Dai. In that instant, he leaped in front of her, yelled, and swung his axe down hard on its shoulder, interrupting the attack. He poured all his strength into attacking the wound over and over. Blood sprayed out as the monster roared in pain. He immediately shouted that this was their chance. Thak Kot and Akun coordinated their attack. A barrage of spears struck the wound, causing the beast to stagger and then collapse to the ground. The entire world seemed to fall silent as everyone stared at the massive, motionless body. Huang Tak, still in disbelief, whispered, Did we win? From above, Thachkot let out a celebratory roar, but he wasn't smiling. A feeling of dread washed over him. His eyes glanced towards the rest of the herd. They hadn't retreated. It was as if he was waiting for something. A clap of thunder echoed. Instantly, the Bull King sprang back to its feet, its eyes blood-red, staring straight at him. He understood in that moment, but it was too late. A terrifying punch came crashing down. Then it turned to attack the others. Energy gathered once more before firing straight at Thachkot and Akun. His body was now covered in blood, but he struggled back to his feet. Rage swelled within him. They'd been tricked. The monster had never been defeated. It pulled the spears from its body and threw them back. One of them shot straight towards him. In that moment, he realized he couldn't dodge it. The thought of failure flashed through his mind. It seemed everything would end right here. But at the very last second, a figure rushed out to shield him. Die, die! The spear pierced through her chest. Her body crumpled before his eyes, and everything seemed to freeze. He stared at her lying there. Memories of her flooded his mind, an explosion of rage. A terrifying power surged through him. His eyes glowed red, his body trembled with fury. Strange symbols appeared on his hands and his axe. The system repeatedly warned that he couldn't withstand this level of power, but he didn't care. There was only one thought left in his mind. He roared and swung his axe a single strike, carrying the full force of his rage, tearing space itself apart. The Bull King was sliced in two instantly without even a chance to make a sound. In its final moments, its eyes held only fear. He cut the Bull King's body in two, took a few more steps forward, his eyes still glowing red, and roared a challenge. "The rest of you black bulls, come on, who's next?" His sheer presence made them look at each other in terror. When he gave the order to slaughter the entire herd, they screamed in panic, turned and fled in all directions. At that same moment, the axe in his hand fell to the ground. His strength was gone. The system continuously warned that his life force was fading. The severe injuries made him spit out a mouthful of blood, and his body, unable to support itself, collapsed. His vision started to blur. In his final moments, he still tried to look towards the others. The system's warnings blared relentlessly. Huang Thak ran to him in a panic while he only had enough time to call out Dai Dai's name. Then he told them to get the hemostatic medicine before he completely passed out. He didn't know how long had passed before he woke up to Ayuk's worried voice in his ear. He opened his eyes, saw her with a flash of surprise, and asked where this place was, thinking he was in a pigsty. But Ayuk quickly explained that this was their new settlement. After driving off the cattle herd, the entire tribe had moved here and built a new tent for him. Just as she was about to go call everyone, he suddenly remembered something. He quickly sat up and asked about Dai Dai Luk Dang and the others. Ayuk recounted that when they found Luk Dang, he was barely breathing, but he recovered very quickly. As soon as he woke up, he immediately stood guard outside your door. Dai Dai was more seriously injured, but thanks to your medicine, he just needs to rest now. The others weren't in any danger. Hearing that, he breathed a sigh of relief. At least everyone was still alive. But when he learned that 4 days had passed, his expression changed instantly. He opened the system panel to check it and muttered, "There's no more time to rest. I have to make every second count." Ayuk stood beside him, looking confused as he stared blankly into space. The slightest movement had sent a sharp pain through him, making him cry out. But even so, he wouldn't allow himself to rest. He immediately ordered Thachkot to be brought to him, adding a specific instruction. "Just say that I'm awake. Don't reveal anything else." As Ayuk left, he lay there thinking. Right now, he had almost no fighting strength left. If this condition were exposed, the consequences wouldn't just be a failed mission, but something far more dangerous. Looking at the system map, he felt a silent sense of relief that the tribe had moved in time. But this place still wasn't safe. He needed to quickly build defenses, put up a fence, and upgrade it to a wooden wall and replan the farming and livestock areas. Thachkot arrived, quickly announcing himself from outside the door. His voice was full of joy upon learning he was awake. He didn't reveal his condition, simply giving the mission and telling him to come closer to listen carefully. After receiving his instructions, Thachkot immediately left to carry them out. But he still wasn't at ease. This time, he absolutely could not repeat the same mistakes. He then called for Luk Dang and gave him the task of bringing back the head and the most complete hide of the Bull King. He even gave him his own axe, which left Luk Dang both shocked and thrilled. He immediately accepted the order and left. Outside, a worried Ayuk was still advising him to rest, but he refused. Then he suddenly called her inside, saying he had intentionally sent everyone away. He wanted to give her a secret mission. But when Ayuk misunderstood and made a move, he panicked and stopped her. After a moment of awkwardness, he seriously explained his plan. He wanted to send her to negotiate with the forest tribe with the goal of convincing them to join. In response to Ayuk's skepticism about the power difference, he stated frankly that normal reasoning wouldn't work. Instead, they had to use strength to force the other side's hand. He then explained why he chose her. First, that tribe was a matriarchy, so a woman would have an easier time negotiating. Second, she was the only one who knew his true current condition. That previous slash had severely damaged his body. Even with medicine, it wasn't enough for him to recover. Hearing this, Ayuk immediately understood his entire plan. She had to put on a false show of strength to intimidate them. Without hesitation, she accepted the mission, her gaze turning resolute. "Leave this to me." Ayuk and little Tam then ventured quietly deep into the forest. The air around them gradually grew humid and strangely quiet. As he led the way, little Tam quietly reminded her that the forest tribe didn't like to fight, so it was best not to provoke them. But Ayuk only gave a perfunctory nod. Maintaining an air of confidence, as if victory was already certain, she told him to just lead the way and leave the rest to her. Little Tam couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the neat eye-catching outfit the king had prepared for her. He thought to himself, he really plays favorites. A bush by the path rustled slightly, and the two of them quickly emerged. Ahead was their target, a tribe living beneath a waterfall. The sound of cheerful laughter filled the air as people played carefree in the water. The scene was both peaceful and captivating. Ayuk glanced at little Tam with suspicion. The boy hurriedly changed the subject, pointing ahead to where the forest queen stood under the waterfall, her presence standing out from the crowd. Ayuk couldn't help but exclaim when she saw her. "She's truly a rare beauty." But little Tam immediately warned her not to be fooled by appearances, adding that she had once eaten her suitors. His words made Ayuk shudder. Just as she was about to dismiss it, figures appeared behind them. Before they could react, they were surrounded and dragged straight before the queen. The guards reported that they had caught two people sneaking around. They called themselves some kind of grand convenience. Little Tam immediately corrected him. "It's ambassador, a title given by the king." But the queen seemed uninterested, her gaze lingering on Ayuk for a moment. Then she coldly ordered, "Keep the woman as a slave, feed the man to the fish." Hearing this, little Tam panicked and cried for help, but Ayuk spoke calmly, her tone unwavering. She said sarcastically, "I thought the forest queen was a person of vision, but I guess this is all you amount to. I was planning to offer you the beef we caught on the mountain, but it seems I'll have to take it to another tribe." Her words immediately caught the queen's attention. She raised the whip in her hand slightly and demanded she explain further. Ayuk didn't beat around the bush, directly mentioning the herd of giant black cattle near the river bend, to the north. But the queen assumed she had come to ask for a hunting partnership. This made Ayuk laugh scornfully, stating bluntly that they didn't need to team up because that herd was no match for them. "That territory has a new owner now." Her words caused an uproar in the tribe. Many didn't believe her, as they themselves had nearly been trampled to death by that herd before. The queen stood up, her eyes cold as she warned her about the consequences of lying. But Ayuk didn't back down an inch, even playing her trump card. "Their alpha was killed by our king. If you don't believe me, come and see for yourselves." Avan, who was standing beside the queen, was immediately on alert. She thought it might be a trap, but Ayuk showed clear disdain, saying frankly that if their king wanted to, he could completely wipe out this entire tribe. The fact that he hasn't attacked and has even brought a gift should be more than enough to show his sincerity. Little Tam immediately played along, making the atmosphere even more tense. Ayuk stepped closer, her tone provocative. "If you don't dare to come yourself, then just send someone to bring back the meat." The queen stared at her, her grip on the whip tightening. Finally, she agreed to go with them, but not without warning them not to try anything funny. After that, the two of them led the forest tribe to the location. As he got close, little Tam called out excitedly, but was immediately shushed by Shugu, who told him to keep quiet and sent him to work on the other side of the river. The king was already waiting as Ayu stepped forward to report inside the tent. He sat on a throne made of bone, and just looking at him from a distance was enough to feel a terrifying pressure. A heavy, murderous aura filled the space, making the queen shudder involuntarily. This person was like an ancient monster that had just awakened. He only gave a soft reply to Aduk's words, but his crimson eyes and chilling aura made it so no one dared to underestimate him. Just then, a noise came from the adjacent tent. The injured were trying to keep quiet to hide their true condition, while outside he stared directly at the newcomers. He asked with imposing pressure, "You are the jungle tribe." Ayun couldn't hold back and immediately asked about the beef. He nonchalantly pointed behind him. "Take as much as you want as long as you can carry it away." Before them was a giant pile of meat, like a mountain, leaving them all stunned. They approached where Kochi was processing the meat. He pointed behind him and told them to just take it themselves. One of the group picked up a bone knife to try, but it snapped in two the moment it touched the hide. The sight made the whole group uneasy. Kochi, standing nearby, covered his mouth and snickered, his casual attitude infuriating them even more. Ayun shouted in anger, claiming they just got lucky. Kochi immediately provoked him back. Not convinced. Then let's have a fight. The atmosphere grew as tense as a drawn bowstring. Just then, an axe flew out from the tent, tearing through the air. It shot past the two of them and sank deep, slicing off a large chunk of meat. The sharp, decisive sound made everyone stop in their tracks. All eyes fell upon the axe buried deep in the ground. No one dared to underestimate this tribe anymore. Everyone stood frozen in place, their gazes fixed on the axe that had just torn through the beef so cleanly. The sight left the entire jungle tribe unable to hide their shock. The queen whispered softly, "That weapon is clearly far beyond our wooden clubs or bone knives. It's on a completely different level." But he remained nonchalant, ordering Kochi to use his axe. As the meat was portioned out, the other party was even more stunned. But Kochi was disgruntled, wondering why they had to yield when they were the ones who started the provocation. Before he could finish his words, he was cut off by the king's shout. He had no choice but to reluctantly comply, grumbling under his breath as he worked, "Consider yourselves lucky." The king watched them all with a cold gaze. He declared clearly that they could take this meat, without any interference. A man of his word, that was his principle. That decisive attitude made even the queen see him in a new light, and she even spoke up to praise him. She then asked how they managed to conquer the herd of cattle. He didn't answer directly, only saying that the answer depended on the future, whether they chose to cooperate or to experience it for themselves. A sharp, cold glint flashed in his eyes as he ended the meeting, telling them they could leave once they had taken what they wanted. On the outside, he appeared calm, but inwardly he was stretched as taut as a bowstring. His internal wound was beginning to give way, blood seeping out bit by bit. If it weren't for the tightly wrapped cowhide, he would have been exposed long ago. Just as the situation was about to spiral out of his control, Ayu quickly stepped forward, creating a diversion. She offered to gift them more stone axes, which, while not as good as the king's weapon, were still serviceable. Upon hearing this, the queen grew cold and flatly refused, claiming such weapons weren't elegant enough for them. At the same time, she issued a warning that their tribe had not yet unleashed its full strength, and she hoped the day they'd have to use it would never come. With that, she ordered her people to gather their spoils and withdraw. Ayu maintained her calm composure. She even deliberately added that if it wasn't enough, they could come back for more, as if their resources were endless. After they had traveled some distance away, the queen suddenly stopped and began to ask questions about the scouting results. Hidden figures quickly appeared from the surroundings and reported that they had found the settlement built by the other tribe and that there were even piglets being raised inside. This astonished the queen, building a proper settlement just to raise pigs. And that wasn't all. They also discovered that this tribe had mastered fire, having seen with their own eyes how they created flames from thin air to roast meat. This information sent a shockwave through them all. But then the report took a turn. The other tribe consisted of only a little over 10 people, and that included children and the elderly. They suspected this was just the tip of the iceberg. It was highly likely the tribe was deliberately concealing its true strength. The reason they couldn't investigate more thoroughly was because the surrounding area had been cleared of trees. With nowhere to hide, they were forced to observe from a distance. After listening, the queen was silent for a moment before suddenly lashing out. Her whip cracked down without a hint of mercy as she warned that if they dared to make excuses again, the punishment would not be this light. Her subordinates immediately dropped to their knees, thanking her for sparing their lives. On the other side, inside Chen Li's tent, the moment he let his guard down, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Ayu immediately rushed to his side, asking worriedly how he was. He nodded, saying his condition had stabilized. The wrapped cowhide had a powerful healing effect. At the very least, it could keep him alive for the time being. Just then, the system's voice rang out, announcing the activation of the eloquence talent. He was stunned for a moment, then immediately understood. It really was a rare ability. Hearing this, Ayu's face lit up with joy, but she couldn't resist making a half-joking, half-serious comment that made him blush instantly. He quickly told her not to misunderstand, regained his composure, and ordered the people in hiding to come out. After the bleeding was staunched, they would retreat so he could continue his recovery. He also instructed Ayu to clean up all the bloodstains in the tent and to arrange for 6 people to stand strict guard. No one was to be allowed near. She nodded in acknowledgement, but couldn't resist adding another compliment, making him even more embarrassed. Right at that moment, little Tam ran up to report with an excited look on his face. The plan was a success. The observation posts around the camp had been set up by the enemy just as predicted. Everything we wanted them to see, they saw, and everything they weren't supposed to see was completely hidden. Hearing this, he finally let out a true sigh of relief and praised the boys' hard work. Little Tam just waved it off, saying it was nothing before turning to get back to his duties. Ayu, however, still looked concerned. She asked if the jungle tribe would actually join them. He gazed into the distance and replied that it was still too early to tell. The whole plan was only half complete. They would have to wait for their next meeting when they returned. That would be the decisive stage. The boss lay sprawled on a bed covered in dry grass, his eyes fixed on the system panel as he let out a heavy sigh. The fatigue felt like it was eating away at his entire body. But the thing that gave him a bigger headache was the mission right in front of him. The words were clear: Main quest, settlement. Assist the primitive people in building houses. Officially establish a tribe, expand to 50 members. Deadline only 11 days left. After reading it, he sat up halfway and muttered, 11 days. I'm not even sure I can recover from my injuries in time, let alone get all that done. Without hesitating, he opened the system inventory to check it. A series of familiar items appeared. Basic language proficiency, basic survival handbook, basic cookbook. Next, he switched to the universal map to check the situation. The system had added a few new items, a small bag of salt, and a remaining portion of hemostatic medicine. But before he could even think about it, another unexpected notification popped up. Before he could read it, the mountain-cleaving axe automatically upgraded. An axe immediately appeared in front of him, making him freeze. Looking closer, he almost gasped in shock. His familiar weapon had transformed. The axe was now covered in a strange red frame. It gave off a distinctly oppressive feeling. The system immediately explained mythical weapon, Pangu's axe, earth attribute, activation condition, blood sacrifice. It also came with an extremely dangerous hidden skill. When unleashed, it would cause immense damage but simultaneously drain the user's stamina. Its power is directly dependent on the amount of remaining stamina. After reading this, the chief couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He immediately recalled the moment blood from his arm had flowed onto the axe blade during the previous battle. It turned out that very moment had accidentally activated its hidden power. He lifted the axe. His gaze became much more serious. Clearly, this wasn't just a weapon anymore. It was a double-edged sword. Used at the right time, it could turn the tide of battle, but if he was off by even a little, the price could be his life. Thinking this, he let out a soft breath and muttered that he couldn't use it too early nor too late. Otherwise, the consequences would be far worse than a simple injury. Then he let out a bitter laugh to himself. To think a weapon could evolve to this extent. But the more he thought about it, the more he realized things weren't that simple. If the axe could activate attributes and hidden skills, what about his other items? Did they have a similar mechanism? Or was this all just a coincidence? In the end, he shook his head and let it go. He didn't have time to research it deeply right now. Just staying alive was hard enough. Placing the axe beside him, he turned his attention to a small blue vial. The most important thing right now was the hemostatic medicine, but unfortunately there was only a small portion left. He had to save it for a life-or-death moment. A reckless thought flashed through his mind. Maybe he should take the axe and clear out all the nearby creatures to establish his authority. But immediately, memories of other tribes and forces surfaced, making him pause. Things weren't that simple, especially when time was ticking away. The system began its countdown 11 days. The cold number urged him to act immediately. He took a deep breath and called out. He ordered Liu Tang to gather the hunters. His voice was calm, but it held a clear sense of pressure. Not long after, under the scorching sun, Liu Tang brought a small young hunter over. The boy knelt and reported, his eyes full of trust. The chief stood up and gave him a mission. In 2 days, he must find the whereabouts of the black ox herd that was driven away earlier, and then return to report. The mission sounded simple, but it was incredibly dangerous. Yet the young hunter didn't hesitate. He immediately accepted the order and left. When things quieted down, the chief sat alone thinking about recent events. Everyone had made significant contributions. Perhaps he should use this waiting period to prepare some small gifts as rewards, both to boost morale and to increase their overall strength. Time passed, devoured day by day. 11 days became 10, then 9. The pressure mounted. During that time, he didn't rest, constantly crafting and testing. With a small knife in his hand, he gradually created new items. Stone spearheads, a whistle made from bone, a water flask from an ox horn. Each completed item was registered by the system, and his technology points increased bit by bit. Small numbers, but they were the foundation for long-term development. He imagined Shugu using the bone whistle to command battles, allowing orders to be relayed more quickly and accurately. or spears fitted with sharp stone tips that could pierce through an enemy's defenses more easily. Looking at his creations, the chief slowly understood that if he truly had to face the forest tribe, in the future these seemingly small improvements would be what decided victory or defeat. They were also the only way for a weak tribe to stand firm in this harsh world. All those preparations, ultimately, they were all just to increase their chances of winning, even by a little. And right after that, an image of the scout appeared in his mind, one hand holding a spear, legs tirelessly dashing like the wind to report back in time. The king's thoughts continued to turn. This water flask made from an ox horn. It would be perfect for the hunter. He would definitely love it. It's practical and increases his chances of survival on long journeys. Just as he was still calculating, an excited voice rang out from outside the hut reporting good news. He answered with a short grunt and waited to hear more. A ewe walked in with a radiant expression announcing that the tribe's house was finally finished. He froze for a moment, then gave a light cough to compose himself and immediately told her to take him to see it. As she walked, she worried about his condition, even holding a cloak intending to put it on him first. She said that the king's body still hadn't recovered. The chief didn't refuse stepping forward to let her help him with the cloak. This small act made Ayu a little shy while he just smiled and said thanks. Then the two of them stepped outside in a rather cheerful atmosphere. When they arrived, Huangshi and Shugu were already waiting. As soon as they saw the king appear, they immediately called out enthusiastically. They invited him to see their work, their voices filled with pride as if showing off a great victory. The house that appeared before him made him freeze for a few seconds. It was a structure built from wood and fake straw. On the roof, a huge horn was mounted, looking utterly indescribable. Shugu then asked grandly, "Isn't it beautiful?" And all he could do was grimace, trying to stay calm and give a perfunctory reply. But even that was enough to make the whole group ecstatic. They cheered because they finally had a proper place to live. No more hiding in caves or building temporary shelters from branches. Someone even declared, "Let the pigs stay in the pigsty, this is a real house." Hearing that he could only stand at a distance and mutter helplessly. That's not what anyone said at the beginning, but their joy was real, and that left him unable to say anything more. Shugu excitedly attached the straw door. As the door closed, it made a soft thud. The system immediately displayed a notification, "Wooden house construction successful." Tech points increased sharply, accompanied by improvements in stamina strength and agility. Looking at the notification panel, the leader couldn't help but be surprised. Just building a house yielded points nearly equal to creating fire. But as he thought it over, he began to realize something deeper. Ever since he had appeared, this tribe had changed so much. From people who once ate raw meat like wild beasts, they now knew how to build houses. They knew how to cooperate, how to organize, and even showed clear progress in their thinking. All of it happened so naturally it was almost unbelievable, as if driven by some invisible force. He glanced over at Thachkat and the others who were joking around happily, and a thought flashed through his mind. This was nothing short of an accelerated evolution. He turned to instruct Aduk that she must report to him as soon as the hunters returned. She immediately nodded, and he then gave the order to continue building because soon this place would have many more people. The words had just left his mouth when urgent shouts echoed from a distance. The scout ran over completely out of breath, joyfully and excitedly reporting that they had found the herd of black cattle. Hearing this, the leader's gaze changed instantly. He placed a hand on the young man's shoulder, gave him a short word of praise, and said that the second half of the plan could finally begin. Wasting no time, he immediately called for Thachkat and the others to gather quickly, laying out the plan. Every detail was explained clearly. Although some were still skeptical because it sounded too risky, Little Tam confidently guaranteed he could complete the mission. They just needed to coordinate at the right time. The leader handed Thachkat the bone whistle he had just crafted, telling him to use it to relay commands during the battle. Thachkat accepted it with a joyful expression and gave it an excited test blow. Not forgetting the reward, he turned to Little Tam and promised him a gift after the mission was complete, making the boy even more enthusiastic. The leader, for his part, gave a calculating smile. His voice became much more serious, reminding everyone to remember as soon as the signal was received, the entire plan had to be executed without a single misstep, because this time, they had no more room for any mistakes. Tranlap stood among the people, giving a slight wave as if to see them off, but his heart was heavy. He knew very well that with their current forces, a direct confrontation would be like throwing an egg against a rock. Thinking this, he immediately shifted his priority, arranging for the injured to be taken care of first. His gaze swept over the remaining people, then stopped on Aduk as he calmly ordered her to call for Dada. Huang Tak and the others gathered wood in front of the log house, but just as the fire was about to be lit, he stopped them. Aduk looked at him with slight confusion, then suddenly understood this was to welcome guests. Tranlup only nodded, but his mind was thinking further ahead. He wondered if the bait he had set out 2 days ago was enticing enough to draw in the whole school of big fish. And then it really happened. A large group of people advanced straight into the tribe. Zhao Shou saw them froze for a moment and then ran off in a panic to report the news, his voice cracking, "The jungle tribe is here!" In the chieftain's hall, a duke was still carefully treating Huang Thok's wound, giving a report as she worked. After listening, Tranlap chuckled softly, feeling a hint of enjoyment. Being cared for was indeed pleasant. He even dreamily thought about the future after he conquered that other tribe. The image of being surrounded by beauties made him feel quite pleased with himself. But that dream was quickly cut short by urgent knocking at the door. A report came the enemy had arrived. Tranlap didn't panic at all. Instead, he smiled. The fish had finally taken the bait. When the two sides met, the atmosphere was both tense and filled with hidden meaning. A duke proactively stepped forward to greet them, her attitude both polite and confident. Meanwhile, Tiao Luan and the Jungle Queen carried themselves with clear arrogance, even making sarcastic remarks. However, what surprised them was Tranlap's preparation. Beef for 40 people was already laid out. Not only that, a duke's way of speaking was so skillful that it was both inviting and irritating, leaving her opponent unable to argue back. Tulon maintained her provocative attitude, but deep down, she began to feel that something was off. Upon entering the chieftain's hall, the change startled her even more. What was once a crude hut was now a tidy and orderly wooden house. Tranlup appeared even calmer, even saying this was just temporary, and that he would build better homes for the entire tribe in the future. It was that very statement that caused the queen's expression to change. Without warning, she struck, binding Tranlap tightly with a whip and pressing a stone knife against his face, her voice cold and threatening. In her eyes, this was just an interrogation, to force him to hand over those strange items. On the outside, Tranlap tried to maintain his composure, even making a joke. But on the inside, he was completely freaking out. He knew he had absolutely no way out. At the most critical moment, a duke suddenly burst in, announcing that the feast was ready. The atmosphere immediately shifted. The queen withdrew her hand, and Tranlap quickly escaped the dangerous situation. Seizing the opportunity, he led everyone outside. Even so, suspicion arose in the queen's heart. To be pushed to that point and still remain so calm. Did he have an ace up his sleeve, or was he simply not afraid of death? Outside, the campfire was blazing. The people of the jungle tribe were quickly drawn in by the smell of roasted meat when Tranlap had the special seasoning brought out, salt. Everything changed in an instant. Just a small sprinkle, and the flavor was completely different. Murmurs of amazement rose continuously as everyone ate until they forgot all caution. Even the queen, after tasting it, couldn't hide her astonishment. Tranlap, meanwhile, smiled secretly. "Go on and eat. The more time you take, the better." Because somewhere else in the forest, the real plan was just beginning. The hunters were ambushing the herd of black cattle. Haktru Jock was still confused when Thak Kot barked an order at him. This was no simple hunt. As soon as the signal from the chieftain's hall was sent, Thak Kot immediately blew the whistle. In an instant, a volley of weapons was launched. The herd panicked and fled. There was only one target, the new alpha, and a hunter had found it. Without a moment's hesitation, he dived from above, stabbed the bull straight in the back, and let out a loud laugh amidst the chaos. The hunt was officially a success. The herd of black cattle went wild, charging forward with all their might. The ground shook with every heavy footstep. The hunter standing before them couldn't help but feel his hands tremble. But he still managed to shout, trying to calm himself, "Don't be scared. Don't be scared. I can do this." Then he growled, taunting and looking down on the entire herd, even their former alpha. To them, it was just like a kitten. Yet the lead animal wasn't fazed in the slightest. It slammed into a tree trunk, changed direction, and continued its charge. From a distance, Akon saw the situation, and his expression immediately changed. "This is bad. The herd has veered off to the east." Hearing this, Shugu didn't hesitate and immediately blew his whistle to send a signal. The hunter then realized he was leading them the wrong way. He cursed and forced the herd to turn right. At that exact moment, his taming ability activated, and the bulls obediently changed direction. They continued to charge toward their destination. Meanwhile, back at the royal camp, the atmosphere was the complete opposite. Everyone was still eating and drinking cheerfully, and the queen was crying as she ate. She cried because it was so delicious, complaining that she'd get fat, but her hands never stopped moving. Chen Li watched speechless, but his gaze remained fixed on the forest as he mentally calculated the timing. Just then, a man ran over in a panic. A Yun immediately recognized him as a guard from the tribe. The queen had just stopped eating when the man collapsed in front of her, frantically reporting the news. The black bulls have gone berserk and are destroying the encampment. The guards are completely overwhelmed. The queen's expression changed instantly. She shot to her feet and ordered a full retreat. Her eyes filled with murderous intent as she vowed to make those damn bulls pay. Over at the jungle tribe's camp, the scene was chaotic like hell on earth. People were fleeing for their lives, their screams echoing everywhere. The frenzied bulls destroyed everything in their path. Some people climbed trees to throw rocks. Others used crossbows, but it was all useless. The black bulls' thick hides rendered every attack meaningless. The melee fighters were forced to charge in to rescue their comrades, shouting for the queen as they fought. But the difference in strength was too great. A single toss sent several people flying. A black bull charged straight for a feng. In that perilous moment, a rope suddenly wrapped tightly around it, yanking it back. A feng followed the rope with his eyes, which immediately lit up. The queen was back. The queen yanked the rope hard, furiously, declaring that she was its opponent, then slammed the bull to the ground. But the crazed beast was not easily subdued. It leaped back up and counterattacked with terrifying speed. The queen dodged, but was still sent flying by the charged blood spilling from her mouth. Luckily, Chen Li caught her in time. He asked if she was all right, but she could only force out that she was fine. Chen Li helped her to her feet and told her to fall back and rest, leaving the rest to them. The queen, still not fully understanding what was happening, only warned that there was something unusual about these bulls. Her words made the hunters and Shugu flinch for a moment. Chen Li now stepped forward, his eyes turning cold. Facing the black bull directly, he was anxious, wondering if the bull hide he was wearing would be enough to intimidate it. At first, the bull bellowed ferociously, but then it hesitated and backed away, causing him to breathe a sigh of relief. It seems it's still effective. He raised his axe, his voice full of pressure. As if speaking to an old rival, he said, "So a new king has appeared already, but you seem to be a far cry from the last one." His words made the bull even more fearful. Chen Li's aura immediately intensified. "Since you're all here, you might as well all stay." The moment he finished speaking, the hunters and Shigu charged forward in unison. Their only target was the herd leader. Shigu shouted, signaling a hunter to use him as a launch pad, and leaped straight at it. He grabbed its two horns and activated his taming skill. Everyone else immediately surrounded it, pressing in so it couldn't escape. Meanwhile, Chen Li turned to pull the queen away, but she stubbornly refused, still wanting to fight. He was forced to hold her back, warning that their forces weren't strong enough. To continue would be suicide. His words left the queen speechless. Her gaze gradually fell. Chen Li took the opportunity to suggest she bring all her tribespeople to his place to recover and wait for the right moment to return. He promised to provide shelter, food, and safety. Then he told her to look around at those who could no longer fight. Ayu's voice trembled as she asked if the queen could really bear to watch them die for nothing. In the end, though reluctant, the queen had to make a decision. She ordered the entire jungle tribe to carry the wounded and retreat to the north. Ayun immediately shouted the order to fall back. Her voice was decisive, leaving no room for hesitation. She scanned the entire area and quickly arranged their formation. The wounded would go first, while those with strength left would provide cover from the rear. Everyone had to move as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Chen Li didn't hesitate. He turned to Ayu, telling her to take the queen and everyone else back to the camp to rest. He would stay behind with Shugu to hold off the bulls. This would buy time for everyone to retreat safely. Ayu nodded, her eyes unable to hide her worry. She only had time to say, "Be careful," before immediately leading the people away. Behind them, the black bulls were still charging madly. But suddenly, Ayun and a group of warriors turned back and charged straight into the herd, shouting as they ran, forcing themselves to bravely face the threat. Seeing this, Shugu hurriedly tried to stop them, but before he could finish, they had already engaged in battle. Chen Li watched the scene, gave a slight smile, and praised them brave. Then he turned to Shugu. "If that's the case, then we can't fall behind either." And so the whole group charged back into the fight. By the time the sun set, the retreating group had made it back to the royal camp. Chucho rushed out to help. Before she could even feel relieved, she immediately asked where Chen Li was. Ayu could only reply sadly that he and Shugu were still holding them off. For now, they had to take care of the wounded. Chucho quickly pointed the way, leading them to the tents in the back, breathing a sigh of relief for the few tents that Dada and the others had managed to build earlier. They were finally being put to use. She turned to continue organizing. Those with strength left should get food and water. The jungle tribe no longer maintained their distant attitude. They began to proactively help each other. Yu led the queen into a thatched hut, reassuring her that they would have to make do for now, but that their safety and food would be guaranteed. The queen just nodded silently. Before Yu left, she quietly said she would take care of everything and hoped the queen could rest and recover with peace of mind. Only after the door closed did Yu let out a sigh, recalling Chen Li's plan. The main goal was to win over the jungle tribe with the fewest possible losses after the recent battle. They couldn't afford any more losses, thinking of that. She couldn't help but secretly admire Chen Li's plan. It was truly meticulously calculated. Now only the final step remained. The next morning, as everyone began their daily chores, Dada asked about how things were last night. Lang Guchui yawned and replied that there was nothing unusual. Everything was peaceful. Ayun, standing nearby, suddenly noticed the sky darken. Before she could understand what was happening, Dada approached to announce that the king wanted to see the queen to discuss important matters, which startled her and put her on guard. Inside the royal camp, Chen Li was looking at the mission notice board. Only 8 days remained. The pressure was making him anxious. Just then, Yu led the queen in. Before he could beat around the bush, the queen flatly refused the merger. She even warned him not to think he could take advantage of their weakness to force them. Chen Li didn't flinch, calmly replying that this wasn't a threat but a trade. He laid out his conditions, from house-building techniques to weapon crafting and fire-making. He could share everything. In return, the jungle tribe must join under his protection and arrangement. His words were both gentle and sharp. He also pointed out the harsh reality: stronger tribes are always lurking, and right now they were nothing more than wounded prey that would sooner or later be torn to pieces. Hearing this, the queen immediately reacted. It wasn't that simple. She couldn't force her tribe's people to bow to a stranger. Unless, Chen Li asked again, and the answer was a battle. Only through victory could he truly win everyone over. Chen Li didn't need to think long and immediately agreed. The two sides stepped outside and summoned everyone. He announced that because the queen was injured, to be fair, he would not fight directly. Instead, Shugu would fight on his behalf. Hearing this, Shugu let out a hearty, excited laugh. As for the jungle tribe, Ayun stepped forward to accept the challenge without hesitation. The moment she finished speaking, she charged forward to attack. At first, Shugu was still joking around, but he quickly realized his opponent was no simple foe. The continuous barrage of attacks forced him to get serious. He had dismissed her first bone knife, but the second one struck true, cracking the bone on his head. His anger flared, and Shugu swung his axe in a counterattack. Just when it seemed the fight would end, something unexpected happened. Another knife flew from the jungle tribe's side, hitting him right in the face and interrupting his attack. Shugu cursed loudly for the sneak attack, but Ayun didn't miss the opportunity. She charged straight for Chen Li, her eyes fierce, shouting a single word: "Kill!" Ayun gripped the two knives in her hands, her eyes blazing with no trace of hesitation left. She lunged directly at Chen Li, her objective clear. She wanted a decisive blow. Seeing the situation turn dangerous, Akon, who was on the roof, immediately threw down a spear to protect him. The spear tore through the air at incredible speed. Meanwhile, Chen Li stood his ground, his gaze cold, not even flinching. Xiao Luan, standing beside him, watched with a clenched heart. But it all happened in the blink of an eye. The spear pierced straight through Ayun's body, causing her to lose all her strength as her body collapsed to the ground. The pain made it nearly impossible for her to move. Seeing this, Afeng immediately ran over, both panicked and furious. He raised his knife and demanded answers, claiming it was all a trap from the very beginning. The moment he spoke, the atmosphere became as tense as a bowstring. The people of the jungle tribe were instantly on high alert, and some even shouted, asking for the order to counterattack. If the queen just nodded, a battle would erupt immediately. Ayu looked worriedly at Chen Li and called out softly. As for Chen Li himself, sweat was already trickling down his back. He quickly analyzed the situation in his mind. This ambush was completely outside of his plan. Was this a spontaneous act, or did it have the queen's permission? If it was the latter, things would be extremely troublesome. He had even prepared for the worst-case scenario, taking the queen hostage to turn the tables. But right at that moment, the queen stepped forward, her cold voice extinguishing all her subordinates' intentions. She bluntly exposed the act for what it was. She would not allow anyone to use such despicable tricks, to treat the people who had helped them. The entire group fell silent. No one dared to speak. Then she declared clearly that this battle was their loss. Afeng's gaze darkened. He was unwilling to accept it, but he couldn't refute her. The queen turned to Chen Li, her voice softening as she mentioned Ayun, the proudest warrior of the tribe. If it weren't for her, she would never have resorted to such an act. At this, the queen humbled herself and knelt begging Chen Li to save Ayun, promising that the jungle tribe would remember this debt of gratitude. Outwardly, Chen Li maintained a stern expression, but inwardly, he breathed a sigh of relief. The situation was not yet out of control. In fact, the initiative was back in his hands. He thought of the last of his hemostatic medicine, which he had intended to keep for himself, but considering the bigger picture, he decided to use it. Chen Li extended his hand, reassuring the queen that he would save her. As the queen took his hand, the relationship between the two sides began to change. He knelt beside Ayun, channeling his internal energy and combining it with the medicine. A pale green energy spread out, covering the wound. In his mind, he was still calculating. Just keeping her alive was enough. The rest she could recover from on her own. The medicine gradually took effect, and Ayun's breathing stabilized. Her eyelids fluttered open in pain. Seeing this, everyone around immediately rushed over to help. Chen Li stood up and calmly ordered them to take her to rest, saying she would wake up in a few days. The scene had stunned the entire tribe. One by one, they knelt down, shouting the word miracle. The sound echoed everywhere. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Li placed his hand on the queen's shoulder. He pulled her closer and asked her directly about the merger. This time, Xiao Luan didn't hesitate and just gave a slight nod. Her answer made him extremely satisfied. In front of the entire tribe, the queen agreed to retain leadership of her old tribe, but would have to obey the overall command. Then she presented her final condition. She wanted to establish a mating bond through an official ceremony. Hearing this, Chen Li could hardly believe his ears. A series of scenarios immediately flashed through his mind, from the wedding ceremony to their life afterward. He even imagined them growing old together. Overwhelmed with emotion, he was both moved and ecstatic. Seeing his expression, Xiao Luan was confused and asked him again. But he just pulled her into a tight hug and agreed without hesitation. He only suggested waiting for her to recover so they could prepare more thoroughly. Afterward, the two of them announced it to the entire tribe, dismissing them. The injured were to return and recover, and in a few days they would participate in the ceremony. The crowd responded in unison. At that moment, the system also displayed a notification. Chen Li had officially established his own faction, becoming the leader of the new tribe. Looking at the attribute panel, he frowned again when he saw the population was still lacking. After a moment's thought, he got the idea of capturing more people from the Bay tribe, but then he hesitated, wondering if prisoners of war would count as population. While he was still thinking, he heard whispers behind him. At first, he thought they were saying he had gone mad with joy, but the next sentence sent a chill down his spine. All the men who had become the queen's mates before had been cut into pieces during the ceremony. A horrifying image immediately appeared in his mind, causing Chen Li's expression to change drastically. The smile on his face froze. Only one thought remained in his head. This wasn't as simple as he had imagined. A chilling scene now played out in Chen Li's mind. The queen, without a hint of hesitation, hanging him up, causing him to break out in a cold sweat as he stammered, thinking about her eating men. Then he unconsciously glanced at the two women beside him. The more he looked, the more terrified he became. He immediately pieced it together, so this was the reason their tribe had so few men. Lost in thought, he suddenly felt a figure appear behind him. A chill ran down his spine, and he froze, sweat pouring down his face until he heard someone call out, "My king!" He jumped and spun around, screaming, "Don't eat me!" Turns out it was just Dai Dai standing behind her, looking at him with utter confusion, while Chan Lap hurriedly tried to compose himself. He cleared his throat a few times to hide his embarrassment, but then Dai Dai asked a direct question that made him even more uncomfortable. "Do you really want to become the queen's mate?" Chen Li looked up at the sky, his face full of contemplation. This whole thing. He really had to think it over. The moment Dai Dai mentioned the upcoming ceremony, he couldn't help but picture himself being eaten. He froze instantly and quickly tried to backtrack, saying he was just making conversation at the time. Dai Dai, not understanding, asked for his reason. Chen Li sighed and said bluntly, "I thought I was getting a wife who knew it'd be a praying mantis." That sentence immediately cheered Dai Dai up, while he could only sigh helplessly. Truly, life is unpredictable. Just then Ayu appeared, scolding Dai Dai for not resting and recovering. Dai Dai hugged Chen Li tightly again, insisting on staying by his side, making it impossible for him to even get a moment of peace. In the end, he had no choice but to tell Ayu to inform everyone that they didn't need to hide anymore, and to come back to help build the camp. Ayu nodded and dragged Dai Dai away. Before leaving, she looked back lingeringly and told him to think it over carefully, while Ayu added a nagging comment that made his face twist even more. When everyone had left, Chen Li stared into the distance. Then he told himself he had to find a chance to call off the engagement as soon as possible. The next morning, as the sun rose, he stepped out of his house, stretching and taking a deep breath. Before him was the sight of everyone working together. The newcomers and the old members were coordinating quite well, which made him feel a bit relieved. But right after he remembered the important matter and immediately decided to find the queen to make things clear, he walked towards this grass hut area where the jungle tribe was temporarily staying. Along the way, people greeted him, and someone even enthusiastically led him to the northern bend of the river where the queen was. When he arrived, he stood on the bank while the queen was soaking in the water, looking as relaxed as if nothing had happened. Seeing him arrive, she calmly dismissed her attendants. Then she asked what was wrong. Chen Li awkwardly waved his hands, saying he just came to check on her wound. She replied softly that a few days' rest would be enough, then asked half-jokingly if she needed to get out for him to inspect it more closely. This made Chen Li's face pale, and he refused, immediately hastily changing the subject to ask for her name. The queen smiled and introduced herself as Xiao Luan, a name given by the previous queen. Hearing this, Chen Li's imagination ran wild again. He squatted down, holding his head as if he was about to cry, his mind filled with scenes of either being eaten or being exiled. He even blurted out that the tribe should change its name to the Mantis tribe to be more fitting. He then cautiously asked about the queen's previous mates, and the answer sent a chill down his spine. They were all eaten. It was a tradition to absorb their strength. After hearing that, he just froze, unable to understand how she could say something so terrifying with such a calm expression. But then Xiao Luan added that was a thing of previous generations. As for her, she had no intention of continuing it because she found it inelegant. She hadn't even had a mate before, so she'd never eaten anyone. Hearing this, Chen Li felt as if a great weight had been lifted. He let out a sigh of relief, immediately smiled brightly, said goodbye, and told her he would go back to prepare for the ceremony. But he hadn't gotten far when Xiao Luan called him back, her voice soft. But the content of her words made him freeze. She wouldn't eat him, but if he did something wrong, she wouldn't mind cutting off a few unnecessary things. Just then, the sound of an axe chopping a carrot in half rang out nearby, making him shudder as his imagination ran wild. Returning to his house, he let out a long sigh. The system displayed a mission notification. Only 7 days left to reach the required population. This immediately shifted his focus. First, he had to capture a few more people from the Bay tribe to complete the mission. He called for Shigu, putting him in charge while he was away, then headed alone towards the southern beach. The sea view was peaceful, but something felt wrong. As he got closer, he saw bodies scattered all over the sand. Swarms of flies and mosquitoes and a thick metallic smell made him grimace. Looking at the scene before him, he muttered in disbelief. The Bay tribe has been wiped out. On the desolate beach, Chen Li sat perched on a tree branch. His gaze darkened as he looked at the corpses of the Bay tribe scattered on the sand. A few dodo-like birds were perched on the bodies, squawking loudly as if deluding themselves into thinking they were the victors. The sight annoyed him, so he jumped down and shooed them away. Then he kicked at a few of the birds, sending them scattering in a panic. The area fell silent again. He approached and crouched down to examine the bodies one by one. As he observed, he muttered, "Even these birds dare to act so brazenly here. It seems this area is safe for now." He touched a wound, feeling the elasticity of the skin, and realized the body was still soft and hadn't started to smell, which meant the death was recent. He continued to inspect more closely. His expression grew grim. Deep claw marks were concentrated on the backs and hands. The marks looked just like their own three-fingered claws. This led him to a terrifying hypothesis. It's very likely this was an internal slaughter. Thinking that, he dusted off his hands and stood up, finding it hard to believe. Why would these water-dwelling people turn on each other? But just as he was searching for more clues, a body half submerged in the water caught his attention. The strange thing was, there were no wounds on it. Chen Li immediately examined it more closely. The contorted face, the agonized expression, the hands and feet clawing at the mud all pointed to a death by drowning. This made him frown even deeper. The people of the Bay tribe were excellent swimmers, yet they drowned. This was clearly not normal. He stood there, mulling over a series of unanswered questions, when at that moment young Tam came running frantically, shouting that a group of people from the Bay tribe was going berserk. They're attacking randomly at the camp. Chen Li's expression changed instantly. Without asking any more questions, he dashed back with Tam moving so fast it was like he was tearing through the wind. When he got back to the riverbank, the scene before him was complete chaos. The people of the newbie tribe were in battle formation, weapons at the ready, everyone tense, reminding each other to stay strong. Shigu stood in the middle of the formation, ordering everyone to conserve their strength and prepare for close combat. But what shocked everyone was that group from the Bay tribe. Even with wooden spears piercing their bodies, they continued to advance without slowing down at all. It was as if they couldn't feel any pain. Akun, observing from a high vantage point, was also astonished. These people looked no different from zombies, only knowing how to move forward. Shigu immediately warned everyone not to get dragged into the river because if they fought in the water, they'd surely be crushed. But just as he finished speaking, the group suddenly accelerated, charging forward at an incredible speed, forcing the entire team to scramble and dodge. The battle erupted instantly as the two sides clashed in a chaotic mess. Just then, reinforcements from the Queen's side arrived. Xiaoluan appeared, her eyes full of doubt as she looked at the crazed people from the Bay tribe. They clearly lived on the southern beach, but now they were here in this bizarre state. Shigu didn't know how to explain it either. He could only say that they seemed to have lost their minds, crawling out of the river and attacking anyone. It would be more accurate to call them monsters. The tense atmosphere escalated. As both sides prepared to go all out, the Bay tribe people roared and charged. The Newbie tribe didn't back down, raising their weapons in unison as the battle grew fierce. Blood and screams mingled as Xiaoluan rushed in, wrapping her whip around a man's neck. She tried to communicate, but it was useless. His eyes were empty, completely devoid of consciousness. That made her realize the situation was far more serious. Just as she was distracted, another enemy silently closed in from behind to launch a sneak attack, but Tranlap appeared just in time. He pulled her out of the way and unleashed a blow that sent the man flying. But even after taking a direct hit, the opponent only stumbled back without collapsing. It startled him that even with his current strength, he couldn't take one down instantly. Clearly, these people were completely different from before. From behind him, two more enemies charged, but before they could reach him, Liu Tang and Akon swiftly took them down, standing guard in front of him with a fierce aura. They declared they wouldn't let anyone touch their king. Watching this, Tranlap couldn't help but nod in satisfied approval, then turned to Xiaoluan, his tone becoming serious. He told her to go and support the others. He would stay here to deal with the most difficult one. He needed to focus his entire spirit and didn't want any distractions. The real battle had only just begun. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, screams and clashes rang out endlessly. The men of the Newbie tribe and the Seabay tribe clashed like wild beasts, but in the midst of all the madness, Tranlap stood facing Hakthak. The two stared at each other, neither making a move. He tightened his grip on his axe, his voice low, saying that he was truly sorry for what had happened to his tribe, but it had nothing to do with them. If he wanted revenge, he had probably found the wrong target. However, Hakthak didn't seem to hear a word. He let out a roar and charged forward. Tranlap just clicked his tongue, realizing that his opponent had completely lost the ability to communicate. A fight was inevitable. He immediately leaped back to dodge the attack, observing as he moved. His opponent's strength and speed were far beyond normal. His claws and teeth were both lethal weapons. Compared to him, even though Tranlap was much stronger than an ordinary person, he still felt like an amateur facing this monster. Moreover, he was surrounded by his own people. The tight space prevented him from using the full power of Pangu's axe. While he was distracted and calculating, Hakthak suddenly closed the distance. He barely raised his axe to block in time before being bitten. Sharp teeth pierced through his cloak and sank deep into his flesh. The pain made him curse as he immediately counterattacked with his axe, forcing his opponent to let go. Tranlap retreated, looking at his trembling left arm. His cloak was torn and there were 4 deep puncture wounds on his skin. If it weren't for the protective layer, his arm might not be intact. Meanwhile, Hakthak licked the blood from the piece of cloth, his eyes gradually turning black. His muscles bulged and his aura became more and more terrifying. Then he roared and suddenly accelerated, charging forward. He was so fast that Tranlap only had time to drop to his knees to dodge, cursing silently. If he hadn't reacted in time, he would have been a goner. Hakthak missed him, grabbing only his cloak. He then stood there, tearing and chewing it. The bizarre action baffled Tranlap, but what was more terrifying was that his strength and speed had clearly increased. He thought to himself that if he hadn't been quick-witted enough to let go of the cloak, he would have been the one being torn apart. But right after that, Hakthak didn't continue his attack. Instead, he turned and walked toward the river. A few others followed him, carrying the blood-stained pieces of the cloak. The scene made Tranlap pause, feeling that something was wrong. He scanned his surroundings and then noticed Hakchujak, who was surrounded by several enemies and covered in wounds. From that, an idea flashed in his mind. The scent of blood was what attracted them. He quickly pieced it together. These people were acting on instinct, just like sharks. The more blood they smelled, the more ferocious they became. Understanding this point, he immediately came up with a plan. While applying a styptic to his wound, he called for Noctam and told him to bring the pigs. He felt bad about the loss, but it was a necessary sacrifice. At the same time, he told Xiaoluan to move the injured further away. When the pigs were brought, he ordered them to be released towards the riverbank, then had Akan throw wooden stakes from above to injure them. Blood immediately gushed out. The effect was instantaneous. The Sibei tribesmen who had been fighting suddenly stopped, turned, and rushed toward the three pigs as if mesmerized. The scene was no different from a pack of beasts on a hunt. While they were busy tearing at the flesh, Tranlap immediately commanded everyone to coat their spear tips with a sedative and attack non-lethal areas. It seemed like a perfect plan, but then something unexpected happened. After finishing their meal, the Sibei tribesmen all clutched their throats, groaning in pain. Then one by one they collapsed, foaming at the mouth. The sight stunned everyone, and Tranlap immediately backed away. On guard, he ordered no one to approach suspecting a trap. He turned and asked Noctam if he had poisoned the pigs, but he received a shake of the head in denial. This confused him even more. Looking at the once ferocious men now lying motionless on the ground, only one big question remained in his mind. What in the world is going on? In the farming area, the atmosphere was as tense as a drawn bowstring. A Fong stood guard with a few others in front of the cages holding the Sibei tribesmen. Her eyes were cold. Her voice was firm as she reminded everyone to stay vigilant. The moment they showed any unusual signs, they were to act immediately without hesitation. Looking at the people inside the cages, she couldn't help but mumble, "These freaks are just too bizarre." But just then, one of them moved slightly and then opened his eyes. A Fong noticed at once. She moved closer and saw that he was awake. Before she could react, the man shakily raised his hand, pleading for help. In a hoarse voice, he begged for water. She immediately ordered someone to inform Tranlap. The message had just been sent. When he appeared not long after, his steps hurried. As soon as he arrived, he asked about the situation. A Fong quickly reported while pointing towards the leader who was caged separately. Without hesitation, Tranlap walked straight up to him. Seeing the man's almost feral state, he didn't waste words, simply opening a water skin and pouring it directly over his head. The water flowed down and the man immediately opened his mouth, drinking like a drowning man, grasping at a lifeline. When he thought it was enough, Tranlap pulled the water skin back and asked in a cold voice if he could understand him. After receiving a weak reply, he handed the water skin to Aduk to take over. Aduk knelt, pouring the water more slowly this time, her voice soft but calculating, telling him there was plenty of water here and it would be better if he cooperated and answered a few questions. The seemingly simple offer left Hakthak stunned. He couldn't understand why he was attacked and captured, only to be asked questions. He even sarcastically called them weird, which made Aduk stare back at Tranlap in confusion, but he remained silent, listening, until the story began to unfold. It turned out in Hakthak's mind his tribe had been attacked by the Rock tribe. He even believed he'd been sold off to this distant place. Aduk immediately denied it, explaining that they were the newbie tribe and what happened before was because his own people had charged at them in an uncontrollable state. The explanation made Hakthak even more bewildered. His memory of that time was a complete blank. He didn't remember what he had done, much less what had happened to his tribesmen. At Aduk's prompting, he began to recount everything before he lost his memory, starting from his normal life by the beach, from minor squabbles to the moment the Rock tribe appeared and launched their attack. After that, there was a complete gap in his memory. When he came to, he was already here. After listening to the whole story, Tranlap was silent for a long time before sighing and revealing the cruel truth that he had been to their territory before. And there was not a single person left alive. If he hadn't decided to spare these men, the Bay tribe would have been completely wiped out. The words struck Hakthak like lightning and he collapsed. He screamed in despair, blaming himself for failing to protect his people. His cries echoed, filled with pain, and at that very moment, a leaf fell from his clothes to the ground. Aduk quickly picked it up, sensed something was off, and immediately showed it to Tranlap. The moment he took it, he called the system to check. In a flash, information appeared. It was a hemp plant, a bitter-tasting plant that could relieve pain, but its smoke caused hallucinations. Hearing this, Tranlap's expression immediately changed. All the scattered pieces began to fit together in his mind. The loss of control, the beast-like behavior, the fragmented memories. He clenched the leaf in his hand. Only a single theory remained in his mind. It was highly likely that this entire incident was not a coincidence, but a premeditated conspiracy. In the farming area, a Fong didn't let her guard down for a second. She walked past each cage, personally bringing water to the imprisoned members of the Bay tribe. The moment they saw the water, they went wild, snatching it from each other to drink. Their mouths kept crying out like people who had just escaped death. The chaotic scene forced her to shout loudly, reminding them that everyone would get their share and not to fight. then immediately signaled the person next to her to continue distributing, making sure no one was left out. Meanwhile, in another corner, Tran Lap was the complete opposite. He stood silently amidst the tense atmosphere, his eyes glued to the leaves in his hand, his expression growing darker by the second. Then he suddenly blurted out with firm conviction, "So that's what it is. All the fragments recovered from the bodies of those people were all from the same type of hemp plant." Just uttering the name was enough to make his expression change drastically. He immediately recalled what Hak Chujak had once said about the rock tribe possessing some kind of strange power. And now he was almost certain that so-called mystical power was nothing other than the dark art of hallucination, something that could control the human mind. From there, everything started to become clear in his head. The Bay tribe's civil war, their slaughtering of one another, even their recent crazed behavior. It was all very likely caused by hallucinations from the toxic smoke. Some were lucid enough to run into the water to escape the smoke, but ultimately died of exhaustion. The more he thought about it, the more a chill ran down his spine. Tranlup's gaze was heavy as he looked towards the battlefield. Then he let out a wary assessment. The Rock tribe is too dangerous, these Bay tribe people. And most likely didn't just barge into our territory by accident, it was part of some plan. If his suspicions were correct, then the mastermind behind this was likely trying to get both sides to annihilate each other, or to drag the newbie tribe into the vortex, turning everything into a bloody purge. And that meant they had been put on a target list from the very beginning. As he thought of this, he felt the pressure mount. His gaze shifted to Hakthak, who was sitting there in a daze. The once strong leader was now just a broken man. That made him understand even more clearly that even powerful people like that could be manipulated like puppets. Tran Lap summoned the system. The information panel instantly appeared before him, each line of data clearly visible. Strength, stamina, intelligence, population, territory. It all reflected a single reality: the newbie tribe was still far too weak. He stared at his own strength stat, then let out a soft breath. 3 points. It sounded decent. But against this kind of threat, it was completely insufficient. Not just him, but the entire tribe was in an extremely fragile state. Meanwhile, Hakthak was still drowning in regret. His voice choked up as he blamed himself for not realizing sooner. A duke standing beside him observed the situation and gently reminded him that his spirit was broken. They wouldn't be able to get any more information out of him right now. "A duke!" Tranlap nodded, his expression turning serious. He said bluntly that they couldn't wait any longer because the next threat could strike at any moment. A duke immediately understood and asked if the Rock tribe was the one behind everything, and if so, how did they do it? Tranlup didn't answer right away. He just held up the hemp leaf, explaining concisely that this was the key. Those people used it to control the men in the cages, turning them into uncontrollable tools. And the terrifying thing was, they had no idea when it would happen next. He looked at the whole situation, his voice dropping low. "Right now, we are completely on the defensive. We have too little information and everything is a blur. We can only step forward in the dark. But the most urgent thing right now is to pull Hakthak out of his mental breakdown." The moment he called his name, Hakthak immediately looked up, his eyes filled with despair. Tran Lap spoke slowly. He said that there was no need for self-blame because once you inhale that smoke, no matter how strong your body is, you can't resist it. He showed him the leaf and asked again if he had any memories related to it. Blackstone sniffed the air and suddenly froze. He recognized that scent. It had been present during the battle with the Rock tribe. But back then it was mixed with so many other things that he'd only felt uneasy, unable to distinguish it. Hearing this, Chen Li immediately confirmed it was just as he'd guessed. Not just one type, but many types of poisonous herbs were used at once for the purpose of causing cognitive disruption and controlling their behavior. That also meant that if they didn't fully understand this mechanism, a direct attack would only lead them into a trap. Hearing this, Blackstone gritted his teeth, then suddenly knelt down, begging to join the fight and avenge the rest of his tribe. The Bay tribe members also echoed his plea in unison, their cries for revenge ringing out full of fury. Chen Li looked at them for a long moment, quickly weighing his options. He did need more manpower to complete the mission, but he couldn't let emotion cloud his judgment. The risk was too great, especially given their trait of being agitated by the smell of blood. Blackstone immediately interjected, saying that their sense of smell could be an advantage in tracking the enemy. But that only made Chen Li more worried because if they lost control, the consequences would be unimaginable. After a moment of struggle between reason and emotion, Blackstone finally declared that if he couldn't get his revenge, he'd rather die. The others roared in agreement. The atmosphere had tilted to one side. Chen Li sighed and laid out his final condition. If they agreed to be split up, follow his command, and accept their assigned tasks, he would give them a chance at revenge, even if not all of them would get to strike the blow themselves. After a moment of silence, they all agreed. Their eyes were filled with determination. Ayu also nodded in understanding. Immediately after, Chen Li turned and gave the order for a controlled release, making them part of the newbie tribe. At the same time, the system chimed with a notification: main quest completed. The newbie tribe is now officially recognized. Rewards appeared one after another: attribute points, a supply crate, a legacy template, and even a time bonus gift. Chen Li looked at it all and let out a soft sigh mixed with relief. Finally done. But when his gaze returned to his attribute panel, he muttered, "The population grew fast. But they're still too weak." Without further hesitation, he made his final decision. All of the reward points from this time would be poured into strength, because before the real storm hit, he needed at least one thing solid enough to stand against everything that was waiting ahead. Chen Li didn't hesitate, immediately dumping all the attribute points he had just received into strength. His finger pressed the plus sign on the system interface. In that instant, his entire body was engulfed in a whirlwind of exploding light. He roared in agony, feeling every muscle fiber being torn apart and regenerated as a new flood of power surged into him. It was uncontrollable, forcing his whole body to swell within the brilliant light. His scream rang out violently before gradually fading, until only heavy, ragged breaths remained, cold sweat drenching his body as the light dissipated. The system panel displayed his new status. Strength had skyrocketed to 60. Looking at that number, he let out a long breath, feeling a mix of astonishment and newfound confidence. It felt like now he had enough power to face anyone, at least in terms of pure strength. But just then, he also noticed his hair seemed to have grown a little. It made him pause for a moment before he quickly brushed it aside. Just an insignificant side effect. More important were the spoils from the system. He opened the large supply crate and received 1 ton of hematite, a precious type of iron ore. His mind immediately started calculating. With proper processing, he could leap straight to the Iron Age, skipping the Bronze Age entirely. The thought made him incredibly excited. It felt like he was holding the key to elevating his entire tribe. Next was the surprise gift package. Inside were only 3 doses of a hemostatic agent, but in the current situation they were extremely useful. When he opened the legacy template, he stared thoughtfully at the information that appeared. It was an artifact from a higher civilization with its contents yet to be determined, requiring science and technology points to decipher. After accepting the result made him pause, a feeling of embarrassment. Something that seemed meaningless made him realize this might be a form of psychological or cultural influence from the old civilization. A strange detail, but one full of research value. He immediately collected everything and quickly shifted his focus to the real threat, the Rock Tribe. Immediately after, he began to shift his strategy, prioritizing building walls, stockpiling food, training in defensive traps, and establishing a territorial defense system. Stonebone was tasked with commanding the mountain area, directly deploying a system of traps, according to a diagram he drew, while maintaining absolute secrecy about their locations. Chen Li emphasized that this was a crucial factor for survival, because even a small opening could lead to betrayal or reconnaissance and sabotage. Once everything was provisionally settled, he stood and watched as the entire area gradually formed a new defensive posture. His mind was both calculating and vigilant, because he understood clearly that what was coming was no longer a single battle, but a confrontation between 2 strategic philosophies of a completely different level. After Stonebone left, only Chen Li and Liu Deng remained standing in the middle of the gradually quieting camp. He thought in silence for a moment, then suddenly waved his hand. Instantly, a large boulder appeared in front of them. Looking at it, he chuckled with satisfaction. Consider this an open lesson for everyone to study on their own. How much they learn will depend on their own abilities. Then he turned. He told Liu Deng that he needed to rest, and that Stonebone would be back in the evening to find him. If anything urgent came up, he was to be woken immediately. Liu Deng nodded and accepted the order as he stepped inside. He immediately collapsed onto the bed, letting out a weary sigh, intending to sleep straight through until evening. But the moment he lay down, his mind refused to be still. A series of plans appeared one after another. Training soldiers, building defensive structures, forming patrol teams, developing equipment, expanding territory. Every task was urgent, none could be delayed. The more he thought, the more his head ached. He rolled over, sighed, and told himself he had to take advantage of this rare moment of rest to recover. However, before he could fall into a deep sleep, a series of noisy sounds jolted him awake. The sound of laughter, conversation, music, and even joyful giggles rang out endlessly. Chen Li groggily lifted his head, and the sight before him made him freeze. Young women in revealing outfits were laughing and joking around. The atmosphere was exactly like a cocktail party. He dazedly blurted out, "What is this?" And immediately a hand touched his chest. A coquettish voice rang out as if teasing him. Caught off guard, he quickly grabbed his beer mug to hide his awkwardness and forced a laugh to brush it off. A blue-haired girl standing nearby seemed a bit annoyed. She introduced herself as Xiaoya, and the other two were Lily and a spunky blonde girl named Iron Egg. Hearing those familiar names, Chen Li felt like he was being dragged back into old memories, and his mood instantly erupted. He raised his beer glass, laughing loudly and shouting for more drinks and more music as if trying to wash away all his previous stress. In that moment, he even felt like he was back in his old world, free from the burdens of survival or war. An unknown amount of time passed before sunlight streamed through the window shining on the bed. Tranlup was sound asleep with people leaning against him. But amidst the peace, he mumbled incessantly in his sleep, waking the person in his arms. The girl looked up, calling for him to wake up in a sweet, coaxing voice, saying she wanted to continue. But his body was exhausted, and he could only hastily refuse. Just then, the conversation began to get chaotic. He kept calling out the wrong name from Xiaoya to Lily, then Zhengsa, but they were all wrong. It wasn't until the person in his arms spoke up saying she was Thak-Kot that the entire atmosphere seemed to freeze. Tranlup shot up instantly, his face frozen for a few seconds before he let out a bewildered scream. It turned out it was all a misunderstanding, and the person he thought he was partying with was actually Thak-Kot. She had been called to report on the night mission. The atmosphere became incredibly awkward. Both of them were blushing. In the end, he could only clear his throat to change the subject and quickly end the uncomfortable situation. Immediately after, he returned to work with everyone else, beginning to inspect the trap system. A deep pit had been dug, its surroundings lined with sharp stakes pointing up from below. Only a small patch of a sky could be seen, narrowed by the mouth of the pit. Tranlap slammed his shovel into the ground, looked at the result with satisfaction, and calmly told everyone that this was sufficient for the first step of preparation. This was the most basic type of spike pit, but Tranlap intentionally emphasized every detail, as if he were lecturing an entire class that had no concept of the future. For large enemies like the Bay tribe or various monsters, the size of the pit was a matter of life and death. The pit had to be wide enough to swallow the prey whole and deep enough to prevent it from climbing out on its own. Otherwise, it would be no different from digging your own grave. He gave an example. If a mountain goat fell into a small pit, it would still have a chance to jump out. But if it was built to standard, then its only option would be to lie still and accept its fate. After speaking, he and the others quickly covered the mouth of the pit with a layer of leaves concealing all traces, as if nothing had ever existed there. A simple but deadly trap was completed right in the middle of the forest. The people around looked down, then let out a collective gasp of astonishment. The way they looked at Tranlap increasingly resembled the way one looks at something beyond their comprehension. He just smiled lightly and continued to explain that this type of trap could be combined with the net traps he had taught them before. As long as they knew how to coordinate, the effectiveness would be multiplied many times over. The atmosphere immediately became lively. Everyone cheered their mouths unceasingly, calling him king, as if they had just learned real magic. Tranlap didn't forget to assign an additional task to Akon. He said that the techniques for modifying traps could be entirely entrusted to him for practice and teaching to others. At first, Akon was stunned, not believing he could do it. But when it was explained that even simple things like a javelin trap could be turned into a hanging trap by changing the trigger mechanism, he began to understand, and his eyes gradually lit up. After assigning the tasks, he handed over the rest of the work to Thak-Kot, repeatedly reminding her to remember the location and operation of each type of trap, and that they must absolutely not be revealed to outsiders. But before leaving, he didn't forget to add one more sentence, a light threat that made Thak-Kot stand at attention as if she'd just received a life-or-death order. As dawn approached, he returned to the settlement both tired and constantly thinking about all the next steps in his plans. But as he passed by the residential area, he noticed something unusual. It was too quiet. So quiet it didn't feel normal. Usually by this time, there should be people walking around, training or preparing for work. But today it was strangely silent. He frowned, walked closer to a house and pushed the door open. But immediately a terrified scream came from inside as if they had encountered a villain. He froze. Before he could even understand what was happening, he saw several girls inside cowering, covering themselves with blankets, their faces bright red with embarrassment. When he learned the reason, he understood the problem. It turned out their current clothes were too unsafe by the new civilized standards, which made them afraid to go outside. Seeing this scene, Tranlup could only sigh and order them to prepare suitable attire within half a day before they could appear again. If not, they would have to take responsibility for themselves. Leaving that place, he walked on, lamenting that developing a civilization wasn't just about fighting, but also about awkward problems like this. As he was thinking, an excited call came from behind. Thak Kot ran over as if he had discovered a treasure holding 2 small black stones in his hand. He explained that while digging the pit, he had accidentally discovered something that could create fire. As the 2 stones were struck against each other, they immediately shot out a few small sparks. In that instant, Tranlap's expression completely changed. He immediately realized this wasn't ordinary stone, but something that could unlock an entire technological leap. A series of applications instantly flashed through his mind, from creating fire and smelting metal to various types of explosive weapons. He said only one concise but excited sentence: "This is the tribe's great leap forward." The people on the mountain were still working quietly, the atmosphere so silent that only the sound of the wind and shovels hitting the earth could be heard. Because of this, when the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from a distance, everyone immediately looked up in alarm. Thak Kot ran up as if flying, his voice filled with excitement as he shouted, "King, you're here! The stone you mentioned, we've dug it up!" Hearing that, Tranlup immediately followed the direction he was pointing. Before him was a small, freshly dug hole. He walked closer and bent down to observe, his gaze quickly becoming pensive. The quantity was small and scattered, not at all like a large mineral vein. He immediately guessed that this was not an area with ideal conditions for natural formation. It was most likely the remnants of an area that had once been mined or used. Thinking of that, he turned to Thak Kot and asked, "Did you find anything else in the soil?" Without hesitation, Thak Kot immediately squatted down and continued digging. As he sifted and turned over each layer of dirt, he picked up a few pieces of a strange object after a moment. It didn't look like flint or ordinary stone. Its color was completely different. Without much thought, he held it up and instinctively sniffed it. Just a second later, his expression changed continuously, from red to green, then pale, before finally blurting out a single-paned word: dung. The air instantly fell into a strange silence. Tranlap, however, looked as if he had just confirmed something he was thinking. His eyes lit up noticeably. Just as he suspected, this wasn't a pure mineral deposit, but an area once inhabited by creatures or a tribe. They even had a primitive concept of waste disposal. Thinking a bit further, he started to suspect that this could be a trace of an old civilization that once existed in this area. And if that's the case, there could very well be more clues buried underneath. While Thak Kot was still dry-heaving from his oral discovery, Tranlap had already switched to giving orders. Gather the rest of the digestive stones, fill in the area, and leave absolutely no trace. At the same time, set more traps around. He also instructed them to build a fire watchtower on high ground, to take turns observing. Hearing that, Thak Kot immediately reacted in panic. "A fire tower? What are we burning? Why do we need fire?" But before he could ask more, Tranlap had already waved his hand and walked away, leaving him standing there, bewildered. A few days later, work within the tribe gradually stabilized. Houses had begun to take shape, the people had proper places to live, and the atmosphere in the territory became much more peaceful. Looking at the results, Tranlap nodded in satisfaction, thinking to himself that this was the first step in building a solid foundation for survival. Six Dang, standing beside him, couldn't help but ask about that concept, and he simply explained that only when people's basic needs are met can the tribe truly develop in the long term. But before he could finish, an excited shout cut him off. Dai rushed over from a distance like a gust of wind. As soon as she saw him, she shouted loudly and ran straight for him. Tranlap barely had time to react before he saw the danger approaching. He immediately turned to cry for help, but it was too late. Dai threw herself into his arms with such force that they both went flying straight into a newly built house, creating a huge crash. Six Dang, standing outside, could only gape in astonishment, disbelieving his own eyes. After a moment of chaos, Tranlap staggered to his feet. Before he could even steady himself, Dai hugged him tightly again, crying and saying that the house was just finished, and that he couldn't let anything happen to him. He could only sigh and reluctantly warn her not to tackle him like that again, then went back to checking on the construction as things settled down. He moved on to check the food supply by the river. The fishing operation was bustling, with some people catching fish and others sorting them. Laughter and conversation filled the air. The scene of daily life was truly becoming that of a developing tribe. Six Dang looked at everything and, unable to hide his gratitude, said that it was all thanks to Tranlap's leadership. But he wasn't entirely comfortable with that thought. He still felt a bit troubled about what he had done about the war, about the conquest. Six Dang just calmly replied that this was a world where the strong survive and the weak perish. There's no absolute right or wrong. Hearing this, Tranlap just stared silently at the river before him, his gaze heavy as if he were reconsidering the entire path ahead. The large and small tribes in the surrounding area were still slaughtering and devouring each other daily like a never-ending vortex. In that chaotic context, Tranlap chose to use the smallest losses to gain the greatest benefits, step by step, pulling the entire tribe out of its passive position. After hearing this, the look in Six Dang's eyes, who was standing beside him, began to change. As if those words had touched his deepest thoughts, he said, "This isn't just a strategy. It's also a form of mercy in its own way." Hearing this, Tranlap smiled faintly, his eyes showing a rare satisfaction. He clapped Six Dang on the shoulder, acknowledging that the man had grasped the most important thing for a tribe's survival. Then he signaled to keep moving, saying it was time to check on the border defenses, especially the area related to the Bay tribe, where he always felt there were hidden variables. The two of them followed the mountain path, arriving as the sun was nearly setting below the horizon. From a distance, the scene of labor was still proceeding in an orderly fashion, people standing guard, people building. Everything was running smoothly, which made him quite pleased. Just as he was about to leave, Thachkot ran up. He called out to him. Without beating around the bush, he asked directly about the progress on the fire beacon and the trap system. Thachkot immediately reported that the three main directions, west, south, and north, were all set up. However, a problem arose with manpower. A large portion of the people had to be moved to guard duty, which split the construction force and slowed down progress. He pointed towards the people working. The exhaustion was clear on everyone's faces. To ensure progress, everyone was forced to start work very early and continue until dark. Hearing this, Tranlap just let out a sigh, muttering that the lack of manpower was still the biggest bottleneck. Without hesitating for long, he decided he and Six Dang would go up the mountain tonight to provide direct support. Thachkot immediately objected, arguing that everyone could still manage and that he didn't need to personally intervene. But Tranlap shook his head, his voice turning serious, and said that this was a critical phase. "We can't delay for the single minute or second." He further analyzed that if the Rock Tribe had truly existed near this area, then they probably know the terrain even better than we do. And if they take advantage of a moment when our defenses aren't fully prepared to attack, the consequences will be severe. There was no more time for debate. He immediately gave the order to move out. Under the cold, full moon, the group moved up the mountain, each person taking on a part of the work. The sound of quiet but continuous conversation echoed in the silent space. Some were adjusting wooden stakes, others were checking trap locations. Everyone was racing against time. Tranlap stood in the middle of the work area, his gaze fixed on the fire watchtowers in the distance. For some reason, an inexplicable feeling of unease rose within him. He frowned, trying to push the thought away. He told himself it was probably just accumulated stress, but the feeling wouldn't go away. Just then, a scream rang out from the distance, shattering the silence. Tranlap immediately whipped his head around, his eyes sharp. A signal from the southern fire beacon appeared at the same time. Without a moment's hesitation, he shot to his feet, his decisive voice ringing out. "The southern fire beacon is under attack. Everyone assemble." The quiet forest night was torn apart by the sound of Tranlap's urgent footsteps as he sprinted towards the southern fire beacon. As he ran, his mind raced with calculations. Even though he knew the trap layout and had picked up some speed, the distance from his current position to the southern mountain was still at least 5 minutes. His heart was burning with anxiety. He could only hope that during that time, nothing serious would happen at the fire beacon. Akan, observing from a high vantage point, his eyes narrowed as he saw the alarm smoke rising in the distance. He immediately realized the situation wasn't simple. The traps had been triggered very close to the tribe, which meant the enemy had penetrated deeper than expected. They might even have accomplices approaching from another direction. Without further hesitation, Akan immediately moved towards the scene. But just as he landed, a sense of danger washed over him, causing him to instinctively dodge to one side. A sneak attack missed. He immediately counterattacked, throwing a spear into the darkness, but was met with only a strange silence. Before he could compose himself, the weapon he had thrown was flung back at him at an incredible speed. Akan was forced to use his remaining spear to block the blow, and right after that, another figure lunged forward, their killing intent palpable. The movement was so fast that he couldn't react in time. In a life-or-death moment just centimeters away, a familiar axe blade stopped right before his eyes. Tranlap had appeared just in time. His gaze was sharp as ice, but his voice was urgent. He immediately asked for the situation. Akan, having just recovered from the shock, quickly reported the direction where the trap was triggered. Tranlap only had time to nod and confirm the location before immediately ordering him to stay behind and lead the group that was following. As for himself, he continued to rush ahead to handle the situation. In the darkness, his figure quickly vanished, leaving only a reminder to be careful as there might still be more enemies. Tranlap crossed the forest following the signs of a triggered trap. He finally stopped in front of a sprung hanging trap. There were no unusual sounds nor any sign of a whole group of pursuers. The air was so quiet it made him wary. Observing more closely, he realized the trapped prey didn't resemble a wild beast or the enemy he had imagined. Cautiously approaching, he froze for a moment when he saw the situation clearly. The person hanging there wasn't a fierce attacker at all, but a girl in an incredibly awkward position, tied up and dangling in midair, her expression a mix of shame and helplessness. The entire situation was completely beyond his expectations. Tranlap stood still for a moment, his eyes as if confirming what he was seeing before slowly uttering a sentence. "Xiaoluan, why is it aren't you supposed to be recovering from your injuries?" He asked the question, but his gaze lingered on the sight before him for so long that he had to let out a cough to hide his own awkwardness. Xiaoluan was both embarrassed, and so annoyed her ears turned red. She gritted her teeth and shot back. "Have you had your fill of looking—" Tranlap maintained his usual shameless expression and even deliberately teased her with a smile. "A scene like this is rare, Your Highness." The moment he spoke, Xiaoluan seemed to explode, screaming, "Tranlap, I'll kick you to death!" Despite her legs being tied, she still struggled, kicking wildly in his direction. Tranlap not only didn't dodge, but stepped forward. He grabbed her ankle with one hand, his eyes looking. You let go." Xiaoluan stammered, her face red with a mix of anger and panic. "Taking advantage of someone in their time of need." Chenli deliberately blew a puff of air on her foot, then tickled her sole with his finger. He wasn't about to let her off easy. She instantly jolted, letting out a yelp she couldn't suppress. She had been trying to maintain a tough facade, but it completely crumbled in seconds, her face flushing from both anger and the ridiculousness of it all. "Chenli, I'm warning you. I'm getting really angry." Her voice was trembling with rage, but Chenli remained completely unfazed, continuing to tease her a few more times, which only made her struggle more violently. Just then, the sound of people running towards them came from outside. "Over here! This way, hurry!" Xiaoluan immediately lowered her voice, whispering through gritted teeth, "If anyone sees this, I'll kill them all to shut them up." Hearing that, Chenli let out a dry cough and quickly stood up. All right. Letting you down, letting you down!" As he untied the rope, he shouted to the people outside. "Don't come any closer, there's a trap here." "Outside!" Shugu's worried voice called out. "King, did you run into an ambush? Do we need to charge in?" Akun frowned, sensing something wasn't right. The voice didn't sound like they were in a fight. Shugu, however, took a completely different train of thought, suddenly nodding as if he'd discovered a great truth. "I get it, the king must be taking care of some private business, like relieving himself." Akun fell silent, not wanting to respond. Inside, Xiaoluan was finally let down. The moment her feet touched the ground, she nearly collapsed, glaring at Chenli with a look as sharp as a knife, fueled by both pain and anger. "You certainly know a lot of strange tricks." Chenli immediately raised his hands. "My fault, entirely my fault." After a moment of silence, he remembered the important matter at hand and became serious. "So why did you come running out here in the middle of the night?" Xiaoluan's irritation finally subsided, and her expression slowly turned serious. "I overheard a conversation among the members of the Bay tribe." She recounted what Haishir had said about wanting to go to the sea to fish, and about the path being blocked by a pack of golden wolves. After listening, Chenli crossed his arms in thought, his gaze darkening. The golden wolves weren't there before. He immediately deduced, one possibility, someone either left the tribe or was lured out. Xiaoluan asked at once, "Should we eliminate all of them?" Chenli shook his head. "No, it's not a problem with the people." He looked off towards the forest, his voice deepening. "It's a hole in our defenses." He began to analyze the situation quickly. His eyes grew sharper by the second. "We need patrols. We need to control the path to the beach. We might even have to build a new outpost." As he spoke, his voice became confident again. "Fishing is just a secondary goal. The important things are salt bird eggs and the coastal resources." He turned to her with a slight smile. "It's decided. We'll deal with the golden wolves tomorrow morning." He and Xiaoluan stood in a corner of the forest. Light filtering through the canopy created hazy patches on the ground. She looked at him and said seriously, "I can help you handle the watchtower and the patrol teams. As for the golden wolves and expanding our territory, you should think it over more carefully. He smiled and stepped closer, teasing, "Well, well. Are you worried I can't handle a pack of wild beasts?" She immediately blushed and pushed him away. "Get over yourself." He let out a loud laugh. She turned her face away, her voice low. "Actually, I'm worried we're spreading our forces too thin by guarding 2 areas with our current numbers." He placed a hand on her shoulder, signaling for her to continue. She went on, "Besides, the beach was attacked by the rock tribe before. Who knows if they'll come back?" He shook his head, refuting her point. "But it's precisely because they appeared there a few days ago that I think the area is temporarily safe." He pictured the map in his head and continued, "Our camp, the outpost. The beach and the rock tribe's totem in the southwest form a triangle. As long as we ensure information and supplies can flow between 2 of the points, they can support each other." The image of the poison leaf that made people collapse flashed in his mind, and his voice grew heavy. "They are people who know how to use poison smoke. If we gather everyone in one place, it would only take 1 attack to wipe us out." She waved her hand. "I don't really get it, but if you've decided, then let's do it." Behind a bush, Shugu and Akun were still eavesdropping. Shugu muttered, "Still not done." The king really has stamina. The high moon cast its light over the forest. He, along with He Shu and a few others, were moving in silence. He Shu suddenly spoke, breaking the quiet atmosphere. "Hey, I'm telling you, kid, are you sure this is the place? Why isn't there any smell of blood?" The guide affirmed, "This is the exact spot. I saw golden wolves here just 2 days ago." The words had barely left his mouth when the bushes in front of them exploded and a golden wolf leaped out. The other man fell to the ground in a panic. He Shu roared, "How dare you!" He sent a kick flying, sending the wolf crashing into a tree with enough force to break the trunk. A howl echoed, and a whole pack of wolves appeared surrounding them. Liu Dong warned, "King, be careful." He smirked calmly. "Don't be tense. They're not the main objective anymore." Haishu cupped his hands. "King Chen-Li, leave the left side to us." He charged forward with a single punch that sent the wolves on the left scattering in disarray. He then added, "And the right side is mine too." 2 wolves lunged at the same time. Heishu and the others immediately met the charge. He stood and watched with a cold gaze, thinking to himself that this was a good opportunity to train the new recruits. A wolf lunged at him from behind. Without turning his head, he simply raised a hand, grabbed its neck, and snapped it. He said in a cold voice, "Unlucky." A wolf's howl echoed in the night as the rest of the pack fled in a panic. Hakthak threw the wolf's corpse to the ground, frowning, not pleased at all. He looked at Hakthak and said calmly, "Forget it. The work is more important. Let's keep moving." Hakthak nodded and replied succinctly, "Yes." He pointed forward and said, "Our old home is just ahead." He immediately gave the signal. "All right, everyone, be careful." The group moved towards the beach. When they arrived, he looked into the distance and asked, "See that cliff?" Without waiting for an answer, he pointed straight ahead. "Build the outpost there." He observed the terrain and continued to give orders. "The outpost must be right against the cliff, large enough to hold about 20 people. The signal fire must be placed on high ground." He nodded, and the man turned to give another reminder. "After the outpost is built, you must also make a small salt field next to it. I'll teach you how later." Hakthak bowed his head. "Yes, my king." He stepped forward and clapped him on the shoulder. "After I return, I'll send more people to help. But you all only have 4 days." He let out a breath. An image of himself wearing a worker's uniform and a yellow hard hat, holding a notebook and directing a construction site, suddenly appeared in his mind. He couldn't help but think to himself, "Why do I feel like a contractor checking on the project's progress? I used to be just a brick hauler." He pulled himself back to reality. "That's the plan for now. If there's an emergency light, the signal fire to alert the camp immediately." Hakthak replied firmly, "Rest assured." 3 days later in the village, he tested a bow and arrow, then nodded. "It's decent." He examined it and mumbled to himself, "Cowhide is good but hard to master. The wood isn't durable enough either. I'll have to find better materials later." The system's notification chimed in announcing he had invented the wooden bow. He received science and technology points. Just then, someone knocked on the door. "King Aduk has returned. He has something to report." He let him in. As the door opened, he immediately asked, "How are things in the north? Are there any tribes we can ally with?" Aduk shook his head. "I walked for more than a day and saw no signs of people. There's only a lake and a snowy mountain. There was also something in the lake, but before I could get a clear look, it disappeared." Hearing about the snowy mountain, he frowned but remained calm. "It's all right, you did well." A duck hesitated, then whispered, "But the area near the snowy mountain is very scary." He was about to ask why when she suddenly threw her arms around him, her voice trembling. "King, the scary thing isn't the snowy mountain." He froze. "Then what is it?" She looked up, her eyes filled with terror. "It's the thing behind the snowy mountain." The atmosphere immediately grew heavy. He narrowed his eyes. She whispered as if recalling something. "Giant. A giant." Tanlap gently took Aduk's hand, his voice calm and reassuring. "There's no need to be afraid." But before he could ease the tension, the hunter clutched his head in panic. Trembling and stammering, he said, "Just thinking about it is enough to make my legs go weak." Just then, the mission panel suddenly appeared before Tanlap's eyes, announcing that the side quest chain for the giant had been activated, causing him to pause for a moment in confusion. A series of thoughts immediately raced through his mind. Just a glimpse had earned him 1 attribute point, whereas before, he had to struggle to hunt a saber-toothed tiger just to get 2 points. Thinking this, he began to reassure himself. Perhaps the opponent is just an ordinary tall person. If I keep my distance, it might not be dangerous. He even thought further. If that giant belongs to an organized tribe, maybe I can even recruit them as an ally. But immediately after, he reminded himself to be extremely cautious, because one wrong move could result in a tribe-ending catastrophe. Clearly a mission that tested one's courage, and diplomacy like this couldn't be entrusted to the hunter or a duke. After thinking it through, Tanlap took the initiative and told the hunter to go back and rest, telling him to wait a few more days for the feast where he could relax as much as he wanted. Hearing this, the hunter quickly asked for leave to withdraw. A duck, however, spoke up for him, explaining, "The hunter is just a bit timid. I hope the king won't mind." But Tanlap shook his head, suggesting that's not necessarily cowardice. It might be that his survival instincts are far beyond a normal person's, making him especially sensitive to dangerous things. That's precisely why young Tam can always protect himself when scouting outside. Then he remembered something more important and turned to ask, "How are the preparations for the mate-bonding ceremony with Xiaoluan?" Aduk finally remembered and quickly replied that everything was complete. Hearing this, Tanlap nodded in satisfaction and then continued with his instructions. "Prepare luggage for 4 people. I plan to lead a small group on a long trip." Aduk asked in surprise, not expecting the king to go himself. Tanlap just smiled casually and said, "This is just a scouting trip around the area, so there's no need to worry too much. Just prepare light necessities like food, water, and warm clothes." On that note, he also praised the clothes made by Chocho, saying they looked very good. Aduk nodded in agreement, saying that they never knew what to do with cowhide before, but now it finally had a use. She then asked about the departure time. Tanlap immediately replied, "The mate bonding ceremony will be at noon the day after tomorrow. After the feast ends, we'll set out the following day." 2 days later, Tanlap was diligently testing a newly made wooden shield. After a round of checks, he let out a sigh of relief, feeling quite satisfied because the hard wood combined with the cowhide inside created a shield that was both sturdy and not too heavy. 2 days of hard work had finally paid off. Just then, the system's notification rang out announcing that he had successfully invented a new tool. Science and technology points increased to 62. Hearing that, Tanlap felt a true sense of relief as everything was finally complete, meaning the tribe could quickly upgrade their equipment. Just then, a knock came from the door. He called out for them to enter. A duke came in and reported that everything outside was ready and it was time to change into his ceremonial attire. Tanlap smiled, nodded, and said, "I'm counting on you, a duke." Outside, the villagers had already begun to cheer enthusiastically. The sound of endless congratulations made him let out a soft sigh. Then he stepped outside, where everyone was already standing in 2 lines waiting to welcome him. In that moment, he suddenly felt that everything was different. Thinking about the so-called mating ceremony, which was really no different from a wedding, and remembering his past life where he was still struggling just to get by. But now he had an entire tribe, loyal subjects, and above all, a wife who belonged to him. A feeling that was both strange and real slowly spread. It filled Tanlap's heart. He thought to himself and smiled gently, taking Xiaoluan's hand as an indescribable feeling welled up inside him. Everything had happened so fast it felt like a dream. But it wasn't until this moment that he truly felt he belonged to this world. He was no longer an outsider. Looking into Xiaoluan's eyes, he slowly said that from now on, whenever he left, the newbie tribe would be entrusted to her. Then right after that, he turned and announced loudly to all his people, "From this day forward, Tioloan is your queen." The moment he finished, the entire tribe erupted and the sound of cheering was endless. Everyone excitedly shouted their congratulations to the king and queen. Amidst the lively atmosphere, the two of them just quietly looked at each other with affection, which only made the surrounding crowd even rowdier. They kept shouting, urging the two to kiss. Further away, Dai was crying uncontrollably. She sniffled as she wiped her tears. Even though she didn't want to share her king with anyone else, she couldn't help but be moved by the scene before her. That night, the whole tribe gathered around a bonfire. They celebrated late into the night, the sound of cheerful chatter and laughter echoing everywhere. When the party finally wound down, everyone said their goodbyes one by one and went home to rest with calls of good night directed at Tan Lap. He finally had some space to himself, letting out a sigh of relief that everything had gone so smoothly. It was the end of a perfect day. But just then, a duke appeared. He quietly reminded him that the queen was waiting in the royal palace, then immediately withdrew so as not to disturb them. After hearing this, Tan Lap just grunted in acknowledgement, but then the corner of his mouth curled into a dangerous smile. His mind instantly filled with all sorts of suggestive scenarios, making his face flush red. He couldn't stop smiling as he walked. The more he thought about it, the more excited he got, even telling himself that maybe something even more stimulating would happen tonight. However, all those fantasies vanished the moment he opened the door and stepped inside. He hadn't even finished saying, "Wifey, I'm home," when he froze on the spot. Tioloan sat there with an icy expression, her gaze so sharp it was terrifying, startling Tan Lap and making him cry out. The atmosphere immediately became suffocating, so much so that he felt like a murder was about to happen. Tioloan didn't say much, just coldly gave him a chance to confess, which left Tan Lap frozen with no idea what was going on. That is, until she held up a whip as a clear warning, making him instantly panic. The thought even flashed through his mind. Isn't this a bit much for our wedding night? He even thought to himself that he'd have to get her a gentler whip later. Finally, Tioloan got straight to the point. "We just finished the ceremony, and you're already planning to take people and leave the tribe." Hearing this, Tan Lap breathed a sigh of relief. So that's all this was about. The tension immediately vanished. He laughed and explained that it was all a misunderstanding, gently placing his hands on her shoulders and calmly clarifying his plan. After listening to his explanation for a while, Tioloan began to understand. She asked, "So you're planning to convince the giants to form an alliance to deal with the rock tribe?" Tan Lap nodded, but admitted that he wasn't entirely sure it would work. That's why he was bringing 3 extra people as a precaution, and he stressed that the true purpose of the trip had to be kept a secret, because even Aduk and Noctam were extremely afraid of the giants. Hearing this, Tioloan couldn't help but worry and offered to go with him, but was immediately refused. Tan Lap made it clear that between the two of them, one had to stay behind to protect the tribe. Then he took out a newly invented weapon, handed it to her, and explained that it was a stone sling and he would teach her how to use it later. Finally, he gave Tioloan an even more important mission to train a stone sling squad to prepare for any potential future battles. After much consideration, Tan Lap finally chose his 3 companions, and so the 4 of them leisurely set off. The atmosphere was quite relaxed, and he even hummed a song as he walked. He seemed to be really enjoying himself, mumbling a few lines, "You carry the luggage, I'll lead the horse." If anyone was sharp, they'd recognize the song, "Where is the Road?" from Journey to the West. But seeing this, an outsider would probably just think this king was a little goofy. Avon, walking behind, couldn't hide the look of exasperation on her face. To her, Tan Lap was acting like an idiot, just entertaining himself. She really couldn't understand why Tioloan had chosen this man. As she was silently judging him, she was surprised to see Tan Lap glance back at her. She immediately dropped her expression and pretended to be observing their surroundings. Meanwhile, Tan Lap's mind started to run wild. He saw Avon deliberately lagging behind and couldn't help but wonder if she was looking for another chance to assassinate him. What if she stabbed him when he wasn't paying attention? He shuddered a little at the thought, but then told himself to let it go. After all this was Tioloan's decision, he had to trust her even if he didn't want to. He remembered the night before, when he was sitting on the ground playing with her feet and had curiously asked how they were still so soft when she was always barefoot. All he got in return was a gentle kick and an embarrassed glare. Then Tioloan had seriously suggested that if he didn't trust people from her old tribe, he should choose people from the jungle and bay tribes. After that, she had firmly insisted that Avon had to go with him. It wasn't a negotiation. It was practically an order because, according to her, Avon was the strongest warrior by her side. She said she would only feel at ease if Avon went along. She even guaranteed that she had already taught Avon a lesson about what happened last time, telling him not to worry. But now, looking at the way she kept staring at him, Tan Lap just wanted to sigh. It was a bit hard to feel at ease like this. He glanced over at Akon next to him, thinking to himself that if something did happen, he could probably only rely on him. Just then, Akon suddenly spoke up, saying he felt like something was staring at them. But when no one responded, he could only reassure himself that it was probably just his imagination. Seeing this, Tanlap chuckled to himself and said, "Not necessarily. Turn around and see for yourself." The atmosphere immediately grew a little tense. Just then, Hakthak ran up. He asked about the lake up ahead. Tanlap nodded and said he had heard the hunters mention it. As soon as he finished speaking, Hakthak laughed and said, "Then the hunters must have seen that thing too." Tanlap narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, "You mean the water monster in the lake?" Hakthak immediately confirmed it, saying that when he was little, he saw it swallow a leopard whole. He sounded excited as he spoke. He even said he hoped they would run into it this time so he could have a good fight. In complete contrast to his excitement, Tanlap just felt annoyed. To him, it was good luck not to run into monsters like that, but on the outside, he had to remain calm and even act tough. That sea monsters are nothing special. If he were to encounter one, he'd rather face something stronger like a giant, for instance. After saying it, he realized he'd gone a bit too far. He glanced over at Icon to gauge his reaction. Sure enough, the moment the word giant was mentioned, Icon's face paled and he frantically waved his hands, telling him not to wish for such an encounter. Shinli immediately sensed something was wrong. He bent down, looked straight into the boy's eyes, and asked if giants really existed. This time, Icon didn't look away, but he didn't answer right away either. His gaze lowered as he slowly recounted the past from before he met Qin-Li. They had once been a tribe of over 30 people. Life was peaceful until one day disaster struck. A giant appeared. No one could fight it. All they could do was flee in despair. Most of the tribe was devoured right before their eyes. Their homes were destroyed, the entire village thrown into chaos. The memory was so horrifying that the survivors like him didn't even dare to speak of it, let alone face it again. Icon lowered his head, his voice dropping as he recalled the old story. Even though he was very young back then, the memory was seared into his mind. He said that among the survivors for sure, no one could ever forget the horrifying scene of that day. Hearing this, Qin-Li finally understood everything. No wonder just mentioning giants was enough to make the hunter's hands and feet tremble with fear. It wasn't weakness, but a genuine trauma. As the group continued forward, Heishi suddenly stopped when he saw a familiar type of fruit. He casually picked one and chuckled, warning everyone to absolutely not eat it, recalling a time in his childhood when he did with unforgettable consequences before he walked away. Curious, Qin-Li moved closer to observe it. The system immediately provided information it was a croton plant used to treat constipation, but also poisonous. Hearing this, he could only cover his mouth to hide a smile. He couldn't help but inwardly tease Heishi, thinking so that's what he accidentally ate back then to have such a disaster. But right after he stopped short, realizing that the deeper they went, the stranger the surrounding vegetation became. It felt like they were entering a completely different area. His intuition told him something was wrong, so he immediately had the system scan and identify everything. The results that appeared left him stunned. There was desmodium, which could detoxify and treat stones. Then there was agrimony to help stop bleeding, mugwort to reduce inflammation, and honeysuckle to lower fever. The more he looked, the more it felt like he had stumbled into a giant medicinal herb repository. Qin-Li instantly became excited. He ran back and forth, observing everything relentlessly, his eyes practically glowing with joy. That is, until he suddenly stopped in front of a bush, leaned in for a closer look, and mumbled to himself, feeling it was extremely familiar. The system quickly provided the result. It was millet, one of the 5 grains. In that moment, Qin-Li was nearly overwhelmed, so happy he wanted to shout. Only one thought filled his mind. He had finally found the most important thing to enter the agricultural era. The system immediately activated a new mission requiring him to plant and harvest the 5 grains within a specific time limit. The reward was incredibly enticing, making Qin-Li even more determined. He quickly calculated his future plans, even thinking about finding clay to cook rice and brew medicine. However, looking at the still unripe millet stalks, he could only sigh with regret and temporarily move on. Just then, a sudden chill ran down his spine, making him furrow his brow with vigilance. His intuition kept warning him of danger. At first he thought it was Ayun, but when he turned back he saw she was still focused on observing their surroundings, showing no unusual signs. Before he could figure out what was happening, Icon ran up in a panic, pointing and stammering to signal something up ahead. Qin-Li thought he had found a new material, so he was still quite calm, even praising him when he saw it was a rami plant, a type that could be used for weaving fibers. But Icon was nearly frantic. He hastily cut him off, saying that what he was trying to point at wasn't those plants. It was what was hidden inside. Before he could finish his sentence, rustling sounds came from the thicket. A golden wolf slowly stepped out, its fierce eyes staring them down. Then another appeared, and then many more. Their numbers grew, and the air instantly became as tense as a drawn bowstring. Qin-Li now understood that the stalking gaze he had felt earlier came from this pack. But instead of fear, a smile of interest spread across his face. He even joked that they could consider this a warm-up before facing the giant. He watched the wolves growling and preparing to charge. He tightened his grip on his axe, his voice turning cold as he gave the order. Things have come to this. We can't let them go. We have to eliminate this threat for good right here. The chase was unfolding tensely when the situation was suddenly reversed. From out of the chaos, a giant appeared. At the same time, the pack of golden wolves charged in to attack. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin-Li let out a loud shout, ordering everyone to charge forward immediately. The wolves had just leaped forward when they were subdued by a swing of the giant's arm. He let out a loud, excited laugh. He spoke as if prey had just served itself up on a platter. The two sides clashed violently. With a single slash, Ayun cut a wolf in two, but three more immediately pounced on her. Luckily, the giant blocked them in time. He dusted off his hands with a hearty laugh, even saying something like, "There's no need to thank him." Against such overwhelming power, the wolf pack quickly fell into a disadvantage. They turned and fled. The giant mumbled in regret at not being able to keep them there. Qin-Li immediately ordered a pursuit, determined this time to completely eradicate the threat. The whole group gave a chase. He ran laughing with excitement, but after a short while he realized that continuing the pursuit was no longer logical as their opponent's speed was too great. Just then a scream rang out. Qin-Li turned to see Ayun tightly bound by strange vines. The sight before him startled him and he rushed forward. The system immediately warned him about the Crimson King flower, a carnivorous plant with a corrosive fluid that actively captures prey to devour it. Hearing this, a chill ran down Qin-Li's spine. This was clearly no longer a normal, primitive world. Ayun struggled in despair, and her bone knife was even snatched right from her. Before Qin-Li's eyes, that monstrous plant swallowed her weapon whole. The situation grew more and more critical. He tried to give orders to his teammates, but Icon was also helpless, trapped by the vines himself. Qin-Li had no choice but to charge in alone. He hacked at the vines, trying to get closer, constantly reassuring her. But Ayun screamed at him to leave her and run. In that instant, the Crimson King flower swallowed her whole. Qin-Li roared in despair and charged forward like a madman, swinging his axe wildly to break through the vines. From behind, two golden wolves tried to ambush him, but Heishi intercepted them in time, shouting a warning that this was a trap. If Qin-Li didn't retreat, they would all be wiped out. But he didn't stop. As he fought, he quickly analyzed the situation, realizing the vines weren't too fast and that everything around them was flammable material. An idea flashed in his mind. He immediately took out his flint, created a spark with a swing of his axe, and let out a determined laugh. If he couldn't chop them, he would burn them all. The fire quickly erupted, spreading throughout the area. Hit by the flames, the Crimson King flower opened its mouth wide in a panic. It vomited Ayun out. Qin-Li immediately rushed forward to catch her, asking frantically if she was okay. Even though the situation was urgent, he tried to calm her down so they could work together to save the others. Thanks to the spreading fire, the group finally escaped the deadly climbing goats. They didn't stop, but immediately retreated. Tan Lap even shot a fire arrow to burn the area behind them, preventing another ambush. The group ran with all their might, pushing forward. When he saw water in the distance, Tan Lap saw hope, and immediately shouted for everyone to hang on a little longer. As soon as they jumped in, they would be safe. But just when they thought they had escaped, a golden wolf suddenly appeared right behind a van, silently closing in, preparing to launch a fatal sneak attack. The situation was incredibly tense as they tried to run and escape. Tan Lap suddenly looked back and yelled a warning, "A van, be careful!" Then immediately pulled her toward him. But in that instant, the golden wolf lunged. A van instinctively kicked it away, but it was too late. The ferocious beast overpowered him, pinning Tan Lap to the ground. Heishi and Akun, who were ahead, screamed his name in panic while Tan Lap gritted his teeth, holding the wolf tight. While fighting back, he yelled for everyone to run ahead. The fire had reached him and he would find his own way out. His mind raced. The wolf in front of him was clearly badly injured. He just needed to hold on a little longer until it was exhausted or consumed by the flames. At that critical moment, an arrow cut through the air and pierced straight into the wolf's neck, killing it instantly. Tan Lap froze and turned his head to see a van who had just struggled back to her feet. She was the one who fired that arrow. He couldn't help but ask in surprise when she had learned to use a bow. A van panting replied that she had just learned by watching him, but her ankle was sprained and her strength was gone. She was sure she couldn't run anymore and told everyone to leave her behind. Before she could finish, Tanlap cut her off, scolding her for talking nonsense, and said nothing more. He bent down, lifted her onto his back, and said decisively, "If we go together." Ahead, Heishi and Akun were desperately clearing a path, constantly urging them on as the fire closed in. While running, Heishi even considered throwing people directly into the lake to save time, but Aikon immediately objected. The group had no choice but to grit their teeth and keep running. Tanlap mustered all his strength to carry a van through the sea of fire. Just then, a van suddenly spoke, her voice heavy, admitting that she had originally planned to use this opportunity to kill him. Then she laid out her suspicions about the previous Black Ox incident one by one, his fighting style, the traces of his injuries. Everything made her believe that Tanlap was involved. She had even planned to assassinate him herself, the knife once held close to his neck. But now things were different. Tanlap didn't stop still carrying her forward, and only said one short sentence, "If we're going, we go together. Live or die, it's the same." The words weren't fancy, but they were enough to silence a van. In the end, she just let out a soft, "Humph," half a warning and half a blush, saying she would continue to watch him. If he betrayed the tribe, she would still take action. Tanlap just smiled and replied simply that if he did something wrong, she could deal with him however she saw fit. The atmosphere between them shifted from confrontational to a strange kind of trust. They finally reached the lake. Heishi jumped in first, sighing with relief and laughing loudly at their narrow escape from death. Tanlap, however, stood behind them, his expression grim. When he realized that 2 of the 4 people could no longer move, the plan to find the giant had to be temporarily put on hold. He quickly reorganized the group, assigning Heishi to lead the 2 injured back to the safe area near the thornleaf tree while he went to find medicine. After treating their wounds with the herbs he'd gathered, everyone's condition gradually stabilized. While gathering more supplies with Heishi, Tanlap suddenly noticed a strange smell. Following the scent, he discovered a litter of wolf cubs sleeping in the bushes. Only then did he understand that the golden wolves from before weren't seeking revenge. They were protecting their young. The system immediately activated a new mission. Tanlap accepted without hesitation and then urged everyone to keep moving. But they hadn't gone far before the atmosphere grew heavy again. Roars echoed from deep within the forest, sending a chill down everyone's spine. Before Tanlap could even figure out what it was, a huge shadow appeared. Sharp claws emerged from behind a tree as a man-eating bear slowly stepped out, its eyes locked on its prey. Akun cried out in despair. Tanlap immediately assessed the situation. Carrying 2 injured people, there was no way they could escape. He had no other choice. He threw down his pack and turned back to face the monster, then ordered the other 3 to take a detour and retreat. They hesitated at first, but Tanlap yelled at them, allowing no hesitation, as he stood protectively in front of the bear. He made it clear that staying would only get in his way. They had one chance to live, and they had to leave immediately. His voice was firm, leaving no room for argument. Tanlap turned to Heishi, his tone decisive as he entrusted the safety of the other 2 to him. "I'm leaving them to you," he said. Then walked straight toward the giant bear, shouting to draw its attention and create an opening for his comrades to escape. Heishi understood at once. He led a van and Akun away. Tanlap stood alone facing the monster. He taunted it, swinging his axe and charging forward, but the difference in strength was too great. A single swipe sent him flying. Heishi looked back and saw this, panicking and wanting to go back to help, but Akun stopped him. He believed Tanlap had a plan, and besides, staying would only get in his way. In the end, the 3 gritted their teeth and continued their retreat. Seeing that they were far away, Tanlap caught his breath and told himself that at least he had drawn the bear's attention. Now he just had to lure it away from this area. He hid behind a tree and continued to provoke the beast, making it charge after him in a rage. Step by step, he led it further away, his mind already planning his own escape. But just then, from the bushes beside him, a dark figure suddenly lunged out, startling him so much he cursed under his breath. When he looked closer, he realized it was the saber-toothed tiger he had encountered before. The fierce eyes and the familiar scar made him certain he wasn't mistaken. Before he could react, the bear had also closed in, with 1 monster in front and 1 behind. He was trapped. The situation immediately became desperate. Tanlap broke out in a cold sweat, the thought of using the power of the Pangu axe flashing through his mind, but the price was too high. It could leave him exhausted or unconscious, which in this situation was no different from suicide. Just then, the system suddenly activated a special mode, forcing him into an extreme escape state, greatly increasing his speed and stamina for a short time, but with severe consequences afterward. Before he could think any further, his body was flooded with power, and he felt as light as the wind. The moment the two beasts lunged at him, he leaped high into the air, causing them to crash. They crashed into each other, and he took the chance to escape, but even so, the two beasts wouldn't give up and continued their pursuit. Tanlap could only run for his life, screaming and cursing as he went. The burst of speed helped him gradually pull away from them. Finally, after a long chase, he escaped their pursuit. He stopped panting heavily and couldn't help but grimace as he looked at his system status. The price he paid was steep, but at least he was still alive. Looking around, he realized he'd been forced into a completely unfamiliar area. Ahead of him was a mountain range covered in white snow. Instead of turning back, a bold thought came to him. Since I'm already here, why not try to find the giant from the rumors? And so Tanlap pressed forward. He began climbing the icy, snowy region, his lighter body making it easier to move across the thick snow. Although the time for his special status was running out, when he finally reached the summit, the sight before him left him speechless. A giant creature was standing there. Surrounding it were dinosaurs chained up like pets. Tanlap was utterly stunned with only one thought in his mind. Could this be the giant? Seeing the legendary giant in the flesh for the first time, Tanlap's brain just short-circuited. A single very down-to-earth phrase escaped his lips. Holy crap, it's really that big. At this point, you can't even call it a monster anymore. It's more like a walking architectural structure. Before he could even snap out of it, the system, with its complete lack of awareness for the atmosphere, popped up with a notification, Giant Detected. Chain Quest Round 1 completed. Reward 1 attribute point. After hearing that, Tanlap just wanted to ask, I'm hunting a boss, but the reward is like picking up trash. But the system didn't give him time to complain immediately, starting Round 2. Attack the giant, reward times 10 attribute points. No time limit. Hearing that, he could already smell the deadly temptation. Tanlap immediately cursed the system internally. The devs of this game must have some issues. But that's just how life is, isn't it? The moment he heard times 10 attribute points, his heart skipped a beat. His rational mind screamed, run, but his greed whispered, just a little try won't hurt. Just as he was hesitating, the giant seemed to sniff something in the air. Tanlap immediately held his breath and hid behind a block of ice, becoming utterly still, a master of cosmic-level invisibility. But he still couldn't overcome the thought that 10 points is a lot. So he risked it and crept closer to the cave entrance. He looked at the boss like he was staring at death himself, then threw a small rock to test the waters, an act that perfectly embodied the spirit of, you only live once, so just go for it. Immediately the giant let out an earth-shattering roar. Snow flew in all directions. Tanlap, hiding behind a rock with sweat pouring down as if he'd just run 10 kilometers, muttered, this game is a little too realistic. Unexpectedly, the system popped up, confirming a successful attack. Round 2 completed. Reward 10 attribute points. Now opening Round 3. After reading that, Tanlap only had time to blurt out, there's a Round 3. Round 3 appeared, and the difficulty shot straight up to an inhuman level. Personally kill an adult giant. Reward 100 attribute points, no time limit. Tanlap let out a scoff, the kind of laugh from someone who sees a delicious meal but knows they can't possibly eat it. Just as he was lost in thought, the giant slammed its hand on the ground. The entire snowy area was thrown up like a blizzard. Tanlap took the full combo of cold snow to the face and was instantly snapped back to his senses. Forget it. Even 10,000 points isn't worth my life. Meanwhile, back at the tribe, the atmosphere was as tense as a drawn bowstring. The patrol team reported no news. Queen Tiuluan immediately ordered them to expand the search. When someone suggested preparing for the worst-case scenario, she snapped at them, shut your mouth. She reminded them that this was the man who had risked his life to save the entire tribe. Right at that tense moment, someone came running back shouting, the king has returned! The whole tribe erupted like a rare event in a game. Some ran out to welcome him, while others asked questions non-stop. The moment Tanlap appeared, he was surrounded like a pop idol making a comeback. Someone asked if he was injured. Someone else said that just confirming he was alive was enough. Another person even chided him for not sending a signal. But it turned out he had told them not to make a big deal out of it. Tiuluan arrived immediately, cleared the crowd, and personally pulled him away to rest. Before leaving, she shot a warning glare at everyone. Anyone who dared to speak nonsense would have to bear the consequences. In the room, Tanlap lay down and started telling his story, bragging about bringing back the golden wolf pups. He even suggested giving them to the hunters to raise for future support. Before he could finish, Tiuluan used her foot to give him a reminder, worry about yourself first. She scolded him with a worried tone, that classic cold on the outside, warm on the inside type. He, on the other hand, just kept trying to explain that he was fine, just a little exhausted. In the end, she sighed and gave in, leaving to handle other matters, but not without giving him another light kick before she went. Tanlap could only cry out, "Why are you getting more and more violent?" Once outside, Tiuluan finally let out a breath and instructed her subordinate to keep the king's situation a secret. In his room, Tanlap opened the system again to calculate his gains and losses. Even though he'd lost some points, he still came out ahead. He began to realize a fundamental truth about this game. It's not just about being strong, you also need the right stats. So he decided to increase his agility, but the system threw a bucket of cold water on his plans. Agility had already reached its limit. To increase it further would require double the points. Tanlap froze once again. Wait, there are limits now. He then started doing the headache-inducing calculations. If it kept doubling like this, it wasn't strengthening himself, it was just burning resources. His final conclusion was very practical to survive in this game. You can't just be reckless. You also have to understand the system's rules first. Previously, Tanlap had reached 6 points in strength without hitting a limit, so this time, as he looked at his attribute panel again, it was quite clear: stamina +1, strength +4, intellect +1, agility +5, prestige 0, technique +6. His tribal territory had also expanded to about 13 square kilometers. Population 68 people. Civilization was still at Stone Age level 0. It sounded a bit funny, but you could consider it a prehistoric startup. His main task right now was simply to allocate his attribute points. Tanlap quickly realized something important. The limit for each attribute wasn't the same. Therefore, to maximize efficiency, it was best to push each stat to its ceiling first and then figure out the next step. No sooner said than done, he raised his hand to make the changes. He started by putting everything into strength first. Immediately, the system activated a body enhancement, and this time the sensation was even more intense than before. His entire body tensed up as if he'd been thrown into a forge. The searing pain was so intense he felt like he was about to vaporize. His clothes couldn't withstand it and were directly deformed, his shoes tearing apart to reveal his bare feet. The king, at this moment, looked no different from someone who had just walked through a battlefield but forgot to wear protective gear. To be blunt, he looked rather undignified when the process was over. His strength had reached the 10-point mark, and the system coldly announced that this was the limit. Future increases would cost double the attribute points. Only then did Tanlap finally understand. It turns out each stat has its own cap. You can't just keep adding points infinitely, and my strength is just enough to make my clothes the sacrificial victim. But the problem was he was completely out of attribute points while 2 other stats still hadn't hit the cap. He started to wonder what intelligence affected. The system's answer was quite concise: the higher the intelligence, the more likely you are to get random quests with bigger rewards. After hearing that, Chen Li went silent for a few seconds, then flopped onto the bed, rethinking everything. A very practical conclusion formed in his mind. Attribute points were already rare, so it would be a waste to use them on a quest of chance. I should just prioritize survival for now. Having made up his mind, he closed his eyes, deciding to set everything aside. He even muttered, "I have to ask someone to make me new clothes. At this rate, my image will be ruined sooner or later." Just like that, he drifted into a deep sleep, a rare moment of true rest. Outside, the tribe was changing noticeably. The atmosphere was much more lively. The fishermen were constantly bringing back large catches. The men handled the heavy labor while the women prepared the food. Food was immediately available for anyone who was hungry. It was a primitive society, but it was running quite smoothly. In another area, a group of women was being trained to throw stones. Their movements were still clumsy, but they were starting to get organized, and the stones hit the practice targets with decent consistency. When the report was brought to Xiaolon, she simply nodded, acknowledging the progress. Just then, Chen Li, having woken up, came out to check on the situation. He casually praised them, saying they were progressing quite well, but as soon as he finished speaking, he got a light smack from Xiaolon, accompanied by a rather unfriendly look, because he had come out without getting enough rest. She also immediately noticed a more important detail: his clothes were new. Her eyes immediately sharpened, instantly suspecting something was wrong. Without needing much investigation, she walked over and directly checked the situation in her own unique way, questioning and warning him at the same time. This mix of protecting her personal territory and completely managing her husband left Chen Li frozen, unable to react in time. He could only think one thing: why is she being so strict all of a sudden today? As soon as his clothes were scrutinized, Chen Li's face went pale. He clasped his 2 hands together as if he were about to be judged on the spot. "My dear wife, please calm down. Let go of me first." "I swear nothing happened. It's just that my strength increased and my clothes couldn't keep up." It sounded plausible, but the look in his eyes lacked a bit of credibility. Luckily, Xiaolon didn't press the issue further and let it slide for now, deciding to trust him one more time. Getting back to business, the stone-throwing unit was beginning to take shape but still needed time. More training was needed for them to be effective in actual combat. The mobile patrol and guard duty was assigned to A Feng. She was the reliable type who talked little and did a lot. You could trust her with any task. Chen Li then casually asked about Akon and Ayun, wondering how their injuries were. Akon was an overly enthusiastic young man. Despite his injuries, he refused to rest, and had run out to the southern beacon tower early in the morning to stand guard, saying bluntly that he didn't want to become a burden. It was both exasperating and helpless to hear. Ayu was assigned to bring him water and food. At least someone was keeping an eye on him, so it wasn't a huge worry for now. Ayun, on the other hand, was less severely injured. However, Xiaolon had been a bit harsh with her mental coaching, so now she was practicing archery with such diligence it was as if her determination mode had been switched on. She was hitting the target, but her form was still not very stable. Chen Li watched for the moment, then placed a hand on Xiaolon's shoulder and said gently that the girl actually cares a lot. She's just a bit stubborn, so she should be a little gentler with her. Xiaolon listened, and fell into thought without arguing. Soon after, Chen Li didn't stay long. He had his own plans. In a few days, he would head north to harvest some important millet seeds. Returning to his simple wooden house, he began to use his free time to invent. Akon was still standing guard seriously, and time just passed by. 4 days later, Chen Li had been completely engrossed in his creations. Finally, he was done. A series of symbols and numbers were recorded on a stone tablet. He told himself that when he returned this time, he would teach the tribe basic addition and subtraction. At the very least, it would reduce his workload as a living calculator. Just as he finished the last stroke, the system's notification sound rang out. He had created writing and mathematics, and was awarded 10 tech points with an additional bonus of another 10. Chen Li froze for a second before reacting. This counts as an invention too. But before he could fully enjoy the moment, the system unlocked a new function, the tech shop. According to the explanation, this was a place where he could use tech points to exchange for tools, resources, and even knowledge, but all purchases were final. Upon hearing this, Chen Li's eyes lit up as if he'd just found a treasure. He opened the list, and items continuously appeared: flint hemostatic medicine, iron ore, a cauldron, spices, and even legacy blueprints. Some were level 1, some were unrated, and some were locked due to high requirements. There was even a blurred-out, unidentified mystery item, which made him even more curious. Chen Li looked at the list and almost hugged the air in excitement. It felt like he had just unlocked a magical shop system in the middle of the Stone Age. After some consideration, he took a deep breath, then reached out and chose the first item, deciding to see if this shop was really as good as it seemed. The moment Chen Li selected it, 30 tech points were gone in a flash, and what fell from the void was a pitch-black bronze cauldron. He reflexively raised his hands to catch it, weighed it for a moment, and nodded. This actually looks pretty decent. But a voice in his head still screamed, 30 points for a pot. It sounded like a bad deal, but Chen Li was the type who saw more potential the longer he looked. This cauldron wasn't just for cooking or boiling salt. Most importantly, it was a rare metal object in this Stone Age. It looked tough at first glance. He immediately began to imagine upgraded uses for it. Worn on his back, it could be a mobile turtle shell. Tied to his arm, it could be a Captain America-style shield, the primitive version. And in a crisis, he could just slam it down on his enemies and end the fight. Just as he was enthusiastically imagining its functions, someone walked in. The two of them stared at each other for 5 seconds in absolute silence. The atmosphere was thick with, I should probably pretend I saw nothing. Chen Li reacted extremely quickly, coughed lightly, and explained seriously. I was communicating telepathically with the cosmic gods. You wouldn't understand even if I explained it. The other person froze again, then silently retreated in confusion. After that, Chen Li got to work. He turned the cauldron into the tribe's new technology center. He built a simple earthen stove and started boiling water. The system immediately chimed in, acknowledging that he had created an earthen stove, and rewarding him with another 10 tech points. His total jumped to 80. Chen Li paused for a moment. Wait, even a simple earthen stove counts as an invention. Then he suddenly recalled learning all sorts of things back in school to pick up girls, for scientific research. Now he finally had a chance to apply his skills. As the water boiled, he tossed a fish into the pot, officially kicking off Primordial Fish Soup version 1.0. He stood there laughing to himself like someone who had just discovered one of humanity's great secrets. He standing behind him couldn't understand what his boss was so happy about. The system's notifications continued. He used water for cooking and invented a cooking technique adding 10 tech points. After hearing that Chen Li could only exclaim, "Whoso cooking levels you up too?" Just then, Shugu ran over extremely excited, showing off the salt he had just dried from the salt field, which made his total tech points jump to 100. Chen Li was slightly stunned. So I guess I just got rich today. He decided to call the whole tribe over to try his first ever fish soup, not forgetting to remind them to save a portion for the guards and patrols. The atmosphere instantly turned into a festival. Literally everyone ate until they couldn't lift their heads. Dada even tried to ask for a third bowl, but was immediately stopped by Ayu. "If you eat any more, no one else will get any." Watching this scene, Chen Li's mind was already racing ahead. Later, I'll have to teach them how to use chopsticks and then make beef hot pot. While he was lost in his future culinary daydreams, the system opened the technology store again. But this time he was calmer, having 100 points in his hand. However, as he filtered through the list of math and agriculture engravings, he decided to teach them himself. No need to buy them yet. As he was considering his options, a Feng ran over to report that a trap to the north had been triggered and the prey was still alive. Before Chen Li could even speak, Xiao Luan made the decision for him. This is a small matter, he doesn't need to go. At the same time, she took the opportunity to scold him for always rushing out himself. The atmosphere was both serious and a bit like a family. Chen Li gave a wry smile and reassured her that he would stay by her side for a long time in the future. But for now, we still have to develop the tribe first, as I said. He then casually gave her a kiss right in front of A Feng, causing Xiao Luan to freeze on the spot for a few seconds. Then he turned to A Feng. "Let's go. If it's still alive, who knows, it might trigger a new mission." After hearing this, everyone in the tribe was completely used to this kind of unconventional leadership style. Finally, they headed towards the trap in the mountains. When they looked down into the pit, what was below made the entire team freeze. Chen Li looked in, frowned, and muttered, "What the hell is this thing?" The whole group looked down into the pit. A Feng, who had just confidently said the prey was still screaming, was now silent. Silent in a beyond saving kind of way. Down there was a wolf with an injured leg. It looked up at them with eyes full of both pain and anger, as if it were thinking, "Is it fun watching the show from up there?" Chen Li sighed. Before he could react, He Shu spoke up, wondering why they kept running into wolves. "Do we want to make enemies of their entire species or something?" Noctam then chimed in with his analysis. Like a biology expert, he said this wolf resembled the mother boar from before and even showed signs of nursing. Chen Li paused and turned to ask how he knew. Noctam immediately puffed out his chest. "I'm sensitive to milk." After saying it, he realized it sounded wrong and quickly corrected himself. No. The smell of milk is very sensitive." The whole group went quiet for a few seconds, not knowing whether to believe him or pretend they hadn't heard. Chen Li thought for a moment and concluded that this was very likely a mother wolf and her cubs were somewhere nearby. So he decided to pull it up. However, he wouldn't force it. If it got too dangerous, they'd leave it. After a struggle, Shugu and Heishi managed to get the mother wolf out of the pit. Chen Li immediately ordered them to bring it back for treatment. He assigned Tam to take care of it. The kid was puzzled. "We already have those wolf cubs." Upon asking, he learned that the wolf cubs refused to eat meat and were getting weaker and weaker. Hearing this, Chen Li could only sigh internally. If you raise them the wrong way, the whole litter is done for. Luckily now they had the mother wolf, which was like solving the whole problem. He gave careful instructions to tie her up, feed her well, and let her nurse her cubs. Nyoktam and Hai Luan took her back, waving confidently as if to say, "Leave it to me." Chen Li watched them go, just hoping this wasn't the start of a whole new bunch of trouble. After finishing up, he had A Feng repair the trap, then continued leading his men north to harvest millet. The sky was clear with birds flying everywhere. The scene was so peaceful it felt a bit wrong in a survival context. Arriving at the location, Chen Li quickly harvested the precious grain, letting out a sigh of relief. If he'd been a few days later, it would have been a real disaster. The main task was done, so he intended to look for some medicinal herbs. But just as night fell and they were moving through the forest, a loud noise rang out, startling the whole group. Chen Li gritted his teeth. What now? From his experience, it was highly likely a man-eating bear. He immediately gave the order to hide. His two assistants disappeared so fast that Chen Li himself was stunned for a few seconds by their top-tier survival speed. The three of them hid in the bushes to observe. Shan Gui then started his rapid-fire questioning, getting into a ready-to-run stance while asking, "Is this the same bear as last time? Does it eat thorns? Is it constipated?" Hearing the last question, Chen Li couldn't take it anymore and growled, Ask one more question and I'll throw you out as bait first. Shangui immediately fell silent, but still mumbled, I was just asking quietly. Shigu observed and reported, the bear is coming. Sure enough, a red-eyed bear appeared staggering from an injury. Just as Shangui was about to suggest they capture it, the sounds of human pursuers came from a distance. Another group of hunters holding clubs rushed forward. Shangui started wondering again. The giant rock tribe. The moment Chen Li heard that, his expression changed instantly. Before he could react, a figure shot out from the bushes. Chen Li's face immediately darkened. He Shu is being reckless. The atmosphere in the forest instantly tensed up, because it was clear this was no longer a simple hunt. The moment Haishu saw the situation change, he immediately intended to rush out. He even ordered his comrades, prepare to attack, kill them. But before he could take another step, Chen Li shouted loudly, stop right there! Without hesitation, Chen Li grabbed Heishu's arm and yanked him back, forcing both of them to press tightly against a nearby tree trunk. At the same time, Zhu Shi from the group outside scanned the thicket where they had just been hiding, his gaze sharp enough to pierce through the leaves. Luckily, Chen Li reacted fast enough. The two of them barely escaped his line of sight. Zhu Shi gritted his teeth, his voice low as he ordered, continue chasing the bear. In the bushes. Heishi was still hot-headed. He asked in a low voice, why didn't we take the opportunity to strike? But Chen Li immediately stopped him, placing a hand on his shoulder, his voice turning cold. You fool! Don't let hatred blind you. Out there, the giant rock group had split their formation and continued to chase the frantic bear. Chen Li observed for a moment and analyzed quickly. They have more people, we have fewer. Rushing out is no different from suicide. Our only advantage is being hidden in the darkness, so we absolutely cannot make a rash move. We have to wait for the right moment. He signaled for the other two to follow, continuing to trail them. The bear ahead was running in a panic. It ran roaring but didn't get far before it suddenly fell and lay motionless on the cold ground. The hunters chasing from behind saw this and sneered. Someone even mocked, keep running. But right at that moment, a hand suddenly shot out from behind and grabbed the leader by the head. The large man Zhu Shi pressed close, his cold red eyes gleaming in the dark as he analyzed the bear in a low voice. It was poisoned by deer meat mixed with white flowers. That plus its injuries is why it's so exhausted. But the fact that it made it this far is still impressive. Looking at the beast, he declared coldly, it deserves a dignified death, then forcefully shoved the bald man, sending him crashing into a tree. Blood trickled from his mouth. Zhu Shi then drew his blade, its tip pointed at the ground, preparing to finish the bear decisively. At the same time, the system scanned the blade's information made of obsidian, a type of volcanic glass with extreme sharpness, where even a light touch is enough to cause damage. Chen Li watched the entire scene unfold. He was both assessing the situation and on high alert. Before he could think any deeper, the system suddenly displayed a new mission side quest. Rescue. Required to save the bear that is about to be killed. Reward 2 attribute points and increased favor with the bear species. It came with a warning, this is a rare, one-time-only mission. Chen Li froze on the spot, reading and cursing inwardly. Is there something wrong with this system? Forcing him to fight against overwhelming odds just to save a bear that nearly killed him. This was definitely not a mission for a normal person. But while he was still hesitating, Zhu Shi had already raised his blade, preparing to strike. That single moment forced the choice right in Chen Li's face. With no more time to think, he gritted his teeth and shot forward. Cursing the system as he ran, he drew his axe and intercepted the blade just as it swung down. The two weapons collided with great force, and the impact made both of them stagger. Chen Li tensed his body to absorb the blow. Then he pivoted and forcefully knocked the blade aside, causing Zhu Shi to take a step back. In that moment of direct confrontation, Chen Li knew that there was officially no way out of this. Zhu Shi's men immediately roared curses, pointing directly at the group that had just interfered. Damn it! Who the hell are you? Another one yelled, his killing intent flaring. You dare steal our prey? Are you looking for a death wish? But Chen Li paid them no attention at all. Right now his mind was solely focused on the system's mission. For the time being, he'd just have to trust this untrustworthy thing for once, as long as the reward was truly worth it. Immediately after the system updated the mission rescue, the poisoned man-eating bear. Requirement. Within 10 minutes, you must stop the bleeding and reduce the poison's effects. Otherwise, the mission will be a failure. Chen Li looked at the faintly breathing bear and was suddenly jolted by the memory that it was also poisoned. He thought to himself, I almost forgot about the most important part. The people from the two tribes now stood facing each other, their killing intent rising. But Chen Li understood this mission perfectly. It's not about fighting, it's about saving the bear. It's best not to get dragged into a direct conflict with the Boulder tribe. He gritted his teeth. He only had 10 minutes, so he couldn't afford to waste time. One of the bald men on Zhu Shi's side laughed contemptuously and cursed Chen Li's group, calling them a bunch of small fries who dared to fight over prey. Only then did Zhu Shi take a closer look at his opponents, his gaze lingering for a moment on He Shi. Then he casually asked for their identities, adding a taunt that made He Shi tremble with rage. He growled at Chen Li, "Just how long do we have to endure this?" But the system suddenly displayed a warning that sent a chill down Chen Li's spine. If the mission fails, a certain important part of you will shrink by half. His face instantly went pale as he imagined all sorts of tragic scenarios. Before he could even recover from the shock, Zhu Shi was already preparing to strike the killing blow on the bear. That moment forced Chen Li into a corner. With no more time to think, he instantly rushed out, cursing the system in his head as he drew his axe to intercept the fatal strike. The blade and axe collided with immense force. Chen Li tensed his body to absorb the impact, then flung it back, forcing Zhu Shi to retreat a step. The standoff was shattered, and both sides immediately erupted into a chaotic brawl. Meanwhile, Chen Li seized the opportunity to rush over and check on the bear, determining that the wound wasn't too deep, but the poison was the real problem. All the while, the system was counting down second by second. He was both tense and frustrated, because he had absolutely no idea how to counteract the poison. Just then, the battlefield shook as a warrior was sent flying nearby, signaling that the situation was growing even more chaotic. Chen Li quickly assessed that his side was managing to hold on for now, but casualties were beginning to appear. Time waited for no one. On the opposing side, Zhu Shi was also beginning to stabilize the situation. He announced in a cold voice, "That's enough." But at the same time, he acknowledged that his opponents had some skill, just not enough to change the outcome of this battle. Zhu Shi raised his blade, and his men immediately formed a living wall in front of him. He glanced over at the opposing group, then spoke slowly, his voice still heavy with pressure. "Even though you're just a cobbled-together group of stragglers, your performance wasn't half bad." His gaze swept over each one of them before he offered a very straightforward choice. "If you retreat now, I can spare your lives." But He Shi, without a moment's hesitation, shot back, "Enough with the bullshit. We're not done here!" Huang Shi refused to back down, raising his axe with a loud laugh. "This is just the warm-up." "What's the rush to leave?" The mace wielder beside them was even louder, adding a comment like, "Fighting at night is more exciting anyway," making the already tense atmosphere even stranger. On Chen Li's side, Shigu's group immediately stood in front to protect him. Shigu reassured him in a low voice, "The situation is still under control." But Chen Li was looking at the system's timer. The time had already ticked down to just over 6 minutes, making him increasingly anxious. The bear was still lying there, its poison untreated, and he had absolutely no idea where to begin. Watching the prolonged battle, he also realized that Shigu was starting to lose stamina. If this dragged on, both sides would be wiped out. A very unpleasant feeling crossed his mind. It was as if the system was trying to force him into a corner. Just then, Zhu Shi suddenly stomped his foot hard on the ground. A shockwave spread out, making the very ground tremble and forcing Shigu's group to retreat to keep their balance. He looked straight at Chen Li, his gaze sharp and cold, and asked a short question. "Name." Chen Li paused for a second, thinking he was asking about something important, so he replied, whose name Zhu Shi narrowed his eyes. "I'm asking for your name, and the name of your tribe." The atmosphere hung still for a moment. Then he introduced himself, his voice low and filled with authority. "I am Zhu Shi, king of the Boulder tribe." Chen Li didn't beat around the bush. "The rookie tribe, and I'm its king." After hearing this, Zhu Shi stared at him for a moment, then spoke slowly, his attitude different this time. He said he didn't like using superior numbers to win a fight, so he would temporarily withdraw. But before leaving, he left a warning, the kind that promised to settle the score next time. After that, he ordered his men to gather their people and retreat, carrying along those who had been knocked unconscious. He even casually told one guy who was vomiting blood to stop throwing up. And with that, Zhu Shi's entire group gradually withdrew their figures, vanishing into the forest. Shigu let out a sigh of relief, as if he had just escaped death. But Chen Li didn't relax. His eyes remained glued to the bear. The biggest problem still wasn't solved. Meanwhile, Zhu Shi's group was discussing things as they walked away. One of the bald men couldn't hold back any longer. When asked why they had retreated so easily, Giant Rock didn't answer right away. He just raised his hand and a white flower materialized, floating in midair. He then slowly explained that they weren't properly prepared for this hunt, especially since they didn't bring enough spirit grass. Moreover, the power the witch had granted them was gradually fading. As they withdrew, Giant Rock couldn't forget the scene from moments before. He vividly remembered the moment Tran Lap blocked his strike. His eyes narrowed slightly as he began to reevaluate his opponent, someone who could withstand a blow with 70% of his strength. In such a tense situation, he couldn't be underestimated. Furthermore, that inexplicably calm demeanor made him even more certain that his opponent was still hiding his true power. He lifted his blade. Comparing it to Tran Lap's weapon, his gaze darkened as he concluded that the other weapon was no ordinary item either. It was very difficult to guess where this person had come from. Finally, he let out a cold snort, his gaze as sharp as a blade. "Next time we meet, I won't let you off so easily." Meanwhile, on Tran Lap's side, the battlefield had quieted down and he sat down next to the bear. His eyes were still focused on its condition. He then turned and asked if anyone knew how to counteract the white poison, but they all shook their heads. The atmosphere immediately grew heavy. Tran Lap began to mutter, calculating in his head, while Huang Shi pointed at the bear confused and asked, "Why do we have to save it? It's clearly the prey we just won." Tran Lap didn't give a long explanation, simply stating, "This is a matter of life and death, not a simple hunt." He then took out some honeysuckle and dragon's tooth grass, quickly analyzing to himself that both had detoxifying properties. But he wasn't sure how effective they would be. The only way was to try. He told Huang Shi and Lang Guchui to pry open the bear's mouth to administer the medicine. The two were so enthusiastic that they forced the bear to wake up even though it was unconscious. Tran Lap could only sigh, "You don't need to use that much force." As the medicine was administered, the system immediately began a countdown second by second. The air was thick with tension. When only 1 second remained, a notification appeared. "Toxin has been contained." The danger was averted. Tran Lap let out a sigh of relief, as if he had just escaped death, nearly collapsing to the ground. Shigu asked about the situation, and he replied that the danger had only temporarily passed. Immediately after, He Shi wanted to pursue the tribe. He wanted to avenge Boulder, but Tran Lap stopped him. He reasoned that they didn't understand their opponent, and attacking recklessly would only lead to heavy losses. Even a victory would be a Pyrrhic one. He chose to wait for the right time. If the enemy returned, they would deal with it then. Lang Guchui asked why, clearly not understanding, but Huang Shi cut him off. "Just ask less." After making the arrangements, Tran Lap had everyone withdraw. He stayed behind alone to watch over the bear by the fire. He told Shigu to go back and inform the queen to increase patrols because they would be having guests soon. When everyone had left, Tran Lap sat alone beside the bear, the firelight flickering in the dark forest. Not long after, from the dark bushes, 4 pairs of bright eyes silently watched him. Tran Lap opened his eyes, glanced over, and smirked. He knew someone would come to scavenge. He stood up, tightened his grip on the Panku axe, a look of excitement growing in his eyes. "Dinner has come looking for me." As the sun peeked over the mountain range, thin, silk-like rays of light streamed down into the forest. On the ground, a gray weasel lay motionless, its body stiff, and tongue lolling out, looking for all the world like it had just logged out of life. Tran Lap bent down, his face twisting slightly as he muttered, "Unbelievable. How did it end up like this?" It turned out the weasel had been skewered at some point. The outcome was a classic case of the hunter becoming the hunted. But Tran Lap didn't have much time for sentiment. He ate while keeping watch over the roasting meat, not forgetting to praise it between bites. "This rustic stuff is actually delicious," just then. The meat-eating bear beside him slowly opened its eyes. Its 2 large, round pupils stared intently at him. Tran Lap glanced over, not fully understanding its intent, but he still warned in a stern voice, "I'm telling you now. Don't you get any ideas about me?" He then casually pointed to the pile of raw meat on the side. "Here, I saved this for you. If you want to eat, help yourself." The fire slowly died down, and the firewood was nearly gone. A man and a bear sat opposite each other, eating until they were stuffed, and then let out a loud burp in perfect unison. Right after that, a system notification popped up. "The bear is out of danger. Mission complete." Tran Lap received 2 attribute points and the favor of the bear species and was allowed to allocate his points. Without much thought, he immediately chose to increase his stamina following his original plan. While he was checking his status, the meat-eating bear suddenly dragged over more prey and placed it in front of him as if sharing its portion. Tran Lap stared stunned, then let out a dry laugh. "So this is the favor of the bear species. They share their food back with me." An absurd image flashed through his mind of the bear transforming into a young maiden, causing his face to flush slightly at his own imagination. After a moment of internal monologue, He stood up to leave, but was pulled back by the bear tugging on his shirt. He turned his head and guessed, "You want to follow me?" The bear nodded vigorously, its eyes lighting up with excitement. But Tranlap suddenly stepped back. He pointed straight at it. "Transform." The bear froze, not reacting. Tranlap sighed in annoyance and snapped, "If you can't even transform into a human, what's the point of raising you?" But then he quickly changed his mind. Raising you would be a drain on food, but riding a bear would be pretty impressive. Having thought it through, he made his decision. "All right then. From now on, I'll call you Daxiong." The bear was instantly as happy as if it had gotten a promotion. It jumped up and down, then rushed forward to hug him, licking his face repeatedly, causing Tranlap to dodge while forcing a smile. "All right, I get it. I get it." He then climbed onto Daxiong's back and ordered it to move forward. As they went, he observed the tracks left behind. The ground ahead was getting softer and the footprints were deeper, indicating a change in the terrain. After traveling a bit further, a lush green bamboo forest opened up before his eyes. Tranlap paused, his eyes lighting up. A bamboo forest? He immediately began calculating in his head. This material wasn't just for construction. It had all sorts of applications, even simple fireworks. In his mind, he was already putting together the recipe for saltpeter. Next, Tranlap's mind was still running the formula, like a machine. Sulfur, charcoal, saltpeter. A ratio of 75-10, 5-10, stuffed into a bamboo tube. As he pictured this, he couldn't help but feel that if he could actually create something like this, the next battlefield might just change the whole game. Even if the destructive power isn't world-ending, the sound of the explosion alone would be enough to throw the enemy into a panic. He recalled the materials he had gathered. He had saltpeter. Charcoal is easy to handle. All he needs to do is build a kiln. Sulfur, on the other hand, is the real headache. That stuff usually only appears near volcanic regions. Thinking of this, he immediately called the system to open the map. The map interface appeared in midair. Tranlap stared at it, murmuring, "Volcano, volcano." A moment later, he stopped, his eyes lighting up. There was an area just as he'd predicted near the snowy mountain region, the place where the sleeping ice giant had appeared. He remembered being scared half to death the last time he passed through, running for his life without a chance to observe much. Thinking back now, that place had the highest possibility. He turned to Dai Hung. "Change of direction. Head north." Then he casually added to reassure him, "I'm taking you to see something many times bigger than you. Just don't be scared." Hearing that, Dai Hung became even more energetic, charging off like the wind. Before long, the white snow-capped mountain range appeared in the distance. As they neared the target area, Tranlap immediately ordered him to stop and slow down to observe. Before them was a large lake situated in the middle of the frigid region. He squinted. This seemed to be the place the hunters had mentioned. He had passed through too quickly last time, and only now did he have a chance to observe it carefully. He signaled for Dai Hung to advance slowly while he himself warily scanned all four directions. The lake's surface was perfectly still without the slightest ripple. Tranlap watched for a moment, then muttered, "It seems that water monster isn't going to show itself so easily." But just then Dai Hung suddenly let out a soft growl. The surface of the water trembled slightly. Tranlap immediately tensed up. "Something's there." And then, a colossal shadow suddenly burst from the lake's surface, sending water splashing everywhere. Both Tranlap and Dai Hung jumped back in unison, instantly assuming a defensive posture. The creature let out a roar. It was so loud it seemed to shake the very air. As its full body was revealed, Tranlap froze for a second, a phrase completely unbefitting his kingly image unconsciously escaping his lips. Holy crap. Before him was a gigantic creature, its body massive, its appearance unbelievably familiar and ferocious. He stared intently, then slowly uttered each word as if he couldn't believe his own eyes. A Tyrannosaurus Rex. As the Tyrannosaurus Rex stood up straight, it seemed to block out the sunlight from the entire area. Its enormous body gave the impression that a single step would make the whole ground shake. Seeing the situation was bad, Tranlap quickly pulled Dai Hung down. "Get down. Be quiet," he whispered urgently. The two of them immediately hid themselves in the tall grass, holding their breath and observing from a distance, like two people playing a hell-level survival game. It was then that Tranlap noticed the collar around the dinosaur's neck. The faint glint of metal in the sun made him pause. He began to reason in his head. It has a collar. Could it be a pet? Did it escape when its owner wasn't looking? This thought led to a whole other chain of logic. He recalled the monster that had scared off the saber-toothed tiger before. Combined with the giant footprints he had seen putting it all together now, it was almost certainly the same creature. And if that was true, then that ice giant in the snowy mountains has been sleeping soundly for a very long time, perhaps more than half a month. Realizing the level of danger, Tranlap ducked down low and whispered into Dai Hung's ear, "Let's go, silently. We'll circle around to the other side. Absolutely do not let it spot us." The two immediately retreated. Dai Hung turned and ran as if afraid that a 1-second delay would get it killed. After leaving the danger zone, they returned to the snowy mountains. The snow here was getting thicker, and the cold wind whipped against their faces, drastically reducing visibility. Tranlap immediately ordered a halt. "We're not climbing any further. If we run into trouble in snow this thick, we won't even be able to escape." He decided to stop right at the base of the mountain. Hopping off Dai Hung's back, Tranlap began to claw at the thick layer of snow. Large chunks were tossed to either side, revealing the ground beneath. Meanwhile, he offered a word of encouragement. "Stay alert. Don't let your guard down." As he continued digging, he suddenly discovered something small, round and dark yellow mixed in the soil. At the same time, a strange smell began to waft through the air. Tranlap frowned. "What's that smell?" The deeper he dug, the clearer, stronger, and more unpleasant the smell became. He immediately sped up, clearing away the snow. And then his eyes lit up. "Found it!" Underneath the snow was a patch of a dark yellow substance clinging tightly to the earth. There was no mistaking it. Tranlap burst out laughing, almost wanting to jump for joy. "Sulfur!" he called to Dai Hung, and his excitement confirmed it one more time, and then practically shouted, "This is it!" With this, his plan to create weapons had taken its most important step. Afterwards, the two returned to the tribe, bringing a number of bamboo stalks with them. When they got back, the tribespeople rushed out. The moment they saw Dai Hung, a commotion erupted. Some people shouted in amazement, while others repeatedly called out, "The king has returned!" Tranlap immediately reassured them. "Calm down. This is Dai Hung. From now on, he's one of our comrades." Nyotam's eyes sparkled, incredibly excited by the scene. He even said he wanted a mount just like that. Tranlap laughed and agreed casually, handing the bamboo to Duke to handle and dry. Just as the atmosphere calmed down, Hakthak suddenly came running from a distance, panting as he delivered an urgent message. A giant monster had appeared at the coast. "It's destroying the salt fields. No one in the tribe can fight it, and some people are already injured." Hearing this, Tranlap's expression changed instantly. "Let's go take a look." He mounted Dai Hung and charged straight for the coast. When they arrived, the scene before them made him frown. In the water was a giant creature relentlessly attacking the tribespeople. The system immediately displayed its information: lizardfish, a ferocious carnivore about 7 meters long and can grow even larger. Tranlap observed it carefully, not acting rashly, but instead formulating a plan. He had to drag it onto the shore to be able to deal with it. He turned to Dai Hung. "You get what I mean." A roar was his answer. Without hesitation, the two of them immediately charged down. The battle began. Dai Hung leaped forward first, with Tranlap swinging his axe right behind. The two coordinated a frontal assault, but the lizardfish reacted extremely quickly. Its tail whipped out powerfully, sending Dai Hung flying. Tranlap, however, fell straight into the water. In this aquatic environment, his strength was clearly limited. He was starting to have trouble breathing. In a split second of carelessness, the monster opened its giant mouth and swallowed him whole. Tranlap used all his strength to hold its jaws open, gritting his teeth and cursing, "Damn it!" But the situation was getting worse. The monster began to dive deep into the sea, dragging him along. Only one thought remained in Tranlap's mind. This is really bad. The lizardfish was now like a machine running out of battery, but still trying to run background programs. It dived deeper and deeper, dragging Tranlap down with it like a tourist on a trip to hell. The cold water and lack of oxygen were making him feel dizzy. Only one very human thought remained in his head: if I don't get eaten, I'll suffocate. What an unfair way to die. And just as it was about to write its will in its head, the monster suddenly froze. Its eyes widened as if to say, "What's pulling me?" It turned out Dashyong had grabbed its tail at some point. He was pulling it back like a tug-of-war rope at a village festival. On one end was the lizardfish trying to be a deep-sea boss, and on the other was Dashyong showing off his "I can eat the whole world" strength. And so the fish was pulled back and forth like a 7-meter-long version of a stress toy. Inside the monster's mouth, Chenli was still dangling, thinking as he caught his breath. Good, there's still someone to carry out the battle plan. But man, this is a bit rough on the brain. And then, just as he felt he was about to experience a combo of being swallowed, suffocated, and spun around like in an underwater washing machine, a figure rushed forward. Alam appeared like something out of an action movie, but without the dialogue. She drew her knife and slashed straight into the fish's mouth. Blood spurted out, forcing the monster in its agony to immediately spit the person out. But the problem was, while it did let go, Tranlap didn't even have time to say thank you before he shot straight to the bottom of the water, his status temporarily offline. Before losing consciousness, he managed one last very philosophical thought. Her again. Why does she always have to save me in such a dramatic way? He woke up to a familiar scene, his comrades surrounding him while he lay there like someone who had just been logged out of the server. Everyone was cheering as if they had just defeated a boss, especially the king. "He's awake" sounded a lot like a system notification, error successfully resolved. And then Alam was brought forward and introduced as the MVP of the battle. She was a great swimmer, knew how to gut a fish, and had a knack for coincidentally saving the king in the nick of time. However, the person introducing her was a bit tactless, calling the girl an advanced version of slow-witted. Hearing that the atmosphere grew a little awkward, Tranlap, ever the professional, immediately switched into protect our own mode. "It's fine. She's our savior. No one is to say anything more." But right after that, he turned and asked her directly about the obsidian finger guard in a way that was both thankful and investigative. True to his leadership style, never forgetting his KP is. Alam, on the other hand, answered with the blunt honesty of a brat, saying whatever came to mind and even asking back, "Who are you to ask so many questions? Can we fight first?" This threw the conversation off topic. After a roundabout explanation as tangled as a knotted rope, the story finally became clear. She had been captured and had escaped, thanks to her brother's desperate plan. And she was told that if she ever met Hakthak, she was to listen to him. Hearing this, Tranlap could only let out a sigh of, "Ah." Another real-life female companion system to manage. And so the whole team headed back, dragging the enormous lizardfish behind them like a trophy from a festival. When they arrived, they met up with their other comrades. Everyone was basically thinking, you went to hunt a sea boss and came back with a new character. Before they could have a proper reunion, Hakthak switched into battle report mode. More than 10 people were still being held captive. Tranlap heard this and was about to nod and start planning a rescue mission. But right at that moment, his gaze drifted to the distant mountain, and then the legendary line was uttered, "Holy crap, you can't be serious." Because on a mountain to the west, black smoke was rising again, as if someone had just activated the Next Calamity DLC. The black smoke billowed, signaling that something terrible was happening. The moment Tranlap saw it, he frowned. An old memory resurfaced. He had once given them very strict orders if it was just a wild beast or normal prey. They were absolutely forbidden from carelessly lighting a fire. A fire like that meant only one of two things, either a celebration or a call to war. And given the current situation, it clearly didn't look like a celebration. He remembered his previous encounter with Kuthak. He had said he would return to settle the score another day. It sounded polite, but in this world, that phrase was no different from saying, "I'll be back the moment your guard is down." The thought made Tranlap even more uneasy. Could it really be that the Boulder tribe was already at their gates? Without hesitation, he immediately assigned duties. Thakkot was ordered to lead everyone to the beach to both collect the salt deposits and strengthen their defenses against a surprise attack. Thakkot nodded immediately without asking questions, as everyone understood this was no time for wasting words. Tuloan was assigned to guard the rear and secure the camp, while young Tam was put in charge of keeping watch from a high vantage point. He was to report any movement immediately. Dai Dai insisted on coming along and was finally allowed, but on the condition of absolute obedience. After getting things in order, Tranlap led an elite group, and charging straight toward the smoke. He had only one thought in his mind: if Kuthak had truly returned, there would be no going easy on him this time. When they arrived, the atmosphere in the forest was unnaturally quiet, the kind of quiet that screamed, ambush. And just as predicted, people appeared up ahead. Kuthak stood in the middle of his formation, glanced around with a cold smirk, and said bluntly that he'd already spotted them. There was no need to hide anymore. They should come out and have a satisfying fight. Hearing this, Tranlap could only sigh inwardly. A boss that actively taunts the players. Truly something else. With no other choice, both sides revealed themselves and the battle lines were instantly drawn. Kuthak looked them over and calmly stated that since their numbers were even, they could have a fair fight. He then drew his blade, pointed it straight at Tranlap, and proposed a direct duel. Before the situation could settle, the hot-headed Hakthak rushed forward, eager to kick off the fight. But he was immediately intercepted by someone from the opposing side. The two gripped hands to test their strength and instantly clashed. The result was Hakthak being slammed straight into a boulder behind him, the impact so strong it kicked up a cloud of dust. Seeing this, Tranlap's expression darkened slightly as he mentally reevaluated his opponent's strength. At the same time, Avan activated a trap from the trees. A large log swung down and struck an enemy, but aside from a few scratches, the opponent was almost completely unaffected. He stood firm as if nothing had happened. Watching this, Tranlap couldn't help, cursing under his breath. This time our opponents are no pushovers. The atmosphere on the battlefield instantly tensed. Tranlap tightened his grip on his weapon, his gaze becoming serious. He understood clearly that this was no longer a minor skirmish, but a real brutal battle. One small mistake and the entire team would pay a heavy price. Hakthak was badly injured, coughing up blood, but still tried to get to his feet. His opponent charged, declaring he would end the fight, and threw a powerful punch. Luckily, Hakthak managed to dodge. The punch smashed into the rock, leaving a hole in it. He immediately countered, pushing back with all his might before grabbing his opponent tightly and charging towards the river, taunting him as he dragged him. This made the other guy both furious and struggle to resist. The two were locked in an even struggle, neither able to overpower the other. Just then, Alam suddenly appeared from behind, charging in with her knife to attack. This threw the situation into chaos. At the same time, another fight broke out. Son Kui threw Hotu into the fray, who rushed in and attacked Alam, knocking her into the water. Not long after, he also jumped in after her. The fight immediately turned into an intense underwater battle. While on the shore, a worried Hakthak called out her name from another direction. The two Tuho brothers initially thought they were just here to play, but seeing everyone fighting, they also jumped in trying to grab whatever they could with a finders-keepers mentality. Katchi and Huang Tuk immediately intercepted them. The two sides fought fiercely, trading insults and unrelenting blows. On the other side, the two brothers were also having a great time, getting more and more excited as they fought. He even wanted a bloodbath with his opponent. The mountain demon was about to jump in, but was stopped by the log in his hands, which felt unusually heavy. At that moment, Dai Dai suddenly appeared behind him. She grabbed the log and told him to stop speaking confidently about her own strength. Meanwhile, the main character, seeing Blackstone pinned between two enemies, decided to charge in. He rushed in to help, but as soon as he took a step, Giant Stone blocked him with a slash filled with killing intent. He had to struggle to dodge and defend continuously against the attacks. The relentless assault from Giant Stone was meant to force him to reveal his true strength, while he, fending off the blows, anxiously looked for a chance to help Blackstone. The battle, therefore, grew increasingly chaotic. Everyone was fighting in different directions with no one in control of the situation. Hearing this, the man calmly held the log and with a hint of amusement said, "So you want to play with me, the mountain demon? How nice." After speaking, he raised his hand, about to unleash an incredibly powerful palm strike at her. She stood there watching, unable to dodge, simply waiting for the blow to land. Just then an arrow flew out of nowhere. It pierced straight into his hand, making him flinch. Before he could even understand what happened, another arrow shot forward, forcing him to raise his other hand to block it. Enraged, his killing intent flared. He laughed coldly and said, "There's still someone else who wants to play with me." Then he turned to Giant Stone, looking as delighted as if he'd found a comrade, and said, "Mountain Demon finally has a playmate." Over by Giant Stone's side, who was still fighting our hero, he replied encouragingly, "In that case, play to your heart's content. It's lonely back on the mountain." Elsewhere, Ayun cursed in anger, while the kid beside him, Tam, suggested they should rush in to help. But Ayun analyzed the situation, saying that their previous traps were useless. The enemy was too strong, and going down would be little help. So he decided to stay back and create a distraction with sneak shots. Tam, on the other hand, would go call for reinforcements. Back in the main fight, Blackstone and Woodthorn were still struggling fiercely. The opponent angrily yelled, "Let go!" and repeatedly struck Blackstone's back, causing him to cough up blood. But he still held on, trying to think of a way to drag his opponent into the river. He used all his strength and charged forward. He pulled and ran, forcing his opponent towards the water. Alam suddenly surfaced, calling out to warn him of danger, but was immediately pulled back under by Monkey, leaving her in a vulnerable position. Seeing this, Blackstone was worried, but still had to hold on to his opponent, while another battle had already begun underwater. Woodthorn cursed continuously as they grappled until our hero used all his might to slam him down. The ground shook violently. He, too, was reaching his limit. His only thought now was to leave the rest to his comrades. In another direction, Kotri and Huang Thak were charging in to confront the two little tiger brothers. The moment they met, they lunged into a chaotic brawl, hurling insults and relentless attacks. Neither side would give an inch. Kotri delivered a powerful blow, but was countered, and his opponent used a dirty trick to strike him in the eye. He screamed in pain. Immediately, the little tigers surrounded him, closing in to finish him off with a final slash, ending an incredibly tense sequence of combat. Langkot was stabbed in the eye. The pain was so intense he clutched his face and ran, screaming, "My eye! It hurts!" Seeing this, Hwang Thak rushed forward, shouting his name. He cursed once and without hesitation hurled his axe straight at the enemy. The throw hit the older little tiger brother in the shoulder, and blood gushed out violently. Langkot stood on the sidelines holding his face while Hwang Thak reassured him, telling him to stay put and let him handle the rest. The younger little tiger gripped his blade and said coldly, "Worry about yourself first." He then immediately charged forward, but Hwang Thak stood his ground and began to count. He deliberately took a stab, blood trickling from his mouth, but he continued counting, holding his opponent's hand tightly to prevent another attack. The little tiger, annoyed, asked what he was counting. Hwang Thak didn't answer, just kept holding on and counting to the final number. At that moment, he yelled out, signaling to Langkot. Instantly, Langkot understood. He stepped on Hwang Thak's hand as a foothold and leaped down with a slash. The chaotic downward strike turned the entire battle around. In the end, the older little tiger brother took the full force of the fatal blow. He collapsed, vomiting blood, while the younger little tiger could only call out his name in a panic. In another area, Yun observed from a tree that the mountain demon, despite being hit by an arrow, was almost completely unaffected. Meanwhile, Dai was gradually being pushed back. Realizing the situation was not good, Yun cleverly shot a nearby rope to send a signal. Dai understood at once and used that rope to counterattack. She managed to knock the mountain demon to the ground. At the same time, on Blackstone's side, he was still fighting Wood Thorn. He tried to push his opponent into the river but was constantly countered. Both of them grappled until they were exhausted. Just as Wood Thorn thought he had the upper hand, a tree trunk suddenly fell and struck him, knocking him out on the spot. Blackstone gasped for air, thinking he was still lucky. In Tranlap's area, as he was being overwhelmed by Giant Stone, a torch, and the Crimson God Herb suddenly appeared from the water monkey's direction, signaling that the enemy was about to power up. Tranlap immediately tensed up, tightening his grip on his axe, understanding that if he didn't stop this, the situation would spiral out of control and the battle would escalate even further. Giant Stone looked at the water monkey, then repeated the two words, "Crimson God Herb." After a moment of silence, he said that the sorceress clearly understood his fighting style very well. As soon as he finished speaking, a brilliant slash shot straight towards the water monkey, forcing him to hastily dodge. The slash missed him, but swept through a row of trees behind. It sliced through all of them cleanly. The water monkey couldn't hold back. He cursed under his breath and reached for the torch below, trying to persuade Giant Stone that if he kept hesitating, he would make the decision for him. He even stammered that he would handle this for Giant Stone. But before he could do anything more, Giant Stone stomped down forcefully, completely extinguishing the flame. Seeing the torch go out, the water monkey immediately panicked and asked why he dared to defy the sorceress's command. Giant Stone calmly replied that he didn't believe this was a real command and told the water monkey to just go back and report the truth. Seeing the situation was unfavorable, the water monkey stood up, his voice low and threatening. Then he immediately fled, saying he would report everything in full detail as he jumped into the river to retreat. Giant Stone turned to look at Tranlap and instantly sensed it. A heavy aura from his opponent made him wary, believing that Tranlap was still hiding a terrifying power. Meanwhile, Tranlap knew his own condition better than anyone. After so many consecutive battles, his stamina was nearly depleted. His vision was starting to blur, and the ancient axe in his hands no longer held the same power as before. He estimated that at most he only had enough strength for one more blow before he would collapse. Looking around, his comrades were all in a state of exhaustion. Dai was trembling and couldn't stand steadily after her fight with the mountain demon. Blackstone and Lam were covered in wounds. Langkot was also injured and being supported by Hwang Thak. Tranlap knew that if he didn't end this quickly, Giant Stone would finish them all. He looked back at Giant Stone, wondering why he had put out the torch. Was there some other scheme? After thinking, Tranlap decided not to hesitate any longer. He immediately charged forward to attack. He swung his axe repeatedly, but Giant Stone managed to block every strike. The two clashed back and forth, both with their strength dwindling. While blocking the blows, Giant Stone assessed the axe in his hand. Tranlap was told that he should have shown this kind of spirit from the beginning. He also began to doubt Tranlap's strength, thinking his opponent might be connected to some kind of ritual. While Tranlap didn't let his opponent rest, continuing to press the attack, Giant Stone also realized that they were both about to run out of steam. He admitted that the power the sorceress had granted him was also gradually fading, and this time he wouldn't dodge. He wanted to settle the match with all his remaining strength. Finally, Giant Stone declared that he would not dodge the next blow and would instead pour all his power into a final decisive battle. Wanting to clearly decide the winner before the battle, he even pledged that if he lost, he wouldn't touch anyone from Tranlap's tribe. Tranlap was silent for a moment, then replied that he respected his way of doing things. But the pledge wasn't necessary. He tightened his grip on the axe, his whole body tense, ready to face the battle. Kutak didn't hesitate either, roaring, "Come on!" Tranlap's aura exploded, radiating a powerful light, while Kutak was enveloped in a contrasting dark energy. The two charged at each other. An axe came chopping down but was parried, and the collision created a massive explosion. The air was thick with dust. When the smoke cleared, Kutak was on the ground, the surrounding area cratered. A deep gash ran from his shoulder to his chest, bleeding profusely. Tranlap stood on the opposite side, his face grim, but he was also exhausted. Kutak looked at him, smiled faintly, and exhaled. Then he closed his eyes. Everyone else was severely injured. Just then, the backlash from the attack severely damaged Tranlap's right arm. Blood and black cracks spread across it. He struggled to say, "That was too close. I almost didn't make it," then used his other hand to stop the bleeding. Admitting to himself that Pangu's power couldn't be used recklessly, he collapsed from exhaustion. But Ivan was there to catch him, saying, "The king of the tribe can't fall so pitifully." Despite his injuries, Tranlap remained vigilant, warning that there was still an enemy in the river. Just then, their reinforcements arrived in the distance. Avon reassured him, "Reinforcements are here." Tranlap let out a sigh of relief, then instructed, "Prioritize rescuing a lamb, make sure she's safe. Deal with the rest later." Ivan nodded in agreement. Before succumbing to exhaustion, Tranlap quietly entrusted things to her, then closed his eyes to rest. A voice from outside announced that there was no need for a guard tonight. "The queen will personally watch over the king." Another person replied with a "Yes, ma'am," and left. Tranlap slowly woke up, his head still heavy. He let out a soft groan. He opened his eyes and stared at the tent ceiling, vaguely wondering if he'd been brought back to the stronghold yet. The aching pain all over his body was still there, and it took him a moment to get his bearings. As he turned his head slightly to the side, he saw Teoloan, who had just entered. She was wearing a cloak and gently pulled back the curtain. The sight of her made him pause for a moment. Before he could confirm if it was someone he knew, she had already walked deeper into the tent. Teoloan began to remove her outer cloak, her movements slow but deliberate. The sight startled Tranlap, and he quickly turned his face away but didn't dare to completely close his eyes. The atmosphere in the tent suddenly became strange. It left him both confused and wary, his mind racing, wondering what on earth this situation was. She continued to remove a few more outer items like straps and a jacket. Then she approached the bed. Tranlap was so tense his entire body went rigid. Sweat began to bead on his skin, but being injured, it wasn't easy to move away. He could only lie still, trying to stay calm while secretly observing her actions. Teoloan came right to the edge of the bed and suddenly stepped one leg onto it. Placing it across his side, she leaned down, supporting herself with one hand, looking down at him. The distance between them instantly closed, making Tranlap even more tense. His heart pounded faster than usual. She reached out and lightly touched his abdomen, as if checking on his wound. Then she leaned in a little closer, making him almost hold his breath. Tranlap's mind immediately went into a panic. He couldn't understand what she wanted to do. He could only keep telling himself to stay calm. Teoloan saw his reaction and let out a soft laugh, her voice laced with a hint of teasing. She said, "You like to pretend you're asleep, don't you? But I knew you were awake a long time ago." Then she added that she never intended to wake him up seriously in the first place. At this point, Tranlap couldn't take it anymore. He snapped his eyes open and urgently asked for confirmation about the situation outside. He asked about Alam, about the battlefield, about the people of the Boulder tribe, and about the condition of Langkot and Huangtak. But Teoloan just placed a hand over his mouth, saying, "None of that is important right now, and this isn't the time to ask." Just then, a system notification panel with bizarre content suddenly appeared in Tranlap's mind, asking him to accept a mission from an unknown source. The contents made him stare blankly, because the mission conditions were both ridiculous and completely unsuitable for his current state. After reading it, his entire body froze with only a single thought in his head. I'm this severely injured, and the system gives me this kind of mission. Something is clearly very wrong. Tranlap recalled the earlier scene. When he faced the faceless monster, he was gasping for breath while it was still full of desire. It felt no different from fighting a boss when you only have a sliver of health left. It was basically a suicide mission. Thinking of the system mission that just appeared, he immediately decided not to accept it. He simply told himself, if I don't accept, then that's that. He closed his eyes and let out a sigh of relief, thinking he could finally get some rest. But the system immediately warned that if any out-of-bounds behavior occurred, it would automatically be considered as accepting the mission. Tranlap had just finished reading when he cursed in his mind. Before he could react, his shirt was pulled up, making him panic. "Hey, stop!" Tulon just laughed teasingly. She asked if his weak actions were meant to set the mood. Tranlap's face turned red with panic, not knowing where to look, just wanting to escape the situation. Just then a loud noise echoed. A giant bear burst in, startling them both. Tranlap took the chance to back away while Tulon hurriedly fixed her clothes. The bear roared, then rushed forward and dragged Tranlap out of the tent. He was dragged away in a panic, yelling for help as he ran his mind, just wondering how things ended up like this. The bear took him into the forest to a cave under a cliff, then set him down. Before Tranlap could recover from his fear, 2 small bear cubs ran out from the cave, happily circling the large bear. He was stunned, realizing this was a family of bears. The system displayed a notification. The 2 cubs influenced by their mother could join the tribe. It asked if he would agree. Tranlap was surprised, but still chose to agree immediately. The population increased by 20, bringing the total to 98. He watched the 3 bears play together and chuckled. Even though the situation was chaotic, there was still progress. Afterward, he checked the system again and realized the rewards were very enticing, but the mission conditions were extremely difficult. He became serious again and started calculating a new plan. And he decided he had to speed up his plans to deal with the Boulder tribe. Dai Hung carried Tranlap on her back with the 2 cubs trotting along behind their mother. The group headed back to the tribe, on the Waydot model. Tranlap looked at the 2 little ones and casually named them on the spot. One he called Hung 2, and the other, because it looked rather special, was saddled with the name Hung 3. The 2 bear cubs looked a little dazed. Then they happily ran and jumped after their mother, whining affectionately as they went. Sitting on the bear's back, Tranlap took the opportunity to rest and think, guessing it would take another 2 or 3 days for him to recover. While there was still so much work to do, he opened the system map and looked at the area displaying the tribal boundaries. The Rock Tribe's location was clearly exposed. He understood that they had been discovered. Now getting past their traps was only a matter of time. Observing the map, he analyzed the current situation. He was out in the open while the enemy was in the dark. He had never even approached the opponent's camp. Therefore, he had almost no information about their guards or traps. So he planned to spend the next 2 days teaching simple farming, and then once he recovered, he would go scout the path himself. As he was thinking this, he suddenly remembered the fish lizard from before, regretfully wondering if it had all been eaten yet. The scene of his majestic victory, followed by roasting and sharing the meat, replayed in his mind, making him chuckle. 3 days later, Dai Hung carried him back to the tribe, where someone saw them off at the gate. Tranlap said he had to leave again. A duke sadly called out, "King," while Tulon silently watched him go. He asked Akan to temporarily look after the 2 bear cubs, promising to be back in 3 days at most. He also reminded them to train the stone-throwing squad and to keep an eye on Alam. The queen beside him, a bit peeved, told him he was talking too much. Adok also volunteered for the mission to scout the Rock Tribe, but he was still worried. The queen reassured him that since even Kutak was defeated, there was no need to be afraid, especially with Dai Hung going along. Finally, Dai Hung carried Tranlap and departed. He waved goodbye, saying he would be back soon. Aduk sighed in relief. Tiolon glanced after him, then turned back inside, her expression instantly changing. She gave the order to move, and 3 masked figures appeared. Bowing to accept the command, they confirmed they would complete the mission. Tulon waved her hand, signaling for the 3 of them to leave. All 3 of them vanished instantly without a trace. Afterwards, she lowered her head, her face darkening. Her entire body trembled slightly, yet it gave off an indescribably terrifying feeling as she muttered about what happened last time. "Just when we were nearing the critical moment, Dai Hung had to take you away." Immediately after, she clenched her fists, her eyes becoming fierce, as if she were ready for a fight at any moment. Then she said aloud that she wanted to see for herself whether Tranlap was truly going to the Rock Tribe to scout or not. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got, telling herself that he'd better not let her discover he was hiding another safe house. At the same time, far away, Tranlap suddenly shivered and sneezed, turning his head to look around in confusion. He wondered why he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Could it be that his wound hadn't fully healed? He looked up at the steep cliff face before him, knowing it would be very difficult to climb straight up. He signaled for Dai Hung to head north, and it immediately ran as instructed. Looking at the terrain, he realized there were only 1 or 2 paths that could easily lead up the mountain. Clearly, this place was chosen as a lair, for its high defensibility. He hesitated for a moment, then decided that if a frontal assault was impossible, he would have someone create a diversion up front while he found a way to circle around and launch a sneak attack from behind. Just then a loud shout rang out, startling them both. 3 large men blocked the path. One of them bluntly asked what he was doing here. Dai-hung immediately roared in response. The atmosphere grew tense, but Tranlap calmly said, "I am King Tranlap, here to challenge King Kuthak. He came looking for me last time, so this time I'm here to return the favor. It's only fair." The other 2 men whispered to each other, and one ran off to report. The remaining one stood his ground, saying, "Our king won't fall for that trick again. Anyone who takes another step forward will be treated as prey." Tranlap paused for a second, thinking to himself that this group was clearly terrified by the sight of him riding a bear. But they were trying to act tough. Just as he was about to deal with them, he noticed 2 men behind them carrying large sacks. They weren't tied up like prisoners of war, which he found a bit strange. Looking closer, he was startled to realize it was Kuthak and Mokthu, the man who had fought fiercely with Hakthak. Kuthak turned equally surprised to see him and asked why he was here. Tranlap immediately signaled Dai-hung to charge forward. The 2 guards tried to block them but were thrown aside. He asked Kuthak what had happened and how things had gotten this bad in just a few days. "And here I thought we could have another match." Kuthak coldly replied, "This is the consequence for a loser. The sorcerer does not grant power to the defeated, and those who lose their power become what we are now." He added that he was no longer King Kuthak, and his replacement was the one who was stronger than all of them. "The one you need to face." Kuthak looked toward the cliff, where a massive figure holding a stone axe stood imposingly. His overwhelming presence was so powerful that just the sight of him was enough to feel the danger that enveloped the entire area. Bong Lu stood imposingly on the cliff, his dominating aura pressing down on the battlefield below. He coldly observed Tranlap. Then he raised his hand and ordered the rock tribe to swarm down and attack. The entire group roared as one, their bloodlust surging violently as they charged down the steep mountainside. Tranlap was taken aback by the sight. He never expected them to be so reckless. What surprised him even more was that they were all using fishing spears, a clear improvement in their combat tactics. The spears filled the sky, raining down like a storm. Tranlap immediately swung his pangu axe, slashing relentlessly. He chopped through spear after spear, sending them scattering everywhere. At the same time, cries of pain rang out as a few of the attackers were hit by his counterattack. While defending himself, he saw 2 of the injured men collapse. Meanwhile, Kuthak and Mokthu were lucky enough to use their sacks to shield themselves, avoiding most of the damage. Tranlap leaped off Dai-hung's back and moved toward one of the injured men who was fleeing. He thought to himself that this group had absolutely no regard for their comrades' lives. At the same time, another man shouted a warning to Kuthak that spears were heading his way, and if he stayed there, he'd become a sacrifice. The words made Kuthak and Mokthu freeze. Mokthu used his spear to prop himself up, looking toward Tranlap with hesitation. The situation was growing increasingly unfavorable. Tranlap gritted his teeth. Realizing he couldn't fight multiple fronts at once and couldn't recklessly use the Pangu power, he immediately leaped onto Dai-hung's back and ordered a retreat. Right after, another volley of spears flew towards them, but the 2 of them managed to escape the danger zone. As dusk fell, Tranlap observed from a distance, seeing that the rock tribe had lit torches and set up a tight guard along the cliff face. He knew a night attack wouldn't be easy either. He thought of Bong Lu and sensed he was like a puppet being controlled, and realized Kuthak wasn't the real leader either. Behind them was a sorcerer who had never shown their face. If he kept fighting them layer by layer like this, he would never win. The biggest problem right now was information. If only he could find the hiding place of the sorcerer, the situation would change. Just then, Dai-hung let out a wary growl, looking toward the forest. A chaotic scene was unfolding, the trees were shaking, and then a giant monster burst out. But it was immediately bitten on the neck by a black bat-like creature and collapsed in just a few seconds. Tranlap froze at the sight. Before he could even process it, 4 other dark figures were tearing the prey apart. One of them sensed movement and turned, forcing him and Dai-hung to instantly duck for cover, their hearts pounding in fear of being discovered. But in the end, it just paused by the large beast's carcass. Tranlap let out a soft breath of relief, told Dai-hung to stay and keep watch, then swam across the river himself and silently entered the forest. He followed the drag marks of the giant fish lizard, becoming more certain that their lair was a good distance away. As he moved deeper, a dark figure suddenly lunged at him from behind. With a loud thud, Tranlap was knocked to the ground. When the dust settled, a pink-haired woman with razor-sharp claws stood before him, a smug look on her face like she'd just caught her prey. But a second later she froze confused, then stammered, "You're not from the werewolf tribe." The werewolf girl's face flushed red, her ears standing straight up in a panic. She shook her head repeatedly, shouting, "No way, impossible!" "If you're not from the werewolf tribe, how could you move that fast?" For a moment she felt completely flustered by her own attack. Both angry and embarrassed, she stared at Tranlap demanding an answer. Tranlap sighed, a helpless look on his face, but remained calm. "I really don't know what werewolf tribe you're talking about." "What werewolf tribe? My speed has nothing to do with them. It's due to some special circumstances that I can't really explain right now." As he spoke, he cautiously scanned his surroundings. Suddenly, his expression turned serious as he noticed something unusual behind the girl. His eyes immediately locked onto the figures hiding in the trees. 3 figures in hooded cloaks were watching silently from above. The air grew so tense it was suffocating. One of them suddenly pushed off a branch, launching himself downwards like an arrow. Leading the charge was a Fong, with the other 2 close behind, rapidly closing in on the werewolf girl. She reacted instantly, her ears twitching as if catching a sound on the wind. The next second, she spun around and threw a lightning-fast kick straight at Tranlap's vital parts, startling him completely. The force of the kick sent him tumbling to the side. Landing on another branch, he grit his teeth, steadied himself, and stared at her with a look of pain and disbelief. Meanwhile, the girl put her hands on her hips, puffed out her cheeks indignantly, and said, "I just mistook you for someone else." Was it really necessary to be so rough? Especially with a cute, defenseless girl like me, sneaking around in someone else's territory in the middle of the night. Not only did you not apologize, you even fought back. How unreasonable. Her gaze shifted to Tranlap's group. Then in a cold voice, she warned, "You'd all better get back to the other side of the river. Now. If you don't, you won't be able to leave later. Don't say I didn't warn you." With that, she leaped away into the forest, leaving behind an atmosphere of suspicion and tension. A Fong quickly rushed over. "My lord, are you all right?" Tranlap waved his hand, signaling he was fine, then immediately asked, "Who was that girl? Does she belong to a nearby clan? And what about this werewolf tribe she mentioned?" A Fong lowered her head, flustered. "This is our first time in this region as well, so we're not familiar with the local tribes. We really don't have much information." Tranlap narrowed his eyes in thought for a moment, then suddenly took Fong's chin, gently pulling her closer to ask a more important question. "So why are you here?" The question startled her. She blushed and averted her gaze, unable to look him in the eye. She stammered, unable to give a clear answer before finally falling silent. Seeing her reaction, Tranlap chuckled. He instantly understood the situation. He let her go and said, "You don't have to say it. I can guess. Xiaoluan sent you to follow and protect me, didn't she?" A Fong remained silent, neither confirming nor denying, simply lowering her head in tacit agreement. Tranlap shook his head with a wry smile. "You guys really have it rough, having to hide while keeping an eye on me. And crossing such a dangerous river, too. It's not easy at all." Suddenly, he remembered something. He quickly looked around and said, "This place isn't safe. Let's leave first." The group immediately withdrew from the area. Night fell and the forest grew quiet, but it was filled with danger. Moonlight cut through the trees, casting cold streaks of light. The group of 4 hid at the edge of the forest, observing the entire foothill area where the Boulder tribe was stationed. Tranlap analyzed in a low voice. "I've been watching them for a while. This path up the mountain is heavily guarded. There are almost no gaps." He turned to a Fong. "I need you to search around this mountain. See if there are any secret paths we can use to climb up." A Fong hesitated. "What about the girl from before? Aren't we going to investigate her?" Tranlap shook his head, his gaze fixed on the distant patrol fires. "We'll put that aside for now. The Boulder tribe is the priority." He quickly laid out a plan. One person would stay here to keep watch while the rest would split up to scout the paths. He also instructed them that if anything happened, they were to retreat immediately and regroup before nightfall tomorrow. After giving the orders, everyone quickly dispersed. Tranlap himself headed west along the river to continue scouting. He made his way past slippery rocks and dense thickets, finally stopping at a large waterfall where the water crashed down with a roar. He stared at the scene, lost in thought. He recalled the story of how Alam had once jumped from this very spot to escape. He couldn't help but marvel at the girl's resilience. To survive a current that strong was incredibly lucky. He looked up at the jagged stone steps on both sides of the falls, quickly visualizing a way to climb them. But the thought of being discovered halfway up, model, With enemies throwing spears from above and a rushing current below, he immediately shuddered, abandoning his plan to venture deeper into the forest. The further he went, the more complex and unusual the terrain felt. Then he heard a strange noise from the bushes. He immediately crouched down to hide and saw a group of people moving stealthily up ahead. Creeping down to the foot of the mountain, Chen Li squinted, eavesdropping on their conversation. One of them asked nervously, "Boss, can we really trust what he said?" The leader replied in a low, somber voice, "This is our last chance. We have no other choice." The man in the lead, who looked like a former member of the Rock tribe, said coldly, "If it weren't for our old bond, I wouldn't have come back. I haven't been one of them for a long time. I'm just guiding you this one time to repay my debt." As he spoke, Chen Li's expression changed. He recognized that familiar face. A sense of danger immediately washed over him. This was the man who knew all the trap mechanisms and secrets of the Rock tribe. More importantly, his eyes now held nothing but hatred and an irreversible determination. Leaning on his spear, he walked slowly forward and warned the group behind him in an ice-cold voice, "You'd better not run around. If you set off a trap, I won't be able to save you." Hearing this, the men behind him, though exhausted, could only grit their teeth and follow, trudging one by one deeper into the forest. Following his lead, Chen Li hid behind a large tree not far away. His eyes narrowed as thoughts raced through his mind. Is Liu Dang from the Rock tribe? Or was he a mole planted long ago, but he immediately dismissed the idea? No, the Rock tribe isn't that sophisticated yet. He held his breath, remaining perfectly still, not daring to make a sound as he kept his eyes glued to the group's every move. But the thing he couldn't understand was, why did that man know the location of every single trap? Could he have overheard my conversation with Shogu? The thought sent a chill down his spine, so he decided not to act rashly and to keep following them. He needed to see what their real objective was rather than rushing out to confront them now. Time passed and morning came, but a heavy silence still hung over the forest. Liu Dang's group had been moving non-stop since the night before. There was no sign of them stopping. One of them, a man with scraggly tied-back hair, began to lose his strength. He was panting heavily before finally collapsing to the ground, shaking his head. "This is bad. I really can't go on." Liu Dang immediately spun around, his expression annoyed. He gritted his teeth and said, "We just have to get over this mountain and we'll be in their territory. Don't you want to kill King Chen Li with your own hands?" The man struggled to his feet, leaning on a tree and panting. "A journey that should take a full day and night. You're making us do it in half a day. If we still had our miraculous powers, it wouldn't be a problem. But we've lost them." Hearing that, the whole group slumped to the ground, exhausted and panting. Liu Dang looked down at them and said coldly, "I planned this all out to take you on the shortest route. And it still came to this." He raised a hand and pointed toward the mountain peak ahead where a fortress was faintly visible. "There are always guards up there," he continued, "and a patrol could show up at any time. We'll be discovered sooner or later." Mountain Ghost stood beside him, listening in silence while the others sat too exhausted to speak. Liu Dang continued pointing out the group's weakness, saying frankly that one of them was too conspicuous. Too easy to spot. Then he turned as if to leave. He said coldly over his shoulder, "I don't want to be buried here with all of you. If you can't take it, go back to being slaves." He stood there for a moment as if waiting for their final decision. His gaze was fixed on the path ahead. Just a little further and they'd be in the trapped area. They were so close, but they couldn't move forward. He tightened his grip on his spear and turned back to the men from the Rock tribe. His voice dropped. "I was originally planning to challenge King Chen Li by myself. All you have to do is hold the others back for me." He gritted his teeth, his eyes a mixture of fear and determination. "I have to see this through no matter what. If we succeed this time, I will ask the sorcerer to help you." The man got up and walked slowly toward Liu Dang. The others rose one by one and followed just as they had originally planned. In the crowd, the older of the little tiger twins turned to his brother, his voice urgent. "Let's go." Little Tiger, the younger twin, was sitting on the ground, exhausted. He looked up lazily and asked, "Go back?" His brother immediately scowled and snapped, "What do you mean, go back? Are we just going to stand here and watch them walk to their deaths? Without the two of us, what can they even do?" Hearing this, Little Tiger's eyes lit up and he nodded. "Right, you're right, big bro." The two of them got up and continued on. High above near the cliffs, a coon was on guard duty. Suddenly, he spotted intruders entering the trapped area. He squinted down and saw Liu Dang's group carefully making their way along the mountainside into the danger zone. He gasped in surprise. "Is that those starving wanderers?" But then he frowned in confusion. "Liu Dang, why is he with them? He should know the safe path." Without hesitating, a coon yelled, "Liu Dang, stop, don't go any further. You're heading into the trapped area, turn back." A voice from below echoed up, causing the whole group to freeze. The little tiger gritted his teeth in anger and cursed under his breath. "Damn it, we've been spotted!" Athu immediately waved his hand, signaling to keep moving, and said in a cold voice, "It's not too late to retreat. Turn back." Liu Dong, standing in the middle of the group, his expression shifting constantly, was torn between worry and calculation. Why was there a kind guard on the west platform today of all days? If it had been anyone else, they wouldn't have warned us. They would have just called for backup to capture us. He gritted his teeth, his eyes becoming resolute. If they'd been discovered, the only way out was to use the surrounding traps to clear a path. He hesitated for a split second, then muttered, "So be it. Activating one should be fine." But just as he moved his foot, he accidentally snagged a thin tripwire hidden under the dry leaves. Instantly, the trap mechanism was triggered. The ground trembled violently, and a section of it collapsed. The pit spread out beneath the group's feet. The chilling sound of cracking earth and rock filled the air. The men from the rock tribe had no time to react and fell into the hole where sharp stakes jutted up from below, impaling their bodies. Piercing screams echoed continuously as blood splattered everywhere. Liu Dong was impaled through the shoulder and gritted his teeth in pain, but he fought to stay conscious. "All I need is to keep one of them alive. The king will definitely find a way to get information out of them." The others fainted one by one from the agony, their breathing growing faint. Amidst the chaos, Liu Dong looked up and saw Chen Li at the edge of the pit. He was standing there watching, his vision blurred. He only had time to utter the word king before collapsing. When the sun was high in the sky, the people from the trap pit had been taken out and placed under the tribe's large tree. Chen Li calmly gave each person medicine. He stopped the bleeding to keep them alive. After he finished, he let out a long sigh. The queen stood beside him watching the scene. She then asked, "Are you sure you don't need to tie them up?" Chen Li shook his head, his voice steady. "No need. I only gave them enough medicine to stay alive. They're already very weak. Even when they wake up, they won't be able to cause any trouble." Xiaolan looked at him, her eyes still filled with doubt, and asked, "So you can do whatever you want with the people from the rock tribe?" Chen Li didn't answer, just silently looked down at the unconscious Liu Dong. Xiaoluan narrowed her eyes, slightly tightened her grip on her whip, and said in a cold voice, "In that case, let me deal with this traitor for you." Xiaoluan immediately swung her long whip. Her eyes filled with killing intent as she furiously shouted, "You damn traitor!" But just as the whip was about to strike, Chen Li quickly reached out and blocked it. His grip was just strong enough to stop her wrist in midair. He said in a low voice, "Wait." Xiaoluan turned to him, her eyes still burning with anger. He continued, "Don't jump to conclusions. I want to question Liu Dong myself after he wakes up." He Shi, who was standing nearby, heard this and gritted his teeth, his voice filled with irritation. "Even if you want to keep a few for interrogation, there's no need to save all of them like this." Shigu couldn't help but shout in agreement, "That's right. Even we wouldn't dare use such precious hemostatic medicine so freely. And yet you waste it on this bunch." Akun, standing nearby, remained silent while He Shi was so angry he looked like he was about to charge. Chen Li looked at the unconscious group and said in a low voice, "I didn't save them out of kindness." He paused for a moment, then continued, "This man is the type with immense pride. Getting him to betray his tribe would be extremely difficult." He remembered the image of Jushi from before. Even after being treated like a slave, he remained loyal and dedicated to his tribe. He even carried the spirit of his group with him into battle. Chen Li continued, "As long as we keep these people alive, they become hostages, and Jushi will definitely have to reconsider." Hearing this, He Shi and Shi Gu gradually calmed down. Chen Li glanced at the prisoners, calculating in his mind. "Besides, I did say before that I wouldn't kill my own people, so I don't need to be too ruthless." But the thought of having used up almost all the hemostatic medicine gave him a headache. He felt both angry and frustrated, as if he were being forced to bear the consequences for this whole group. He gritted his teeth and ordered, "Shigu, take Liu Dong to the recovery area first. When he wakes up, bring him to me." Shigu nodded and replied immediately, "I'll keep an eye on him." Just then, a duke approached and knelt beside the unconscious Jushi, observing him intently before turning to say, "King, I think he's waking up." The midday sun shone down on the area, which quickly fell silent as the others left. Only Chen Li and Jushi remained in the empty space. Chen Li stood facing him and asked directly, "Are you saying that no one in your tribe has ever actually met the witch? Are all the orders passed down through a little girl?" Jushi's eyes fluttered open. His voice was weak but clear. "Yes. Even the sacrificial ritual is performed directly by her." He frowned, recalling a terrifying scene of a little girl standing amidst a great fire. Her long hair hung down like a shadow. She called herself the witch's messenger and claimed that only she was unaffected by the curse. The mention of the word curse made Chen Li frown. Jushi continued to explain. According to her, the witch is shrouded in a curse. No one is allowed to get near her. Anyone who approaches will die. That little girl is like an embodiment of darkness. Standing in the middle of the ritual, she controlled the flames, and the entire tribe knelt in submission below. Because they had witnessed her miraculous power, no one dared to doubt her words. They don't even post guards near the mountain cave. Chen Li mused. If that's true, then that might be the weakness. He asked further, so that means there's still a chance to get to the witch. Jushi looked at him, his voice lowering. Are you worried about Bing Liu? Chen Li froze and asked, Who is Bing Liu? Jushu replied. That was his old name before he became King Jushi. He is very strong, especially after receiving the miraculous power. He's nearly invincible, able to lift even giant monsters. But that power isn't free. It must be maintained through a daily blood sacrifice ritual, and this ritual requires fire. If there's heavy rain or strong wind, the ritual will be interrupted and his power will weaken, Jushi continued. That is when the rock tribe is at its weakest. Chen Li narrowed his eyes and asked, So? Wouldn't the other tribes easily discover this weakness? Jushi shook his head, explaining that the mountain path was too treacherous. Even the natives avoid traveling on days with bad weather, let alone other tribes, so no one has ever actually reached that area. He added that after heavy rain, the soil on the mountainside turns to mud, causing landslides and sinkholes that cut off the path. Combined with the strong winds and torrential downpours, it's no coincidence their secret has been kept for so long. Jushi nodded thoughtfully with a soft, Chen Li sighed, bending down to look at him as he held his head weighed down by it all. This was all crucial information that an outsider could never have known. He held a hand out to Jushi and said with a friendly smile, You're not a slave anymore, and you're no longer one of the rock tribe. They won't accept you. Why don't you come to my tribe? Jushi froze, looking up at him before suddenly slapping his hand away. He pushed himself off the ground and stood up, panting heavily. If anyone else had asked me these things, even if they'd used Mutsi as a hostage, I wouldn't have said a single word. He leaned against a tree, sweat pouring down his face, his voice hoarse. I don't know if it's us, or if there's something special about you. But when you ask, I can't lie. Chen Li stared at him stunned, then suddenly gave a thumbs up and a bright smile. You've fallen for me. Jushi instantly exploded, screaming like a madman. I'll kill you! I'll kill you right now! He grabbed Chen Li by the collar, yanking him forward. Chen Li stumbled and quickly waved his hands placatingly. All right, it was just a joke. Jushi panted slowly, calming down, but his gaze remained sharp as ice. Thank you for allowing me to keep my last bit of dignity before asking, but I refuse to join your tribe. He nodded slightly. I won't force you. He added, Wait until Muchi and the others have recovered. You are all free to leave whenever you wish. Before leaving, he gave a small smile. I hope the next time we meet, we won't be enemies. Jushi shot him another glance and growled, Stop saying such weird things. 5 days later, things had settled down. After finishing his soup, Sixdang called out softly, Chief? Chen Li nodded in approval. Good work. We have enough charcoal, sulfur, saltpeter, and bamboo tubes. Keep preparing more charcoal. It will be very useful. A Yu standing beside him asked hesitantly, Chief, are you really just going to let him go like that? Chen Li replied casually. It doesn't matter whether I let him go or not. He pretended to betray them to get us intelligence. I want to keep him around for the long term. She was still worried. What if he's deceiving you? He answered decisively, I trust him. He recalled the moment Sixdang risked his own life to pull him from danger, his expression darkening. A man like that doesn't betray someone over a few words. Just then, Ah Yu reported again, Oh, right, Chief. The group from the Rock Tribe left the encampment this morning. He asked in return, What were my instructions to you? She answered quickly, All the food, water, weapons, and tools were given to them. He nodded. That's good enough. The rest is up to them. He gazed into the distance, his voice slowing. Weapons, shields, armor, poison rations, everything is ready. Now all we're waiting for is the right wind. Inside the tribe's territory, the entire encampment was on a war footing. Iron spears were being continuously forged and stockpiled, while teams of people endlessly hauled stones. They transported wood to build fortifications. In another corner, the crude cannons they had made themselves were already in position, waiting to be fired. In the central tent, Chen Li was staring at 3 vials of blood-clotting medicine in his hand. He grimaced in frustration. The system panel appeared right before his eyes. Blood-clotting medicine, 80 tech points per serving. Current tech points, 50. He furrowed his brow, annoyed. This system is becoming more and more of a ripoff. It used to be cheaper, but now the price has doubled. In the end, he could only afford 3 vials. He sighed and muttered in frustration. Just then a voice called from outside, "Chief, everyone is here?" He immediately replied, "Come in." A moment later, 5 people entered the tent. Chen Li glanced over them before getting straight to the point. "I won't beat around the bush. I've called you here to discuss our battle plan." His eyes grew serious, his voice deepening. "We will divide our forces into 4 groups." He began to lay out the plan. "Geisha, you will take 3 elite warriors. Your mission is to rescue the prisoners on the mountain in the area Afeng discovered." He turned to Afeng and gave a direct order. "You will lead the way." Afeng nodded decisively. "Understood." Finally, he looked at Shigu. "You will be in command of the main force. Attack at dawn." One by one, they left the tent, but Xiao Luan remained behind, her expression displeased. He looked at her. "Is something wrong?" She immediately frowned. "I trust Shigu, but the fact that you're letting that traitor Six Dang stay in the encampment," Chen Li calmly explained. "This time our entire force has been deployed. The elderly, women, children, and the wounded all need protection. Six Dang is still recovering, so it makes the most sense for him to guard the camp." He paused for a moment, then continued. "More importantly, he needs a chance to prove himself." Xiao Luan snorted. "If he causes any more trouble, I won't be so merciful." With that, she turned and left. Chen Li watched them go, thinking to himself that their opponent this time was Six Dang's former tribe. Forcing him into this battle was a complicated matter indeed. Just then, Ayu rushed in. "Chief, the wind is picking up." Chen Li immediately stepped outside. The air was beginning to change. The wind grew stronger, carrying a heavy humidity. He took a deep breath, his expression turning grave. "The rain is coming." He immediately gave the order, "Everyone pack up, we move out now." The next morning at the waterfall, the teams had assembled. Chen Li turned to Afeng. "Alan is already in ambush nearby. If anyone falls into the water, you're in charge of rescuing them." He then added, "Da Xiong is also hiding nearby. You don't need to worry about wild beasts." Afeng nodded. "Understood." He turned to Heishi's group. "You will cross the river and climb the cliff face. I'll go to the top first." Heishi replied curtly, "Understood, Chief." Chen Li looked up at the cliff, his expression darkening. What worried him most was still Shigu's group on the other front. At that same moment, in the bushes, Shigu was observing the battlefield. He tightened his grip on a homemade explosive. "It's our turn." Sparks flew, and the firework instantly exploded in the silence. The sound shook the entire area. From the Stone Tribe, warning cries rang out, and shouts of "kill" erupted everywhere. The enemy forces charged down like a waterfall. Thakkot roared, "Hold the formation!" as spears flew like rain. Shields were raised to defend. Both sides immediately fell into a chaotic battle on the mountainside. In the distance, Kutak and another person were watching. The other person asked, "Do we need to send reinforcements?" Kutak replied coldly, "Not yet. Let the prisoners wear them down first." He narrowed his eyes, looking down at the battlefield. "Then it will be our turn." From another direction, a group of prisoners was being escorted past the waterfall area. Hak Thak watched, his eyes filled with killing intent. It's time to make them pay in blood. Meanwhile, the battle over here was raging fiercely. Shouts of "kill" echoed across the mountainside in endless chaos. Chujiak and the other warriors were still fighting ferociously. Neither side was giving an inch. From up high, the giant observed the entire battlefield, his gaze cold and slightly perplexed. He thought to himself, "These people are truly reckless." They still refused to retreat at this point. But what annoyed him even more was, the group of prisoners that was supposed to be brought here was nowhere to be seen. The giant frowned, losing his patience. "Forget it. No more thinking," he roared. "All of you charge." He and his accomplices charged straight into the chaotic fight. Seeing the situation turn bad, Chujiak quickly shouted a warning, "Thakkot, Chief, they're charging." Thakkot, who was taking down another enemy, glanced forward and gave an order. "Take a group and retreat to the foot of the mountain. I'll cover the rear," he roared. "Retreat." The group immediately helped each other fall back in the designated direction. But just then, the giant suddenly appeared from behind, swinging his club down with a heavy thud. Thakkot managed to raise his shield in time to block the blow, but the impact was so great his entire arm went numb. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Gritting his teeth, he quickly pulled out a vial of styptic medicine, thinking, if I don't use this now, I won't make it out of here alive. Without further hesitation, he turned and fled. He ran biting down on the mouth of the vial. Behind him, the retreating group was almost safe, with only a few enemies in pursuit. The queen immediately gave a signal. It's our turn. Light them. As soon as the words were spoken, 5 fireworks were thrown out. A series of resounding explosions sent the pursuing soldiers reeling back in panic. Chujak, panting, turned to the queen. I'm leaving the wounded in your care, he said gravely. Everyone reform the lines. The real decisive battle is still ahead. Meanwhile, in another area, Tranlup stood on a high cliff surveying the terrain. He mumbled to himself, no ambush, just as I predicted. He looked up at the gray sky. The wind has changed. It's probably going to rain soon. But then he paused, his eyes narrowing as he caught a strange scent. This smell. He followed the scent into a large mountain cave. Inside, wooden barrels were stacked on top of each other. He frowned. Wooden barrels? Just as he was about to step forward, he heard a faint crack under his foot. The cave fell silent. From inside one of the barrels, an annoyed voice called out, finally someone brought the honey, huh? The witch is getting tired of waiting, you know. Tranlup froze, his eyes sharpening. The voice continued, don't come any closer, you idiot. Just leave it at the entrance. Aren't you afraid of being cursed? He remained silent, observing. The voice was clearly that of a child. Just then, a little girl suddenly appeared from behind. She was the little goblin who called herself a witch. She immediately flared up in anger. You imbecile! You're the new guy, aren't you? Who in the world sent you here? With that, she threw the mask she was holding at him. Tranlap just tilted his head slightly easily, knocking it aside. He thought to himself, could it be the witch is just this little brat in disguise? Before he could think further, the little goblin continued her angry tirade. But in the next second, Tranlap vanished. Whoosh! A precise strike landed on the back of her neck, causing her to collapse. She only managed to utter a few words before passing out. Tranlap caught her, slinging her over his shoulder. His expression darkened. Capturing the wrong mastermind. This is a failure. But then he paused, another idea flashing in his mind. If no one has ever seen the witch, perhaps I can still use this. Meanwhile, the battle outside was growing even more chaotic. The two armies were still locked in a stalemate. The giant was commanding the battlefield when he suddenly saw a group of people charging down from above. It was Hak Thak leading the rescue party. Having just freed the prisoners, he roared to boost their morale. Kill them all! The tide of the battle instantly turned. The enemy soldiers began to panic. We're surrounded. Just then, a body suddenly fell right into the middle of the battlefield. Everyone looked up in horror. On the cliff, Tranlap stood tall, his cold gaze sweeping over the scene below. A bolt of lightning tore across the sky, making his silhouette even more imposing. He spoke, his voice deep and cold. The battle is over. He paused for a beat, then continued. Your witch has been killed by me. Upon hearing this, the enemy soldiers began to stammer, What? The witch? They all turned to look at the body on the ground. Their faces went pale. One of them suddenly screamed in panic, A curse! And turned to flee for his life. As he ran, he shrieked, It's a curse! Run! The giant immediately flew into a rage, roaring, Don't run! The battle isn't over yet. Get back here. The queen, standing nearby, just let out a cold snort. What a waste of time. She cracked her whip and charged forward, her voice dripping with malice. You're about to die. The giant leaned back, dodging the blow, then immediately counterattacked with his heavy club. Seeing this, Thashkat panicked and rushed forward, raising his shield to block for her. But the blow was too powerful, and a shockwave ran through his entire body. He spat out a mouthful of blood, but still gritted his teeth and held his ground. The queen immediately snapped, Don't worry about me, go after them. Just then Tranlap suddenly appeared. He raised a hand to stop them. No need to pursue, let them go. Then he looked down at the battlefield littered with bodies. His voice grew somber. There are too many wounded, and the slaves are exhausted. This battle is considered over. Stop here! At the new tribe's camp, the wounded were helped into tents for treatment. Tranlap stood with Luke Dang checking on the situation. He let out a heavy sigh and spoke. The last of the hemostatic medicine is finally used up. It was for the most critical emergencies. How many could be saved was up to fate. Liu Dang reports that 5 members of the tribe didn't make it, along with 4 slaves who died. He nods and says in a low voice, I understand. This is war. Sacrifices are unavoidable. Bury them in the forest at the foot of the northern mountain. Liu Dong bows, accepting the order. At that moment, the system displayed the mission board. Expand territory 1.2 out of 10. Population 118 out of 300. Conquer tribes 1 out of 3. He looks at it for a moment, then mutters, "We gained a total of 25 people, but we also lost 5. From now on, the enemies will only get stronger." Just then, Ayu ran in to report, "King, that little girl is awake." He immediately went over and saw the little demon struggling and screaming her head off. The moment she saw him, she yelled and tried to attack him. He stood there stunned, thinking that dealing with a child was probably a job for Ayu. A moment later, Ayu returned and reported that everything was fine. But in reality, she had just stuffed leaves into the little demon's mouth, which made her even angrier. Then she started demanding honey. In the end, he compromised, saying she could have as much honey as she wanted. She immediately calmed down, climbed onto his head, and sat there playing. Looking around, she said, "This place is a bit empty, but it's acceptable, as long as I don't have to go back to my father's place." He asked who her father was, and she said he was the great shaman of the werewolf tribe. All the werewolves are transformed humans, except for a few children who were kept. After hearing this, he froze, realizing the werewolf tribe's situation was much more complicated, and he became silently vigilant. That night, the whole tribe lit a bonfire to celebrate, and everyone gathered around the campfire. They ate and drank, relaxing after the battle. Dai noticed Ayu was wearing unusual makeup. She grew suspicious and was even teased about planning something. As the atmosphere grew loud and lively, Dai suddenly charged straight for Chen Li, shouting, "My king, I'm coming for you!" This sent the whole crowd into a panic. Ayun rushed to stop her, but it was too late. Seeing this, Chen Li reflexively backed away, yelling, "Don't come over here!" Amidst the boisterous laughter of the whole tribe in the light of the campfire.